Good morning, good morning, good morning. It is day 8 of the Karen Read retrial. It is May 2nd, 2025. Today, Jen McCabe is on the stand again to continue her cross-examination. At the end of court on Wednesday, because there was no court Thursday, at the end of court on Wednesday, Alan Jackson said he had about 2 more hours of cross-examination for Jen McCabe, and then there's redirect. May we get to other witnesses today? Maybe. Emily, how we doing today? Well, chat, we're great. We're great today. We're great today. How's the voice? It's hanging in there. I was good until we got to Nothing Else Matters, which is kind of why I'm here today, because we're in court, so nothing else matters. We've got to just go. And I just find myself wondering if today we're going to see Alan Jackson going full seek and destroy mode on Jen McCabe's prior testimony. She's going to walk off the stand feeling like he is the harvester of sorrow. And I have to wonder if she was the one witness he was most excited for, or if that honor is reserved for Trooper Proctor. One may never know, but it seems that there is no love lost between Karen Read and Jen McCabe. In fact, I would say that between the two of them, they are, in fact, unforgiven. Emily, is this going to be what we're doing all day? Yeah. Oh, I apologize for nothing. I might be king nothing, but I apologize for nothing. So, where did we leave off? Well, we left off with the phrase of the day last week on Wednesday, the shank of the evening. And I have to say that Slate Falls Press in the chat left a comment that said, instead of top of the morning, I am going to start saying shank o' the evening. And I was like, this is a 10 out of 10, because I think we don't have to swap them out. I think we start with top of the morning and end with shank o' the evening. And I am just ready for it. So chat, it's going to be a, well, we'll see if it's a justice for all type of day, or if we're all going to end up just, I don't know, at the end. I think that's where are we going to end up today. I'm not quite sure. We'll see how Friday of week 2, well, week 3 for the jurors, but week 2 of the Karen Read trial ends. And with that, we need to get to court, don't we? Don't we? We need to get to court. We do. Will the metallic references stop today? No. No, they will not. It's going to be a day. And for those of you that are just like, Emily, what? Don't worry. We'll make a whole playlist, I'm sure. It'll be fine. Let's go to court. Hey there, I'm lawyer and legal analyst Emily D. Baker, and this is your go-to destination for live court coverage. I break down the law, the strategy, and the evidence in real time, so you know what's happening. No law degree required. So join the law nerds in the chat. They're here for the facts, not and let's get to court. I know, I'm ready, you're ready. As I was zooming, trying to find where court actually started, there were like sidebars and all the rest of it. So it is just time to rock. I'm going to save questions when we get to questions. I'm going to try to intersperse them if we have breaks. We don't have a ton of Zoom room today, but we'll see. Yes, we're going to see For Whom the Bell Tolls. We definitely didn't get to For Whom the Bell Tolls last night. We didn't, but it's totally fine. We're going to go to court. We're going to figure it out. We're going to get to the hear ye's, and it's all going to be fine. It's all going to be fine. When AJ starts, do we say enter Sandman? Maybe we do. Let me make sure that the hear ye's are in the right spot, because I do not hear them. Oh, Dr. B's going to make a coffee run.
Persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cannone.
It'll happen.
Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
For the record, before the court is Commonwealth versus
Draw near, give your attendance, and ye shall be heard.
The matters on for trial.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear
All
ye.
right. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. Good morning. I have to ask you those 3 questions. Was everyone able to follow my
I
instructions?
figured it would
and
be.
refrain from
I
discussing
figured it
this
would be.
case with anyone since we left 2 days ago? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. For you, you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes.
Hopefully they just got to go home and we're just
Did
like,
anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left off?
chat, you're doing it right. You're doing it right.
Said no, it should have. So today is a full day. We will be recessing this afternoon around 3:40, 3:45. All right,
Woohoo!
Mr. Jackson, if you go to the podium as soon
She's
as
like, today's a full day, but we're also ending like 15 minutes early. Don't worry.
Ms. McCabe comes in. May we have Ms. McCabe?
I mean, I didn't say it, Chet. I didn't say it. But I think Alan Jackson rather be the harbinger of sorrow than enter Sandman. But we'll see. I'm trying just to not make Ride the Lightning references because it's too dark. It's just there we go. Miss McCabe back on the stand for hours more of cross-examination.
Swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Linda L. in the chat asked, we're in the second week. Are all the jurors still sitting on the case? To the best of my knowledge, we've lost none of the jurors.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
Good morning.
I'd like to draw your attention back to the time that you were watching the SUV out of the front door.
Right back into the
through
timing
front door,
of
34 Fairview.
everything.
You have that time in mind?
I never watched it, but I went and looked at it.
Saw it.
Sorry, yes.
All right. I just want to clear up one of the time frames that you indicated you last saw that SUV. You saw that SUV for the final time at
I mean, Jen looks less tired than
12:45
me.
a.m., correct? It was up
So there's that.
past the flagpole at that point.
Can't be sure of a specific time.
You indicated at a prior hearing in June of 2023
I'm not making that designation.
you in fact did see it for the last time at 12:45, and you know that because of a text message that you sent at 12:45. Is that right?
I did send a text message at 12:45. That is correct.
Did you say, quote, and by the way, for court and counsel, this is at 782 lines 24 through 25, going to 783 lines 1 through 13 or so. Actually, 1 through 3.
Everybody in this court is going to be tired
It's
today. It's been a
782
long
going to
week.
783. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
The jurors are probably going to be the least tired because if they have employers that pay them and don't have to go back into work when they have court breaks, they probably have the most time. The lawyers are going to be exhausted.
Actually, Ms. McCabe, and
lawyers
for
are
court and
going to
counsel, I'm
be
going to back up just
exhausted
a
at this
little bit
point.
up to line 20. You stated, quote, "So I think my husband and I were talking just like about what they were doing. And then I sat back down, and then at one point I think I said hello. And then I said at 12:42,
Is it me you're
where are you?
looking for?
And then flip. I don't know if that's my last text or if I did one more.
Rose with Thorns,
Yeah,
when we switch witnesses, I will send a
12:45.
notice.
Hello. Because they were still there. And then question. So the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45. Answer, at 12:45.
The timing.
Do you remember that question?
She's going to say
and
that
answer
was a
colloquy?
question, not an answer. It was at 12:45.
I've been asked a number of questions, specifically those words, no. I do remember testifying. I believe I said, I think, in there. I think that, and to be honest, I'm not sure of exactly the times. I didn't pay close attention to when I was texting and when I was sitting. I was going back and forth to the door.
But in June of 2023, at a hearing under oath, you did say that it was at 12:45 that you last saw the vehicle.
I believe I said, I think.
Fresh recollection, take a look at the transcript I just read from.
Oh, boy.
I believe the word I think is in there.
You believe, but you're not sure.
Okay, I'll look at it.
Fresh recollection.
Sure.
May I approach?
Yes.
Lynn's
you.
Doge said perhaps she'd have remembered more if it had not been for all the whiskey in the jar. It's a 10 out of 10 reference. And yes, where the bars did have the blackened Metallica whiskey last night. So there was also that. We're going to go back through nailing down the timing of the text versus when
May I
she saw
approach now?
Karen Reed's
Yes.
SUV.
Thank you.
There was a somewhat extended sidebar this morning, so we'll,
Recollection, Ms. McCabe, what you said in June of
Who knows what that was
2023
about.
seeing the SUV at the location at 12:45.
I see what I read. Sorry.
I see what I said.
saw what I just read. I don't remember my exact words of every testimony, but I did just read that, yes.
And in fact, what you said back in June of 2023, quote, I don't know if it's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello, because they were still there,
right.
period. Correct?
That's a part of what I said.
And then the question was, so the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45.
Makes that timeline
Answer,
tough, doesn't it?
At 12:45.
And then I said, I think, my husband and I. So there's more to that conversation.
McCabe, what I read you is what
My questions,
transcript
Ms. McCabe, we're gonna get
indicates.
there.
You said on June 8th, 2023, correct?
So can you answer that? Is that correct?
That I saw it at that time.
Ask the question again. Mr.
Sure.
Johnson.
That what you testified to in June of 2023 was you saw the SUV for the last time.
How long until she says silly
That's what
words?
you said. At least back then.
That's part of what I said.
I think on this point, she's like, that's not all of what I said.
I don't know if that's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45.
She's like, and my next word was, I think.
Because they were still there. Question, so the dark SUV was still outside outside the house at 12:45. Answer, at 12:45. That's what you actually testified to in June 2023.
That's what that says, correct.
Thank you. You've been asked about with whom you communicated first thing in the morning when you received that 4:53 a.m. call. There, at that call and thereafter, shortly thereafter, within those next few minutes, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you were asked by Trooper Prince in a formal interview on February 1st, 2022. I know that was a while ago, but in that
Again,
initial formal interview,
the jury gets to decide if it makes logical sense that when you're texting someone, if you no longer see the car, is the text hello or is the text where'd you go? So the jury just gets to decide based on the text, the interpretation. Her fighting it just highlights it. It lets Alan Jackson ask a question that might get mushed into everything else. It highlights the questions that she thinks damaging when she's fighting on it, I think. So instead of asking it once, Alan Jackson gets to say 4, 5, 6 times. But at 12:45, when you sent the last text that said, hello, the black SUV was still there. It just lets him highlight it more and more and more.
3 days after the event, Trooper Prince, the female trooper, asked you who you called or who you communicated with during that important few minutes after you received the first phone call from Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm not sure of our exact conversation, but she did ask me a number of questions.
Do you remember telling her, I spoke with Karen Reed, obviously.
Again, I answered whatever question she asked me. So
Okay,
if she asked, I did speak with Karen Reed that morning, correct?
Okay, Ms. McCabe, my question is, did you tell Trooper Prince 3 days after the fact, I spoke with Karen Reed? Yes or no?
If you have a report, I don't remember the specifics. I met with many, many police officers.
Sure.
So we're doing this all day.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at her report?
I'd like to take a look at it, yes. Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
But some of the reports you looked at and were like, that doesn't refresh my recollection. That's wrong.
Thank you.
I think this is just me wanting to. I think she just
McCabe,
wants to
you
double
can
check.
Familiarize yourself with that report, and there's a tab if that helps you, because
Okay.
it's somewhat lengthy.
Okay.
See if that refreshes your recollection.
Thank you.
But there's things when there's a next question, she's not going to just say, yes, that's what I said. There's more to that. She's going to try to answer it and answer it and answer it. So, Chad, I see you. I think it will also be longer than 2 hours at this point. Tiff Jane in the chat said, "There's no way I could handle watching this testimony without Emily's reprieve." Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm here with you to, goat scream and say what y'all are thinking. Today it might just be to drink coffee and try not to yawn, but we're here. We're here.
May I approach?
Yes.
Is Master of Puppets still playing in my head a little bit? So if you see me sitting here going,
Fresh recollection as to what you told Trooper
that's
Prince?
what's happening in my brain.
I know what happened, so I just answered
Yes or
the
no?
questions.
Yes or no? Does that refresh your recollection as to what you told Trooper Prince?
Yes.
Okay. You told Trooper Prince that you had a conversation
wow.
on Kaylee's phone
Look
with
at
Miss
that.
Reed, correct?
Yes.
That you also called Julie Albert after you got off the phone with Miss Reed the first time.
Yes.
And then thereafter, at some point, you talked to Tom Beatty, correct?
I never spoke with Tom.
I'm sorry, my mistake. I misspoke. You called
Who the
Tom
hell
Beatty.
is Tom?
Yes, I did with Tom Beatty.
Did not get through to Tom Beatty.
I didn't. No one answered. Yes.
Then you spoke to
That
the
was
grand
the
jury
stream.
about the same
The stream
issue.
glitched.
Who did you talk to and who did you call in those minutes after the initial call on Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm going to object. I'd like to be heard.
All right, come on up.
I want to hear that question one more time because it was not just objection. It was, we need to go to sidebar from the prosecution. I'm curious what that question was.
No one answered. Yes.
And then the stream glitched.
Then you spoke to the grand jury about the same
I
issue.
backed up.
Who did you talk to and who did you call in those minutes after the initial call on Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm going to object. I'd like to be heard.
All right, come on up.
Huh. So we know already from the situation with the FBI that Jen's a caller. She's just gonna start blowing up phones. She's like 10 minutes, 5 calls. Like I was just like going down the favorites list. So they're asking about grand jury testimony. Who were you calling after Kaylee called you? I don't know why we're at sidebar though, because who she called, if nothing else matters, who she calls matters. I mean, I think lying to the grand jury maybe matters. I think maybe lying to the FBI matters. I think who she called very much matters because when Kaylee says, we can't find John, and she's sitting there going, but we saw you come by 34 Fairview. If you're calling Tom Beatty, because what we heard in other testimony is that apparently he was also having some kind of blizzard party like down the street and around the corner or whatever. If you're calling to see if John is there, would you just call and make sure he hadn't gone back to 34 Fairview? If we're taking her at her word, I'm not suggesting you have to. Arguendo, that John never came into the house, but he never went home. Don't you at least call 34 Fairview and ask, did you guys ever see John O'Keefe last night? He didn't come home. If you're calling Tom Beatty, why aren't you also calling and double checking at 34 Fairview? Why aren't you calling, if you're calling everyone and you're not calling 34 Fairview? Got questions. I know. I want to know who Tom Beatty is too.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, you were also asked the same series of questions about,
freaking turkey's back.
a series of questions about the same events concerning that 4:53 phone call and the calls that you made shortly thereafter, correct?
Yes.
And in that testimony, you also, consistent with what you said to Trooper Prince, said, I spoke with Karen Reed on Kaylee's phone. I then spoke with Julie Albert, or I called Julie Albert, and then I called Tom Beattie, correct?
I object.
That objection sustained.
What did you tell the grand jurors about who you called or who you attempted to communicate with in those first few minutes after that 4:53 a.m. call?
I don't know exactly what I said on that day, but I know who I spoke to.
Who did you speak to?
You said on that day, you spoke to Karen Reed, correct?
On which day? What are we
The
talking?
day of the grand jury,
Oh my God! No.
April 26,
Did she say at the grand jury that she first spoke to Karen Reed on Kaylee's phone, and who next?
2022.
I don't have the paper in front of me, so I don't know my exact words.
Well, I'm not asking you for your exact words, but did you tell them, as you sit here, do you remember telling the grand jurors under questioning by the Commonwealth that you spoke with Karen Reed?
I spoke with Karen Reed that morning. Again, I've been at many grand juries and different things, so to remember specifically, I don't remember specific questions and specific answers. But yes, Karen Reed did call me that morning on Kaylee's phone.
My question is,
Then
what did
who
you
did you
say
call?
to the grand jurors? And you're saying you don't remember?
Yes, that's what she's saying.
What question are you asking me?
Whom
What the fuck
did
did you say?
attempt to communicate with in those first few minutes after you first received?
That's not what he asked. He didn't ask who. He asked what did you tell the grand jury? And she said, I don't remember exactly what I told the grand jury. And now he's changing to, okay, who did you talk to? That she said she remembered.
Received the phone call on Kaylee's phone.
If you're asking me now, I can answer you.
I'm asking
I
you-
don't remember this. I'm sorry, I don't remember the specifics. If you want to show me, and then I can review it. I know the answer to the question. I'm just not sure of my exact words on that day.
I didn't ask you what your exact words were. I'm asking you about your memory. You're testifying based on your memory, Ms. McCabe, are you not?
Yes.
Go ahead and answer that.
Part of the issue is that he has switched between, I'm not saying she's not being difficult, but he has switched between what did you tell the grand jury and what do you remember now? And so she, I think, has very clearly said, I don't know exactly what I told the grand jury. I don't remember, but I can tell you what I remember happening. And his questions have not been exact replicas, which is really hard to do. And she leans into that with, I don't know.
So you answering these questions based on your memory, Ms. McCabe?
So I'm answering questions based on my memory of what happened on the 28th and the 29th. I've testified multiple times. I've been interviewed by multiple police officers. So to pinpoint one conversation is a bit of a challenge for me. But what I can tell you is what I remember from that day, which was, I'm sure, very similar to however I answered, because it's the same.
I think that's what he's trying to get at.
Yeah.
Refresh your recollection and look at the
Tell
transcript.
Mr. Brennan what page you're at.
Sure. 188, 189.
Thank you.
I didn't get an answer to that question, Ms. McCabe. Would it refresh your, I just have to do this for the record. Would it refresh your recollection? Look at your transcript.
I'll look at it, yes.
It would, she is not an easy witness. It would be easier to say, and this is where the two of them get tripped up with each other. I think it would be easier to say, after you spoke to Karen Reed on Kaylee's phone, who did you call next? And let her answer. And then say, but at the grand jury, didn't you say XYZ? Oh, I don't remember what I said at the grand jury. Would it refresh your recollection? So a little bit of it's backwards because he didn't get the first part of the answer in. He's going directly to, do you remember what you told the
Okay.
grand jury? And she's like, no,
Yeah,
I don't know what I told
yes.
them, but I remember what happened that day. But he's not asking her that question.
Thank you.
And the jury
Refresh your recollection about
might see
what
she's
you
being
told the
difficult,
grand jurors
might see he's being
in
difficult.
terms of whom you communicated with or attempted to communicate with that morning.
Yes.
What did you tell the grand jurors?
I told them that I communicated with Miss Reed and that I called Julie Albert.
And Tom Beattie.
Oh, and Tom Beattie, I'm sorry.
Right. So in both of those statements, to Trooper Prince when you were asked about your communications, and at the grand jury, by the way, at the grand jury, when you were asked who you communicated that morning, who you communicated with that morning, you didn't need to see a report, did you? You didn't ask to see a report.
I don't think that's
Like
a
you're doing
fair question.
Well, I'm asking because you're asking specific questions about what I said on a specific day. And depending on who's asking the question, they ask questions in a different manner. So the answer is always going to be the same. If you ask me who I spoke to, I'm always going to tell you I spoke to misread and Julie. I called Julie Albert and I called Tom Beatty. The answer is always the same, but the way the question asked and maybe some of the words that I use may be different. And I don't remember on specific days. We've been questioned many times, but the answers are always going to be the same. The wording may be different.
We'll see. But I think, again, as to this very narrow point, I understand her point, and it's because Alan didn't ask the question the first time. Okay, so who did you communicate with that morning? And then go to the testimony and then go beyond that. But I think she's also locked herself into the answers are always going to be the same when clearly they're not. But on that, I think that the jurors are going to be like, no, that's fair. That's fair. You didn't ask her who you spoke to. You asked her who you told the grand jury you spoke to. And she's saying, I don't remember what I said to the grand jury. I remember what happened that day. I think it is a distinction with a big difference for this witness.
Finished? That answer?
Are you finished?
Yes, I am.
He said. Are you finished with that answer?
Let's move on.
I'm trying. All right. When the comment
AJ, there it is. She's an incredibly difficult witness. And this has been going on for like a day and a half now. She's an incredibly difficult witness. I understand where they're having difficulty. And I'm going to remind everyone, it is much easier for me, though I am exhausted from Metallica, to sit here in my house, not being in trial, and watch this and see where the disconnect is. It is so much harder when you are standing in court, staring this witness in the face, and they do not want to answer your questions. It is incredibly frustrating. It is much easier on my side of the screen, right? So it depends on how the jury feels at this point about this witness, about whether it's like, okay, so she said the names in different orders at the grand jury. Who cares? I think where Jackson has gotten tripped up with McCabe is that he is trying to make everything a big deal. There are big deals in her testimony. I don't know if this is a big deal yet. We'll see. But there are big deals in her testimony. And when he fights over the things that aren't as big deal, I don't know if the jury will take it as she's being evasive or will take it as, I mean, okay, that's fair. You don't exactly remember verbatim your words. I think you got to make the big deals a big deal and let the other things be like, okay, so what do you remember today? And what did you tell the grand jury? We'll see.
Be different.
But I love that we got to Alan Jackson being like, I'm trying, Your Honor. If this witness would just answer my questions.
You done?
You done?
Finished? That answer?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I'm going to allow that, but let's move on.
I'm trying. All right. When the Commonwealth asked questions about who you contacted that morning
Here's the point.
at the grand jury, you didn't need to have your recollection refreshed with anything.
That's the point.
I called Julie Albert. I called Tommy.
Correct.
And that's exactly what you told Trooper Prince as well.
There it is.
Karen Reed, Julie Albert, Tom Beatty. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
But you did make another phone call that morning that you left out of both of those statements, didn't you?
And I think AJ makes an excellent point with that. You just answered when the Commonwealth asked you, right?
I'm not sure.
At 5:07 a.m., you called over to 34 Fairview, didn't you?
If it's in my phone record, then I must have.
It's in your phone records that you're aware of. Well, let me ask it a different way. You're aware that your phone records actually show that at 5:07, you called to 34 Fairview, Nicole Alberts,
Huh.
correct?
Correct.
It shows also that that call lasted 38 seconds, correct?
I'm not sure what it shows.
You actually
It
spoke
shows
to your
what?
sister, Nicole, that morning?
What?
I did not speak to my sister, no.
So that 38-second call.
How do I not remember this from last time? Because I don't remember this at all. Why are we fighting with her so much over the calls when you know she's just going to give the same answer when this is the point you're trying to get to? Just get to this point. If you're trying to say we're doing everything we can to find John O'Keefe, why aren't you telling anyone that you called 34 Fairview? I called looking for him. I was frantic. Ma'am. What? Chat, I think this is new info too. Second trial, new trial, who this? I don't think we got to this last time. You're on the phone with 34 Fairview for 38 seconds, and then when you got there, they still didn't come out of the house? That's way fucking worse than they didn't come out of the house when there were just like lights and sirens and shit. Oh, chat, you're asking me for a replay, so doodle-doo, 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 doodle-doo. This is the point. Stop dicking around with, well, did you tell the grand jury? Did you not tell the grand jury? Who'd you talk to this morning? And that's what you told the grand jury, correct? And that's what you told law enforcement, correct? But in reality, move on was the best advice the judge could have given him at that point.
You did make another phone call that morning that you left out of both of those things, didn't you?
I'm not sure.
At 5:07 a.m., you called over to 34 Fairview, didn't you?
If it's in my phone record, then I must have.
It's in your phone records that you're aware of. Well, let me ask it a different way. You're aware that your phone records actually show that at 5:07, you called to 34 Fairview.
Damn.
Nicole Alberts' phone, correct?
Correct.
It shows also that that call
She remembers
lasted
now.
38 seconds, correct?
I'm not sure what it shows.
You actually spoke to your sister, Nicole, that morning?
I did not speak to my sister, no.
So that 38-second call went to voicemail?
I'm not sure. All I can tell you is I never spoke to my sister Nicole that morning prior to waking her up.
But you do acknowledge that you made a phone call at 5:07 to Julie Albert.
Damn.
I'm sorry, to Nicole Albert, your sister, over at 34 Fairview in those early morning hours.
Damn, girl.
Yes, I learned after. When I'm first being questioned, it's days after. It was a chaotic.
In the days after, though, you still had your cell phone. Your cell phone has a log in it of like calls, missed calls, all the calls. Like it's in your hot little hand there. So you know that it's there, right? And then when law enforcement came to get your phone, and I don't know if we've gotten to this part yet because my brain has been muddled by heavy metal, but isn't it going to come up that you said to law enforcement, hey, there's some stuff in there I don't necessarily want to like share with my phone, so you just deleted it? But even if it's deleted out of your call log, your phone records are still going to show it. You're the ones from your carrier. They're going to show it. Are there more? Are there more? It was a chaotic day. I selectively remember phone calls. It seems that you have a history of selectively remembering phone calls. Because when the motherfucking FBI was at your door and they said, who did you speak to in the 10 minutes? The 10 minutes from when we said we wanted to speak to you and you let us into your house, who did you speak to? And you forgot 3 whole ass phone calls to Brian Albert, to the DA's office, and to the victim's mother. Good luck with the rest of this cross. I wish he would have stopped dicking around earlier, because this shit's important shit.
Morning, I remembered the waterfall, Julie, then Tom Beatty. Calling to my sister wasn't.
You called the waterfall? You called the waterfall? Let me back that up. You called the waterfall? You called 34 Fear. I do not remember this. I do not remember this from last time, because I've been banging on for days about why wouldn't you call 34 Fairview, and it turns out she fucking did. And if you called 34 Fairview searching for your friend John and nothing was weird and nothing was wrong, wouldn't you just say, I did everything I could to try to find him? Because I sat and stared a teenager in the face who was panicked and told her, I'm going to find your uncle. It's going to be okay. If that's what you said. So wouldn't you say, I called everyone I could think of? Or, I know I made a ton of phone calls. Here's my phone record. I was panicked. I made a ton of calls. I just wanted to find John O'Keefe, like I told Kaylee. Because if you have no love for anyone else, you said that you have love for the O'Keefe family.
I'm not sure. All I can tell you is I never spoke to my sister Nicole that morning prior to waking her up.
But you do acknowledge that you made a phone call at 5:07 to Julie Albert. I'm sorry, to Nicole Albert, your sister, over at 34 Fairview.
I backed up.
Yes, I learned after. When I am
learned
first being
after?
questioned, it's days after. It was a chaotic morning. I remembered the waterfall, Julie.
I can't
then
even
Tom
stop.
Beatty.
You asked, and I stepped on it again. You asked Julie Nagel to send you text messages to figure out what was going on, and you didn't look in your own phone. Fucking miss me. You wanted Julie's texts to see what time her brother got there, and you weren't looking at your own phone records to go, who did I call, even if you don't remember? I don't believe it. I find that lacking in truth. I just don't believe it.
Your sister, over at 34 Fairview.
I backed up
Those early
again.
morning hours.
Yes, I learned after.
I learned
when
after.
I'm first being questioned, it's days after. It was a chaotic morning. I remembered the waterfall, Julie, then Tom Beatty.
That's dumb.
Calling to my sister wasn't as important ingrained in my mind at that point. No.
And then you testified at a grand jury.
The waterfall, which, yes, would have been closed at 5 a.m. The waterfall, Tom Beatty, and her other sister. It wasn't ingrained in my mind that I called the location where we ultimately found him dead, which brought the shock and horror of a traumatic event.
Not hours or days later. You testified at a grand jury months later, correct?
Correct.
And at that grand jury, you also left out the fact that you contacted your sister, correct?
There's nothing nefarious.
Why would you think he's insinuating something nefarious? Or I'm sorry, I need to do it Boston. Nefarious. You said it exactly like Brennan. I'm never going to get through this testimony this morning. Why would you assume that he's insinuating that there's something nefarious? Is it because you know it looks sus as fuck? The fact that you're sitting there with this jury here saying there's nothing nefarious means that you think that there is. Because generally witnesses will just say, I forgot, I wish I hadn't, or whatever. When did you remember? Because you don't need to get your phone records from fucking Verizon to know who you called. Unless your call log on your phone was rehomed. That is. I've backed up. I can't believe. I can't. The only question I have now is the jury where we're at or not? But I think after the FBI phone calls, maybe they're like, babe, you forget a lot of people that you call and they seem like big people. I'm backing up again. I'm going to try to shut the fuck up. It's unfucking believable that this testimony started with cross-examination coming in much better than her prior testimony. And we've gotten to a cross-examination that though her demeanor has been better, the testimony has been much more damaging. Whoa, I backed up. Because also she slipped in there that she called the waterfall. Girl, don't go chasing waterfalls. They're not the
Calling to my
rivers and the lakes
sister
that you're
wasn't
used
as
to.
important ingrained in my mind at that point. No.
And then you testified at a grand jury, not hours or days later. You testified at a grand jury months later, correct?
Correct.
And at that grand jury, you also left out the fact that you contacted
I backed
your
up.
sister, correct?
There's nothing nefarious. I remembered who I called. I didn't go back and look at phone records
I didn't say it was nefarious. Why would you use the word nefarious?
She said nefarious.
because there's nothing about me calling my sister that is nefarious, and I feel like you're insinuating it might be, and it's not.
Did you use that word because it sounds nefarious?
No, I just used the word because I think that's how you're trying to portray something that is nothing.
Or did you use that word?
Oh, 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 oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. You're trying to insinuate something. Why would you think that? I'm gonna let this whole colloquy play. I am gagged. The fact that she goes from saying, calling my sister, who's at the location where we found my friend, who I am shocked and horrified by finding, just completely slipped my mind. We're never getting through today's testimony. Oh my God.
And at that grand jury, you also left out the fact that you contacted your
Oh my
sister,
God.
correct?
There's nothing nefarious. I remembered who I called. I didn't go back and look at phone records
I didn't say it was nefarious. Why would you use the word nefarious?
because there's nothing about me calling my sister that is nefarious, and I feel like you're insinuating it might be, and it's not.
Did you use that word because it sounds nefarious?
No, I just used the word because I think that's how you're trying to portray something that is nothing.
Or did you use that word because you think that's how it's coming across? That's nefarious.
No.
Without contacting 34 Fairview.
No, not at all.
Later that morning,
The fact that Alan Jackson didn't just vomit with delight in court and squeal is the most restrained lawyering I think we've seen from Alan Jackson. Because that, as a lawyer, is a moment you will never forget. I don't think he fucking likes this witness. Chat, let me know what you think. But to not start actually jumping up and down and go, no, she did fucking not. No, she did not. I see that you guys thought it was hard to hear Jackson. He's not right at the microphone. I will back this colloquy up one more time because he is hard to hear, and I'm going to try to gain it up. But the colloquy starts with, there's nothing nefarious about me calling my sister. And he said, I didn't say that. Why would you say that? And she talks about him trying to insinuate it. And he goes, do you think that because it does look nefarious? That's the colloquy. I know it's hard to hear. I'm going to try to gain it up. Let's doodly doot back one more time because this is stunning. This is a stunning admission on the stand. I don't know if it'll hit in court the same way. I can't imagine it won't. But Lord, I'm going to try to gain this up.
You actually spoke to your sister.
All right, let me try to gain this up real quick. Let's get my little Sound Master Blaster up here. All right. Damn.
Nicole that morning?
I did not speak to my sister, no.
So that 38-second call
There we go.
went to voicemail?
Oh, there were no objections.
I'm not sure. All I can tell you is I never spoke to my sister Nicole that morning prior to waking her up.
But you do acknowledge
So I
that
backed
you
up.
made a phone call at 5:07 to Julie Albert. I'm sorry, to Nicole Albert, your
I
sister,
backed up too far.
over at
Sorry, y'all.
34 Fairview in those early morning hours. Correct?
Yes, I learned after.
The
When
defense
I'm
team has
first
to be
being
gagged.
questioned, it's days after. It was a chaotic morning. I remembered the waterfall, Julie, then Tom Beatty. Calling to my sister wasn't as important ingrained in my mind at that point. No.
And then you testified at a grand jury, not hours or days later. You
I went
testified
too
at a grand
far.
jury
Sorry, Chad.
months later.
I was too
correct?
excited.
Correct.
And at that grand jury, you also left out the fact that you contacted your sister, correct?
There's nothing nefarious. I remembered who I called. I didn't go back and look at phone records
I didn't say it was nefarious. Why would you use the word nefarious?
because there's nothing about me calling my sister that is nefarious, and I feel like you're insinuating it might be, and it's not.
Did you use that word because it sounds nefarious?
No, I just
He said, did you use that word because it sounds nefarious?
use the word because I think that's how you're trying to portray something that is nothing.
Or did you use that word because you think that's how it's coming across? That's nefarious.
So
He said, or did you use that word because you think that's how it comes across?
Without contacting 34 Fairview.
no, not at all.
Damn. Those were great and restrained questions from Jackson. There's no way he thought that she was going to say that. That is in the moment, listening to your witness, stepping back and saying, I didn't say that. Why would you say that? Damn.
Later that morning,
Hopefully that was easier to
January
hear.
29th. But by the way,
Let me leave
you
this sound up a
you
little.
do acknowledge that your phone records show that you called at 5:07 a.m. to your sister's cell phone, correct?
I don't have them in front of me, but I believe that is correct. Yeah.
Wow,
Were
girl.
you calling your sister's phone to alert her of something? Is that why you called?
No.
Wow.
Later that morning on January 29th, after those initial phone calls and after the scene had been cleared, at about 11:30 in the morning, you did have a formal interview with Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, did you not?
I did, yes.
The day before yesterday, you testified that Karen Reed, actually it was
Chad, I see all the requests for code red. I don't think this is fuckery. I think this is a great cross-examination. We heard what she thought. She's telling us the truth. Right now, she is telling us the truth. She is telling us that she thinks it looks suspicious. That's not fuckery. That's just honesty. I'm shocked at the level of honesty, but she's telling us how she feels. How she feels is, this looks bad. So it's not fuckery at this point. I think it's just honesty. So that's why I didn't go to code red, because it's not fuckery. It's just, she's like, you're trying to make it look like a whole thing. Ma'am, if you're doing the things you're saying you're doing, telling everybody that you're calling 34 Fairview is, I was looking for him. It's like Trooper Proctor leaving I hit him out of the report. If Trooper Proctor's going after Karen Reed, you put that in every report, bold, italicized, underlined 17 times. She confessed. You put it in your report. if you're trying to find John O'Keefe and you're calling around and calling everyone and you're sitting there and they're saying, who did you call? You're going to grab your phone and say, this is everybody I called. I was trying to find him. Karen called me panicked. I woke up panicked because Karen was screaming. And so I called everyone I could even think of. I don't know why I made all the calls I did. I just called everyone I could even think of. The leaving it out for months when you don't remember it until you get your phone records, that's suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. If you're trying to call everybody and nothing's nefarious, okay.
I think it may have been Tuesday, you testified on direct examination that
It
Karen
does
Reed
look suspicious.
just showed up at your house screaming, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you told Michael Proctor in that 11:30 a.m. or thereabouts, that interview that morning, that on January 29th, when Karen was on the phone with you, you told her to come to your house. Isn't that true?
No, I never told her to come to my house.
She told
Christy,
you
don't worry,
she
this is
wanted
a
to
whole
go
different
search for
thing.
John.
You don't need
Instead of
season
saying,
one for season
"I'll come
two."
meet you, or
You can go back and catch it
go
later.
wherever you want to go.
We're here.
You told her, no, come to my house and pick me up, and we'll go together. Correct?
No, that's incorrect.
You did not, in fact, say, pick me up before you go. No? I don't think she did, though. Based on everything
Do you
we
remember
heard from
talking to
Carrie,
Trooper Proctor on that day?
I do, yes.
based on everything we heard from Carrie, it sounded to me like Karen was driving around in a panic and didn't know what to do and went to Jen's house.
Do you remember exactly what you told him concerning the plan to either come to your house or go search for John?
There was never a plan for Karen to come
Do
to my
you
house.
remember exactly what you told him with
Nope.
that regard on that issue?
No, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a police report that he drafted on that issue?
Well, those are his words or summary.
That's not my question. I know these are his words. He wrote it.
Mm-hmm.
My question is, would it refresh your recollection about what you told him to take a look at his report?
I know what happened, and I know what I told him. I don't know what's written in that report.
Yes or no?
I don't need to see the report, no.
Because it would not refresh your recollection to see a report where he indicated that you told him that you directed Miss Reed to come to your house.
I object.
The objection is sustained. I'm going to strike back.
The reason it was stricken is because he's reading and he's putting the information in
You
the
also
report
told-
in the question, even when she said that's not going to refresh my recollection. I don't know what you do with this witness. This is difficult. This is difficult. I don't know what you do with this witness. When she's like, I refuse to look at it. I think it looks bad in front of the jury, but I've been a lawyer 20 years, and when witnesses are hiding from answers, I think it looks bad. Any witness that's hiding from answers and over-explaining answers, I think it looks bad. Witnesses that own the bad answers have more credibility for me. Even if there's an insinuation on cross, like the tech expert. So you left this out of your timeline? Yes. So your timeline doesn't say XYZ. Correct. There might be a negative insinuation or implication on cross, but the answer is the answer. The answer is not the answer with this witness. Even when Carrie was getting flamed over, but that's not what you told the grand jury, she tried to explain, I didn't understand the question, but she still answered, yes, that's different than what I'm saying here. They're going to sidebar. The problem with AJ's question was like, oh, so you don't remember the report where you told Trooper Proctor XYZ? You can't do that. But the jury's already like, well, it's probably in the report at this point. We're going to zoom past the sidebar. I don't know how this is why I could never be a judge. I don't know how the defense isn't sitting there being like, oh my God, she said nefarious. Like, what?
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, during that same interview, you also told Trooper Proctor that while driving back to One Meadows after you had been picked up by Karen at your house, while driving back toward One Meadows, that's actually when Miss Reed told you she had broken her taillight, correct?
Miss Reed
Oh, we've
told me
moved
in the
on.
morning at my house.
Okay. I know that's what
That's
you're
not what I
testifying to
remember.
now. What I'm asking is, what did you tell Michael Proctor on January 29th?
She's going to say, I don't remember what I told him.
That she had told me she had a cracked taillight when she called me.
You
Oh,
didn't tell
shocking.
him that she indicated she noticed her taillight had been damaged on the drive back to One Meadows after she got to your house?
She mentioned it then as well, but she also had told me when she was on the phone, that's why my husband yelled out that we shouldn't be driving with a cracked taillight.
But in fact, you did not tell Trooper Proctor that story. What you told him was she told you on the drive back to One Meadows after having picked you up, correct?
I told him
I don't
she
know if this
told
is as
me
big as of
in
a
the
deal as the
morning
missed
and
calls.
on the drive back.
So if he didn't write that in his report, it's obviously incorrect.
Gotcha.
Sustained.
Of course, that drive back to One Meadows would have been 5:30-ish or so.
The taillight being cracked or discussion about it being cracked before they leave Jen McCabe's house to go to One Meadows has been consistent. It's been consistent across the trials. I don't know if she told Proctor that or not, but it has been consistent in other testimony. But she remembers really clearly that she told Proctor that.
Maybe even a little later, 5:35.
And I think that's the bigger point.
Approximately, yeah, I'm not sure.
Well after she backed out of the driveway and struck another vehicle at One Meadows, correct?
Do you know that?
No, I have no idea.
All right, next question.
Speaking of Trooper Proctor, when you first interviewed with him during that same interview on January 29th, you noticed that he was taking notes, obviously.
Yes, he was.
You told him about your observations of the taillight that day, is that right?
I'd have to see the report, but I believe I told him about it, yes.
And that was literally the same day that you made the observations, is that right?
Yes, it was.
He asked you to describe specifically what the taillight looked like.
Mm-hmm.
And you did so, correct?
Could I see the report?
All I'm asking right now, I've got the report.
Okay.
If you need it, I'll give it to you. I'm asking about your memory, Ms. McCabe. Did you tell him about what the taillight looked like?
If he asked me what the taillight looked like, then I would have told him what it looked like, yes.
And what you told Trooper Proctor on that day is that you, quote,
Okay.
saw a crack in it. Is that right?
I believe I said it was broken and cracked and it was missing pieces.
So you remember what you said.
Isn't it true that what you actually said is
So you remember what you
we
said.
got out at John's house
So you remember.
and looked at the taillight, back right taillight, saw a crack in it. Correct?
I said that I saw it and it was cracked and it was missing pieces.
You noted that he was taking notes, correct?
Correct.
Have you ever seen those notes?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection as to what you actually told him in terms of that description to take a look at his notes?
Object to the phrase.
So ask it differently, that's sustained.
Sure. Do you remember exactly the words you used in describing that taillight to Trooper Proctor as you sit here today?
Probably not.
Again, the taillight was cracked and missing pieces.
Okay.
Okay.
I know that's what you're testifying to today, Ms. McCabe.
Is that what
We're
you
all
told
aware
him?
of that. You've said it 4 or 5 times now. What I'm
We've
asking you
asked
is,
her 4 or
what
5
did you
times.
tell Trooper Proctor on January 29th? That's my question. Do you remember the exact words you used to him on the 29th?
I believe I said it was cracked and missing pieces.
Do you know that, or are you guessing?
I'm not guessing.
Okay. Do you remember that specifically?
I remember describing it as cracked and missing pieces.
Do you remember saying it had a crack, or she saw a crack in it?
I do not remember saying that, no.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of his notes?
No.
Those are his notes.
Ms. McCabe, we can do this all day.
Yep.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of his notes? If it wouldn't, just tell us.
No, it wouldn't.
Okay.
You know why it won't refresh her recollection? Because she says, as I'm sitting here today, what I remember is I said cracked and missing pieces. That's what I'm saying I remember. Pull her old testimony. Don't pull Proctor's notes. Pull her old testimony. Because they're going to flame Proctor and no one's going to believe anything Proctor said. Then again, if Proctor's trying to pin it on Karen Reed, wouldn't he want everything to look as bad as possible? Just pull her testimony. Has she been inconsistent in saying that in trial? Because she's going to say, well, those are his notes.
As you sit
That's
here
a
today,
summary.
are you
What else did she
telling this
testify
jury
to?
that you deny saying to Trooper Proctor,
Go ahead, chat. Full permission to put "do you deny it" on your bingo card. There you go. There you go. We are well into cross-examination on the second day of cross-examination, and we got to "do you deny it?" 10 out of 10.
crack in it? Are you denying that statement?
I'm not denying it.
So you could have told him that.
He asked me multiple times different questions. I spoke to him at my house, and then he had called me. So maybe one time I said it had a crack in it,
crack again.
and another time I said it was broken and missing pieces.
So it's
Yes,
very
that was a Mean Girls
possible
reference.
that that's how you described it on the 29th, Miss McCabe. It had a crack in it, right?
And missing pieces.
I'm not asking you to finish my sentence. I'm asking you, is it possible that's what you told him that day?
Here's where we're losing me. We already have in evidence in front of the jury clips of Karen Reed saying, I cracked my taillight and pulled pieces out and dropped them in the snow. There were pieces missing. So I don't know if we're going to get to she's embiggening her testimony on this point when we already have Karen saying it was cracked and I took pieces out of it. Because we have Karen Reed saying it was cracked and missing pieces. It wasn't a juror laughing. That was Jackson chuckling. That was Jackson being like, oh, sure, Jan. That's what that was. That was a sure Jan laugh.
Yes, that was one way. Mm-hmm.
But yes, the fact that she's fighting on every single thing is tough. But when you fight on the small points, the jurors are going to be like,
In the days following January
what?
29th, in the events of January 29th, 2022, were you and your family coordinating your versions of the events that occurred on that morning?
No.
Were you and your family coordinating some sort of damage control in terms of the language that your family would use to the public, to the press, to law enforcement?
No.
Did you and your family use a group chat? You and part of your family
Tell
use a
them,
group chat to
the guy.
text each other to coordinate your communications with either the press or the public or law enforcement or family or friends?
I have multiple group chats with family and friends.
You had a very specific group chat that included yourself, Nicole, your sister, Brian Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes, I did.
I'm gonna have
Your
to
Honor, if I
nod.
may.
I'm gonna have to nod less vigorously today. The muscles in the back of my neck don't feel great. I'm glad we got to the group chat.
I have a 2-page document that I'd like to have marked.
I can't believe she's fighting on some of this stuff. It's so
Thank you.
wild.
Did you show Mr. Brennan what it was?
Mr. Brennan, I failed to show you.
It's okay. Thank you.
It's the one from the 29th.
Some of the stuff she's fighting on is just.
Thank you.
Christina in the chat said, Emily, would the judge end up cutting off AJ if it goes on too
Can
long?
you tell me if you recognize what's depicted?
Only if he's repastorating the same ground. If he is continuing to get into new subject areas, which he is doing, if he is continuing to get into new subject areas across, no. She is one of the main witnesses for the Commonwealth. So the judge isn't going to just say, we can't go into day 2, you're done. There have been people who've been cross-examination for 4, 5, 6 plus days. It's only if you are now just rehashing exactly the same thing over and over. But he keeps moving into new topic areas. So no.
Depicted or what's contained on that 2-page document?
I totally do. Didn't drink
what
enough. Definitely
Don't read it at
shook
this point.
my,
Just tell me what is
whipped
that?
my hair
What are we
back and
looking
forth
at?
too much.
This is a, looks like a group chat with me and my sister, Nicole. Oh, no, just actually conversations with just myself and my sister, Nicole.
Since I have seen this question now about 15 times in the chat, not just from the two of you that have recently asked, Laura, thank you for asking. Jojo, thank you for asking. Let's clarify what a hostile witness is. It seems like we need to chat about it real quick. So for everyone that is new and a new law nerd, welcome. We do pause trial and talk. We get all the testimony in, but we also get the lawyerly explanations. A hostile witness is not a vibe. A hostile witness is not, she's just being difficult. A hostile witness is not, she's fighting her answers. The legal definition of hostile witness means that you have called the witness. So that would be Brennan in this case. You have called the witness and they will not answer your questions. And each jurisdiction has a process where you can prove to the court that you need to be allowed to ask leading questions of a witness who you called. So it's being able to treat it as an opposing witness. He's already asking leading questions. He's already doing cross-examination. So there is no purpose here. You can get to the point where you look at the court and say, will the court please direct this witness to answer my question? And I have seen courts, and you guys watching trials have probably seen courts where they will look at a witness and say, you must answer this question or I will hold you in contempt. They have asked you a question. They have asked you a yes, no question, and you are refusing to answer. You must answer that question. There have been times court will be paused and they will do a colloquy with the witness saying, if you do not answer these questions, you can be held in contempt and go to jail. We will walk you back into custody right the fuck now. Clink, clink. Let's go. It happens. But this is not, he's already doing leading answers and she's like Mike cutting it. She's kind of answering. She's not refusing to answer. She's refusing to answer in a direct and organized fashion, but she's not refusing to answer. The answers are all couched. And that makes it harder. If she was just like dead ass refusing to answer, then the court could step in. She's not. She's not saying, I'm not telling you shit. She's not saying, I don't remember. I don't remember. What's your name? I don't remember. So it actually makes it harder for the lawyer. Just the straight up, I don't remembers, you can deal with. The straight, nothing will refresh my recollection, you can deal with. The couching of the answers makes it harder for the defense attorneys because everything's qualified and it makes it really hard to do a cross-examination and answer it. We're going to end up in a situation where Jackson goes full Camille Vasquez and is like, my questions. I need you to answer my questions. But there is a power struggle here. And the jury now sees the power struggle because she said, there's nothing nefarious. And he said, I didn't say that. Why did you say that? She goes, well, you're making it look bad. Ma'am, there's nothing to question you about if you didn't leave information out. You can't perception manage it in front of the jury. And worrying about the perception of what you're saying means A, you're sitting there going, shit, this looks bad. He's making me look bad by asking me, did you call your sister? And B, it highlights to the jury that you think it looks bad. So she has worked herself into a corner. And I don't know how the jury will read that. Whether they will read it as he's just picking everything apart, or if they will read it as she's being evasive, or a combination of both. The difficult thing, I think, for this witness particularly, is there is so much going on outside of this case. She knows what the perception management is because she knows the things the defense and the internet has accused her of. And I think she is hyper cautious about that, and it hurts her testimony. I think she is hyper aware of what people have said about her. Her family has been harassed. She said that the last trial. she said that people have like come by her house, have screamed things at her, the rest of it. So she is hyper aware of perception. And I don't think it's just perception to the jury, but to the jury, it reads or can read as incredibly evasive. So she's in a tough spot, but I think she's making it worse by being incredibly evasive. So, the jury shouldn't know all of what's going on online about this case and everything that happened in the last trial, but she knows, and Jackson knows. And you can't manage that perception in cross-examination because it just makes you look evasive. This can be difficult for witnesses when they're told things like, you can't say the first trial. That's just an example. But if the witness gets caught in, I can't say this, I can't say this, I can't say this, it can look like they're hiding something. Even if they're not hiding something, they're just trying to be careful with their words because of a court order. Her testimony comes across as if she's hiding something. And people pick up on that. So here we are. So hopefully that clears up what a hostile witness is. It's not vibes. It's legally specific. I wonder what the process is called in Massachusetts. I'll have to look. In California, it's greening, but there's a process you go through so you can ask those leading questions on direct. We're on cross, or at least we're trying to be. So.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, sure.
Thank you all. All of you said we cleared it up. Reyes son, we are working on a law nerd dictionary. Law nerd dictionary. Hostile witness, dead ass, not vibes. It means you get to lead. Yes. The legal definition to all our new members. Thank you to everyone who gifted memberships. Thank you. Welcome new members. We will be doing a members live. I'm
Did
not
you
sure
happen to
when
catch
this
the
month, but we
date
will.
of these chats? I just
I-
took the document
I-
away from you. I apologize.
That's okay. I didn't know.
Yeah, the information about her sister feels different to me too.
Copy, so she has one in you.
I'll just leave that one. I've got an extra copy for myself. I'll leave that one.
Thank you.
Michelle asked, did the defense turn over impeachment discovery?
Do you know the date?
If
of
they're
that
using her phone
series of
record,
chats?
excuse me.
Yes, it says 12922.
If they're using her
Is that
phone
a chat
records, they
just
don't have
between
to.
yourself and yourself and Nicole?
If they're using her phone records, they don't have to because the prosecution has those too. It would just have to be things that the prosecution does not have. So they would have to. Let's continue on.
Or is that included?
Into the group chat.
I think it's just myself and Nicole.
There was another series of chats, we'll get to that in a second, that does include Nicole, Brian, Matt, and McCabe, correct?
Yes.
On this particular set of texts, do you see the first text starting in the green box? That is a text from you to, it says Coco, correct?
Yes, that's my sister Nicole.
Okay. And you recognize this text?
I do, yes.
And you recognize the texts following in the following bubbles?
Yes.
I would ask that this be marked moved into evidence.
Is there any objection?
I could review it briefly.
Sure.
The prosecution's asking to review it.
Why don't I see you at sidebar for a minute, Harper?
Why would they be asking to review it? Well, they have to make sure that there isn't context missing that they might want to fight over. I'm going to answer like 2 questions and then zoom because we have a lot of questions this morning. Ron, I don't agree that this is a good idea. Ron said drinking game. Every time Emily makes a Metallica reference, take a drink only if you're trying to like hydrate because I can't stop, won't stop. Emily, did you cry? Yes. Did you completely wreck your neck? No. I was fairly restrained. Was I jealous of some of the folks that weren't restrained? Yes. Is it the oldest mosh pit I've ever seen? Yes, we're all old. The guys in Metallica are in their 60s. So is the crowd. It was fantastic. It was a very like restrained pit. It was fun. It was fun to see people just kind of, I don't know if you can describe a pit as joyful, but kind of. It was not like elbows and steel-toed boots and punches. It was very much a vibe. Vanessa says, Master of Puppets is my girl's pump up song. We listened to it on the way to softball. It's such a good fucking song. Random topics. Thank you for the very sweet super chat. Thank you for being so amazing. My 3-year-old son says, my friend is here. Well, my friend is here too. Hey, buddy. Then waves at you every time. Good to see you. I also saw lots of like families that had brought their kids to Metallica. Almost every kid I saw had ear protection, like 10 out of 10. Look at it. It's the millennials with the good parenting. The Gen Xers kids were all teens. So it's like, try to figure it out. We also ran in to somebody at the concert who was from El Segundo in a fairly small town in Southern California where we lived for quite a long time. He was sitting like 2 seats down from us. It was hilarious. And he's in his El Segundo Brewing Company shirt. And we're like, no way. And how do we know the same people? Hilarious. So he was there with his teen as well. My teen had a great time. We had the most fun. So this is a long sidebar. All right. Now we're going to zoom. That was a long sidebar.
Thank you.
Maleficent
Thank you, Your Honor.
tirades
Before I-
and her memory doesn't seem to remain.
No, jurors, before you consider any
10-10.
electronic communications in your
10-10.
deliberations, and you heard Trooper Garino read a lot of text messages the other day. I didn't interrupt him. I probably should have. But
You should have.
before you consider any electronic communications,
You should have. She reads this jury instruction generally when digital evidence is coming in. Should have done it then. I appreciate that she said I should have done it then. This is very normal to read an instruction and say, this is how you may consider this evidence.
in your deliberations,
This isn't weird.
you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who either authored or created or transmitted the communication was in fact the person alleged. So here we have communications between, allegedly between Ms. McCabe and her sister. Before you can consider them, you must find that it's more likely than not that they were the people who sent and received those. If you do not find it's more likely true than not that the person alleged to have created or sent them, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding your case. Now, when you read or hear about these text messages, you may not consider the statements for their truth, but you may consider them solely for the limited purpose of understanding the state of mind of here Ms. McCabe when she sent those messages. All right. So now that
For all of
that's
you
what I
asking
needed
what
to
that
do is-
means, there's no contention in this case that the texts aren't what they are. That's going to come up in cases. It's going to keep coming up more. That's going to come up in cases where somebody's like, I didn't say that. I didn't text that. This is really encompassing altered texts that weren't sent from that person. But each person in these text chains is going to be brought in to testify. Were you in this group text? Did you text this person? Did you not? So.
Mr. Jackson, your turn.
Thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, I would ask the January 29th text be published.
Yes.
Jackson and I worked in the office at the same time. We never worked directly together. He was much more senior in the office than I was.
There we go.
Margaret,
So
the witness
We did
might
not.
need that exhibit.
we did not
Your
work
Honor, may I
directly together.
approach just to retrieve the exhibit?
Yes.
Eve asked, did I watch the HBO documentary? Thoughts?
Thank you.
I talked about it in another stream. We'll link it.
Yeah, I was just going to say, could you please enlarge that?
Any way to
Embiggen!
make that bigger? And we'll take one bubble at a time.
Ms.
Thank
McCabe, do you need lights on or are you okay?
And these are from a Celebrate extraction. They are redacted, which is helpful. And we're going to go through some texts. We're going to be doing this for a minute. These texts are bad. I wonder if they're as bad as I remember them. Let's see.
Oh, I'm okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Ms. McCabe,
yes, we've interacted. It's been a very long time
Does this
now.
appear to be a representative
A very long time.
copy of what you're looking at that's just been marked for evidence?
Yes, it does.
Starting at that top text, which is the green bubble here, can you see at the very top where it says from, there's a redaction?
Yes.
The last 4 digits of that phone number, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that your phone number?
Yes.
Do you see just beneath it, it says to, and there's a line that says Coco?
Yes.
Is that your sister?
Yes, it
That's
is.
Nicole.
Yes.
And if you look down on the bottom right corner of this exhibit, do you see a time and date stamp?
Yes, I do.
What is that time and date?
It's 1:29:22 at 7:54.
Is that 7:54 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Can you read for the jurors what you texted to your sister at 7:54?
Sure. Carrie talked to the cops and kept it simple.
Who's Carrie?
Carrie Roberts.
And
we all
this
know.
is a text that you sent about Miss Roberts's interview with the police.
Yes, it is.
If Mr. Woke, can we pull up the next text, please? Do you see the response in the blue bubble?
Yes, I do.
Who's responding to whom?
I'm responding to my sister, Nicole.
Can you please tell us the time? And we know it's the same date. What time is that?
That would be 7:56. Or 58, sorry. I'm not sure if that's an 8 or a 6.
Yeah, the times are what they are. It doesn't really matter all that much on the times. Blonde PT, thank you so much.
I may have misheard you. The blue bubble is from whom?
It's from my sister, Nicole,
To whom?
to me.
Okay, I may have misheard you. I thought you said the reverse. I want to make sure we're very clear. The blue
sorry.
bubble is from Nicole. The green bubbles are from you.
Yes, correct.
Got it. And
That's
this
the
text says,
confusion.
I'm sorry, read that for me one more time.
Sure. Okay. Try and get some sleep. Talk tomorrow.
Next text, please.
Yeah, she said the opposite. He.
What's the time
fixed
of
it.
this text?
Oh, I forgot that.
7:57.
Anna,
This
I
is
forgot
from you
that.
to Coco to Nicole.
Jody Arias
Yes.
was on the stand for 18
What does that
days. I've
text say?
forgotten how long it was.
Any update?
What did you mean by any update?
I meant had she heard anything or learned anything new?
Okay, now that they've embiggened, I can be back
Next
down
text,
here
please.
in my little hidey hole.
Do you see a response from your sister to you?
Yes.
What does that say?
We'll get more info tomorrow. Don't want to text about it.
Next text, please.
Their tech guy is just on it.
Is this a text from you to your sister Nicole?
Yes, it is.
right?
What does that say?
Right.
Next text, please. What is the date and time of this text?
It is 1:29 and 2022 at 8:01 p.m.
And this is in response to the text that you just read from
That says
you
8:59.
to your sister. And this
Yeah.
is now a text from your sister back to you, correct?
Correct.
Oh, down at the bottom
What does
is the
this text
converted
say?
time. My bad.
Okay, text me in AM or if you hear anything later.
Thank you.
Oh,
We
that's
can bring more
delivered
text
versus
in just a
read.
moment.
Okay. I was reading it wrong.
One of the texts, the third from the bottom text on the second page, in other words, the top text on the page, was from your sister to you. We'll get more info, TOMM, correct?
Yes.
Don't want to text about it, correct?
Yes.
Huh.
TOMM means tomorrow.
Yes.
This was January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Tomorrow would have been January 30th,
Yes.
2022. Is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm holding another document. This is a multi-page document. Eight pages.
I remember
in
these
total length.
being in the first
There's a
trial.
big
The
page
first
on the
trial.
bottom, 021.
I don't know if she was the witness who read them or if they came in with other
May I approach the
witnesses.
witness?
Yes.
But these came in last time.
Thank you.
Can you please take a look at that document, flip through it, and let me know when you're finished?
You know who
This
didn't
is the
think
document we
shouldn't
discussed at
text?
sidebar.
It is, Your Honor.
You know who didn't think we should not text this? Trooper Proctor. Put all that shit in the text. I know the younger generations that don't want to talk on the phone are going to learn, watch trial, and learn how screwed you can be by your texts. They will get taken out of context in court. Things that might have other meaning, like I have other uses for your throat, will be made to look differently in court. I mean, we'll laugh about it, but bring back the phone call. There's a reason they don't want to text, is his insinuation. I'm going to answer some questions while she is reading all of these texts, it seems. Tracy said, I had to show my husband's your video from Instagram. Videos from Instagram. We missed Metallica here in March. My daughter is watching you now. We just love you. Good to see you guys. It was my first. Metallica has been a bucket list band of mine forever. It has never worked out. It was one of those things where I'm like, I am never going to get to see one of the bands that like is the playlist of my life. And so I was so geeked yesterday. I'm still geeked. Thank you, everybody, for the gifted memberships. Welcome to our new members who have learned that you don't have slow mode when you're a member. To everyone who hates slow mode, the reason the chat moves so fast is because we have so many members and they're not slow moded. So it just is. Portia asked, what is the truth of the matter with regard to texts? When the court read that in, it means we're not texting to say the statement in the text is literally true. If the text was going to get Taco Bell BRB, they're not introducing the text to say that person actually left and went to go get Taco Bell. They're introducing it for some other reason, unless they're bringing it in with the person making the text, and then they can ask them, did you go get Taco Bell? So the texts aren't to prove what's said in the text is true. It's being offered to explain the conversations.
You don't have a separate copy for?
They can ask about truth as to
I
heart.
do. I'm going to hand her this one and ask that this be marked. Just a couple of foundational questions. Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what was depicted in these documents?
Yes.
Does this appear to be a group chat between and among yourself, Nicole Albert, Chris Albert?
Last time I was in a mosh pit, I earned myself a few
I
cracked
don't
ribs and the first
believe
of two
Chris
knee
Albert's
surgeries.
on that.
I'm sorry, my mistake. Brian Albert.
Yeah, Brian,
Okay.
sorry.
So the four of you?
Yes.
Okay. And does this appear to be a group chat that was engaged between and among y'all on February 1st, starting, I'm going to try to bookend it, starting
Okay.
at about noon, ending at
Thanks,
about
Leonard,
5
sir.
or 5:30 that evening?
I didn't look, but I'll take your word for it.
You could just look at the first one or two.
Oh, yeah.
If you want
February
the top one,
1st,
the
yeah.
top one has nothing to do with this.
Okay.
Now everybody's collegiate.
Yeah.
And then the last
Mikkel
one-
Morgan in the chat said, do you think this judge is fair to both
Yes.
sides? She's frustrating me, but I recognize my own bias, so I'm interested in your opinion.
Right.
I
Say,
think-
For identification or in evidence?
In evidence.
Same objection, Mr. Brennan?
Please.
Yes, that can come into
I think that the judge is more frustrated with the defense, and we see that in the way that she engages in her comments. Her rulings largely have been fair and
Jurors,
legally
the same instruction
supported.
regarding the electronic
Her
communications
tone
and the same
is
instruction
not equal
regarding
to both
This
sides.
is not to be used for the truth of what's in there, but simply as opposed to the state.
And I think she's very mindful of she has made some very
With the court's permission to
big
publish, please.
rulings
Yes.
in favor of the defense. She also gave them
Start at the
some strong
second
words.
text down.
They rather have the rulings, but her demeanor is different between the two. Her
Can you
rulings,
make that a
though,
little bigger? I
have been
apologize.
pretty fair. There are some rulings I was surprised by.
Thank you. Do you recognize what's
I think the most notable ruling against the defense that truly surprised me and I didn't agree with was the ruling about them not bringing somebody in for police procedure. That ruling I disagree with strongly, but it's one of the only ones that I've looked at and been like, why would you do that? The rest of the rulings, I'm like, I see where you're coming from. That one is pretty strong. I also don't agree in the way she handled all the things the Commonwealth didn't turn over. I think there should have been some more smoke for that. But some of the other rulings, she expanded that ARCA ruling beyond even what the defense asked for. And I was surprised by that as well. So they've gotten some pretty big rulings. So we'll see. Oh, the dog expert. I was surprised about that one too. I was surprised about the dog expert, and I was surprised for the Commonwealth, and I was surprised that they weren't able to bring in a police procedure expert. It's commonly done in my jurisdiction though, so I don't know if it's commonly done in Massachusetts. She says it's not. I don't know if that's accurate, but it was so commonly done in California, it surprised me. But that's coming from my own experience, not from practicing in Massachusetts.
depicted both on the screen and in your hand?
Yes.
Does it appear to be the same thing?
Julie
Yes.
said Channel 4 is
Taking a look
in
at that
DE.
first text, who is that from and who is it to?
Okay. All right. It's from Brian Albert, and it's to myself, my sister Nicole, and Matt. McCabe, my husband.
And if you can orient us, please, and I won't do this with every single text, but orient us for the first text. What date and time is this text?
This is February
I'm trying to move the closed captions so they don't block the texts and you can still see them. All right.
1st
Hopefully
at
that helps for now.
12:50.
So this is about 3 days after the event in question.
Yes.
12:50 noon.
Noon, yes.
Just before 1 p.m.
Yes.
What does that text say?
Julie said Channel 4 is in D&E.
And that's from whom?
Brian.
So Brian Albert explain what that text means.
So this is not being offered for the truth, even though they're getting into what it means. It's not offered, in this case, this is a great example. Emily, just keep reading. It's not being offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. The truth of the matter asserted would be that Channel 4 is in, she said D&E or DE. We'll get into what that means, but it's not being offered to prove that Channel 4 was there. It's being offered to show the conversation that they were having and how much information they were sharing with each other and how much they were monitoring what was going on around this case. That's what it's being, does that make sense? That's what it's being proven or offered to prove.
Brian Albert is
So
telling
these
us
came in
that
last time with different witnesses. I don't think they came in
that
with
Julie
her.
told him Channel 4 is in D&E.
Who's Julie?
I'm sorry, Julie Albert.
Thank you.
It's
Let's go to
also-
the next text.
It's also not being offered to prove that Julie actually said that. There's like multiple layers of hearsay. But is Channel 4 actually in DE? And did Julie actually say that? Like the 2 layers. And that's Chris Albert's like sub/pizza shop. They'll get there.
Is this in response to the text that you just read?
Yes.
The prior text mentioned Channel 4 and D&E. What is D&E?
D&E is a sub shop that is owned by Chris Albert.
Is that in Canton?
Oh, sorry. Yes, it's in Canton.
On
This
the
is
main
the-
street of Canton?
This is the
Yes.
text.
Directly next door to what?
Waterfall.
Across the street from
Oh,
Waterfall.
sorry. CF McCarthy's. Yeah.
Thank you. Across the street from Waterfall, directly adjoining, they have an adjoining wall to CF McCarthy's, correct?
Yes.
And D, is it D and E or D in E?
D and E.
D and E. Okay,
Yeah.
that's just the name of the pizza sub shop.
Yeah.
All right.
I think Brian Albert is Uncle Banana or BNANA because Brian Albert or Banana, whatever. These came in with Matt McCabe last time. I wonder if they will bring them in with Matt McCabe again, but when they read this text in with Matt McCabe, my jaw dropped. Does it say Brian? Can I just not read? Maybe I can't read the R and the I. It looks like an N to me. It looks like BNANA. Thanks, chat. Brian A. I couldn't differentiate the R and the I. Tell them the guy never went in the house on February 1st. Can I call him Uncle Banana? Maybe we just can.
Thank you for that context. Ms. McCabe, can you read what this text says, who it's from and who it's to?
I feel like it's Uncle Banana. Thank
This
you all.
is from Matt McCabe to myself, my sister Nicole, and Brian.
Can you read it for us, please?
Sure.
I know. These,
Eating, I assume. Ask Chris to ask some questions. Tell them the guy never went into the house.
tell them the guy.
What does tell them the guy never went into the house mean to you? How did you take that?
I took that as John never came in the house.
Who's the guy?
John.
John O'Keefe.
Yes.
And the beginning of that sentence is tell them that the guy never came in the house, correct?
Yes.
And the sentence before that is ask Chris to ask some questions, correct?
Yes.
So this is Matt McCabe
Your
directing
husband.
that Chris ask questions
Your husband.
of Channel 4, correct?
I wouldn't say directing.
Whatever word you want to use. He was
No, I'm saying that Matt.
suggesting.
Asking.
I think we're all looking to find out what happened. So Matt was like, ask some questions. What do they know?
And also indicating that Chris should tell them the guy never came in the house, correct?
John never came in the house, correct?
Okay. Next text, please.
Oh, she's trying to not say the guy. Apparently, telling and directing are not synonymous.
Can you orient us? Who is this text from and who is it to?
Uncle Banana.
Okay. This text is from Brian to myself, to Nicole, and to Matt.
Brian who?
Sorry, Brian Albert.
And this is in response to the text above that you just read, correct?
Yes.
Where Matt McCabe said, tell Chris to find out, get an update or something, and
Tell them the
him
guy.
that the guy never came in the house. This is in
Yes.
response to that text.
Yes.
And what does Brian Albert respond?
Exactly.
One word, correct?
Yes.
Period.
Next text, please. This is a green box, so I presume this is you.
Yes, it is.
And this is to whom?
To Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
To Coco
And what
and
does
Uncle Banana.
your text read?
It means, oh my God.
It's ONG, but it
Yeah.
meant to be OMG, correct?
Yes, yeah, I do a lot of errors.
Which stands for oh my God.
Yes.
Next text, please.
Emily, let it go. Let it go. Let it go. Let it go. I think the
Who's this from and who's it
lot of
to?
type.
So this is from my sister Nicole to myself, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does that text read?
It says, I assume it's just to eat, but Brian, if she is there, ask her what the deal is.
Eat.
Next text, please.
In quotes. I assume it's just to eat in quotes.
Before I ask you about this text, the last text, that was from whom? One more time.
I don't
My
remember
sister
this.
Nicole.
It was from your sister Nicole,
Yes.
and she mentions a she, a pronoun she.
Yes.
Is that referring to Julie Albert?
What?
To be honest, I don't know who she's referring to.
Well, remember the first text started, or did the first text start with someone reporting that Julie said that Channel 4 was in D&E?
Yes, it did.
So would that prior text mean get Julie Albert to get some updates on what's going on?
I'm
Let's go back to that last text.
I think she might be referring to the reporter. That I read she as referring to a
See where it reads-
female reporter from Channel 4. That's how I
If she's
interpreted
there?
it, seeing it.
Does that mean if Julie is at D&E, hence she just reported that Channel 4 is there?
Oh. Well, I see where he's going with that.
I'm truly not sure if who she's referring to as the she.
Okay, fair enough. Let's go to the next text, please.
Yeah, we're going to the next text. Don't worry. Different she in the next text.
Mr. Wilk, I think you missed one. The one above it.
They're talking to the defense tech expert.
Who's this text from and who's it to?
This text is from myself, and it is to my sister Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does this read?
This says to ask if we heard if she is in a mental hospital.
Next text, please.
They would have known, I think, and this is my supposition, Karen was not held on that Section 12 very long because she was released from the hospital, went back to One Meadows when John O'Keefe's family was there, including his mother, got her car with her dad, and just said GFO. So she was not held more than maybe a few hours at the most. So this is now a couple days later. There would be little one could do to convince me that they didn't all immediately know that, because they all went over to One Meadows, some on the 30th and some on the 1st. So some on the 29th and some on the 30th. So by February 1st, they 100% knew that Karen Reed had come and gotten her car and gone back, and that her car had been impounded and stuff. I think they all would have known that.
Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from me to my sister Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
What's the time on this text?
2:55.
And what does it read?
Carrie is here going over timeline.
Who's the Carrie referring to?
Carrie Roberts.
What is here?
I would assume here would mean my house.
Again,
Next text, please.
because they went over the timeline on the 29th.
Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Brian to me to Nicole to
Camera,
Matt.
go back.
And what does this text read?
I did hear that.
Next text, please.
That's probably referring to the hospital.
Who is this text from and who is it to?
This text is from me to my sister Nicole to Brian to Matt.
What does it read?
And we handed the phone to Carrie
Who's Carrie?
Roberts.
What phone are you referring to?
Mine.
Who was on the other end of that phone?
On February 1st, I believe it could have been Michael Proctor.
Next text, please. Who is this from
These
and
would
who's
have
it
come
to?
from the phone extractions,
This is from me to Nicole to Brian to Matt.
which they had early
What
on.
does it
These
read?
came in last trial.
She is telling him everything.
Everything is in all caps with an exclamation point, correct?
Yes, it is.
What's the timestamp on this, Miss McCabe?
2:55.
I remember that text.
Who's the him that you're referring to in this text?
I believe it was Michael Proctor.
Next text, please.
I'm surprised they didn't. Well, we'll see. We'll get there. I'm trying not to spoil.
Who
But
is
I
this
really-
from and who is it to?
This is from me to Nicole to Brian
Because
to
the
Matt.
camera didn't pan back to the screen. They
What's
stayed on
the
this witness.
timestamp on this text?
2:55.
And I can't
Same minute
go in
that you
court and
sent the last
physically
text?
just-
Yes.
She's telling him everything?
Yes.
And then you follow up with what?
All the stuff.
Next text, please.
Why wouldn't Carrie tell the police everything?
Who's
though?
this responsive text from?
This is from
You're trying to figure out what happened to John O'Keefe. Don't you want Carrie to tell them everything? Because you want to know what happened to John O'Keefe? No?
Matt to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
And what's the timestamp on this?
4:35.
What does this read?
Yep. If she pleads out, it will end. If she fights it, it will be an episode.
Who's she?
I'm assuming that would be misread.
Next text, please.
Wow, I don't remember that one.
Who's this from and who's
Definitely
this to?
the next episode
This
up
is
in
from
here.
Nicole to me, to Matt, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
I don't remember that at all.
She liked the text above.
The previous
Yeah.
text?
Yes.
Meaning like a thumbs up or a like?
Yeah, it just says liked. So
The one that reads, yeah, if she pleads, it will end. If she fights, it will be an episode.
yes.
Welcome
Next text,
to
please.
the episode, season 2, day 8. It's
Who's
more
this
than
from
one
and who's it
episode.
to?
This is from Matt. Oh, sorry. To me, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
Brian sitting separate.
Is that a period or a comma? I honestly can't see. Is that a period or a comma between Brian and sitting? Or can you tell?
I can't
I
tell
don't know.
if it is or it's just like the way it printed out. I'm not sure.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
Brian to me, Nicole, and Matt.
What's the timestamp on this?
That is 4:55.
And what does that text read?
Okay.
And the next text.
I also wish we could see them.
This is another green bubble. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is me, Matt, me, Nicole, Matt, and Brian.
And what did you say? What did you write in this text?
I will say, if these aren't redacted, it might be why they're not showing them on screen, so we don't know.
I wrote you
know.
listening.
And what's the timestamp on this?
That is 5:15.
I'm sorry, it would be what time?
Oh, I'm sorry, 5:15.
And in fact, at 5:15, Ms. Roberts was in your house being personally interviewed by Massachusetts State Police, correct?
They were there. I'm not sure if this is the exact time, but yes, they did come over.
Just to be clear and to orient us, there was a
It's
phone
dark in the courtroom
conversation
because
you were privy to
Texts are on the screen.
Carrie Roberts and Michael Proctor.
We just can't see the text on the screen.
Right.
She was
Earlier in the day.
yeah, earlier in the day he had called me, and then Kerry had asked to speak with him.
And that's the handed her the phone.
Yes.
And later, a couple of hours later, 5-ish or so, she was still at your house. Michael Proctor came over and interviewed her at your home.
No,
I'm sorry, not Michael.
sorry.
Massachusetts State Police.
Came over and spoke to myself, her, and Matt.
And you wrote, you listening to the group, correct?
Yes.
Who was that specifically directed to?
I honestly don't know.
Was there anybody else in the house during her interview other than you and the troopers?
My husband, Matt, my daughter, her friend,
Brian?
my other daughter.
So of the people on this text
Brian?
chain, the only person that would have been in the house that could have conceivably, quote unquote, listened would be Matt. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
It's from me to Matt, Nicole, and Brian.
And what does it read?
Cops here again.
You were reporting to the others on this text stream that the police had arrived at your house. They were in your house with you and Carrie that you just described, correct?
Yes, I was just telling them that they were here again.
Next text, please.
These should be February 1st still, unless they switched time.
Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from my sister, Nicole, to myself, Brian, and Matt. And Nicole says, call us after.
And what time was this?
This was 5:23.
Did you take this to mean that she wanted you to call the group after Carrie Roberts' interview and update them about that interview?
I took it as that she just wanted, to call and see what the cops said and if there was any update, any information.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt, and it's to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
What time is this?
This is at 5:31.
And at 5:31, what does Mr. McCabe write to the group?
This girl could write a book nonstop.
Was that in reference to Carrie Roberts having her interview with the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, it was.
And this girl is Carrie, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, Brian, and Matt.
What time is this text?
5:32.
And what do you write to the group?
I love it.
And this is in direct response to Matt McCabe's, your husband's text about Carrie Roberts could write a book, correct?
Yes.
Suggesting that both you and Mr. McCabe were listening to her interview, correct?
We could hear different parts of it, correct?
Next text, please. And who is this from and who is it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What did you write?
I wrote, she is telling them everything.
Oh, so we're
Similar
circling
to
back
the
around to that text.
Text that we earlier saw that was in all caps when you indicated she's telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
On the phone. That was in reference to what she was saying on the phone.
Yes.
This is in reference to the live interview, correct?
Yes.
Also indicating
two
that you
different texts,
were listening to
same
and were
thing.
privy to the content of her conversation with the police.
I could hear bits and pieces of it, yes.
Enough to say that she's telling them everything.
When I
she said it
used
twice.
the word everything, I meant it in the, not only was she telling them what had happened, but she was also telling them opinions and different things.
Okay, so you
The
could hear
tea.
it that much.
I could hear her saying some opinions.
She was spilling the tea.
Next text, please.
All of it. You could hear her stating some opinions.
Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from my sister Nicole
Like
to
she wasn't
myself,
worried
to
about
Matt,
hiding
to
anything.
Brian.
And this
Maybe.
is in response to she is telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
And the text reads what?
Good.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt to myself, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does it read?
He says, going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
You mean Matt says?
Oh, sorry. Matt says going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
Indicating that he was still in the house and still privy to the conversation between Carrie Roberts
So
and
leave
the
and go to the
Massachusetts State
basketball
Police.
game, Matt.
He was waiting for them to talk, but Carrie kept was, as he said, she could write a book. So he felt he was going to miss the game because she just kept talking.
Next text, please.
It's like she was telling the police
That may be
what
the
was
end of
going
it.
on.
Yeah, it is.
Is that the last text on the page? that you
Yes,
got?
it is.
May I approach Your Honor?
Yes.
Do you want both of them? Okay. There you go.
Well.
Ms. McCabe,
Yes.
these text messages were on a private chat, both the one between you and your sister, as well as the group chat, correct? Those are private chats, not open to the public.
Correct.
You never intended, obviously, for any of those texts to become public, correct?
I handed my phone over, so I knew all my texts would be seen.
When you were writing
Ashley in the
text,
chat said ADB, you seem mad about something. Yes, their judgment of Carrie for being the talker pisses me off. Emily, that seems deep-seated. Sure. Anybody else? Where are my talkers at? Some of these texts are so mind-blowing to me, but also them being like, Carrie's the talker. Like, I feel personally attacked. With all of that. But also, don't you want Carrie to talk? You're trying to figure out what happened to John O'Keefe. If you have nothing to hide, nothing to lose, tell the police everything. Carrie got a phone call and then tried to wrangle Karen, who seemed to still be inebriated and completely beside herself with fear and stress. And then tried to wrangle her ass, who she didn't know yet, now her bestie, and was out at 5 o'clock in the morning thereafter trying to figure out what the fuck was going on and wasn't with any of them that night. So I'm not surprised that Carrie is the most forthcoming. I don't know what they all did that night. I got a phone call. I got up. I left my house, and this is what happened. So the rest of them texting about Carrie is really interesting to me. Oh my God, she's telling them everything. Right. Got a phone call, got up, went driving around, all fucking hell broke loose from Carrie's end. Shit doesn't start getting muddy with Carrie until we get to the grand jury and Carrie's testimony is wrong about whether she heard Karen Reed tell Jen to make a Google search or whether Jen told her Karen asked her to make the Google search. That's the only part of Carrie's testimony that gets muddy. The rest of her testimony was linear and consistent. And she was pretty forthcoming about, we sat down and made a timeline and this is what I remember. And some of that was influenced by what she remembers. She was really forthcoming about that. Yeah, that's what happens when you talk to people about an event. I was trying to figure out what was going on. I think Carrie was. And the only part of her testimony that gets completely flipped is about what Jen told her. Weird.
when the group was chatting back and forth or texting back and forth, those were intended to be private texts between and among just the people on the text string, correct?
I just was texting my family. I wasn't thinking any more of who was going to see it.
You certainly did not expect when you were writing those texts that the defense, Ms. Karen Reed's representatives, would ever get a hold of those texts. That was not in your mind, correct?
Would never have been in my mind, no.
That is a textbook example, what we've just seen, of witnesses colluding with one another about a subject matter that's under investigation, correct?
I'm going to back that question up because he's just going for it. Is that a proper question? Nope. Nope, not a proper question at all. That's going to get objected to. That objection is going to be sustained. That is not a proper question. But is it funny? Yep. Is it proper? 100% not. Are those the kind of questions that piss off the judge? Yep. But is the internet going to be like, whoop, there it is? Yes. Is the jury going to be like, at some point you have to let the evidence speak for itself and the texts speak for themselves. But it's argument.
Writing the text when the group was chatting back and forth or texting back and forth.
AJ doesn't give a shit about
Those were
coming in
intended
like
to
a
be
wrecking
private
ball.
text between and among just the people on the text
But I had to back
string,
it up.
correct?
Because
I just was texting my family. I wasn't
Damn
thinking
that
anymore
question.
of who was going to see it.
You certainly did not expect when you were writing those texts that the defense, Ms. Karen Reed's representatives would ever get a hold of those texts. That was not in your mind, correct?
Would never have been in my mind, no.
That is a textbook example, what we've just seen, of witnesses colluding with one another about a subject matter that's under investigation, correct?
I move for an instruction.
All right, jurors, disregard that comment, completely disregard that question.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
you cannot ask that question. The judge is not wrong on that question. The jury should be instructed. If the prosecution had asked a question like that, Jackson would have moved for a mistrial and might have gotten it. It is not a proper question. He might ask for a mistrial. The prosecution might ask for a mistrial. I didn't hear what he said. I'm going to back up and see what the prosecution asks. That is a really inappropriate question. I'm gonna back up. I want to hear what the prosecutor says too.
Regard that. All right, jurors.
It's proper for the judge at this point. There's times where the judge has said things, and I'm like, "Ooh, you're jumping in a little fast." This isn't the judge jumping in too fast. Jackson knows that that's an improper question and that he can't ask it. He doesn't care. But it's stuff like that that loses me. But if the prosecution had done it, again, that could be grounds for mistrial. I don't know if the court will find that for the defense. I don't know if the prosecution will ask for it. Just a really, really inappropriate question. I want to hear what the prosecutor says, though. I don't know if he asked for an instruction or not. Colluding has legal meaning. If he said you were organizing what to say, that would be fine. Colluding has a legal meaning.
Disregard that comment, completely disregard that question.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Let me back up a little bit more. He said this is a textbook example of witnesses colluding. That was his question in sub and substance.
Thinking anymore of who was going to see it.
You certainly did not expect when you were writing those texts.
It can't be collusion unless it is proven that there is more under it. The word colluding probably does mean something to the jury. Balala said the word colluding means nothing to the jury. I don't think that's true.
Ms. Karen Reed's representatives would ever get a hold of those texts. That was not in your mind, correct?
Would never have been in my mind, no.
That is a textbook example, what we've just seen, of witnesses colluding with one another about a subject matter that's under investigation, correct?
I move for an instruction.
All right, jurors.
The prosecution said I move for an instruction. And that's why the court is immediately pulling her microphone in and saying, jurors, disregard that.
Disregard that comment, completely disregard that question.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
The judge is not going to be happy. It is incredibly improper. If it feels to the jury like the defense is being underhanded or beating up on witnesses too much, it can come across as too strong to the jury and start losing credibility for the defense, for the jurors. It is hard to perceive that when you know so much about this case. It is difficult to perceive it. And take a step back and think, how would the jury read this in a vacuum? It's difficult. But I think that question is too far on the line. I think it's inappropriate. I do not like, there are boundaries I do not like to see pushed. I call it out when Brennan does it. I called it out when Alessi did it with saying the first trial with his full chest. I do not like this question. And if the court is snapping at him for days to come, it's fine. Can he argue it later in different ways? Yes. But he can't ask that question, and he knows he can't. There are rules. Oh, this is probably going to be a long sidebar. Oh, shorter than I expected. And the court is going to say, knock it off. He could have said, y'all are coordinating. Aren't you trying to decide what you're going to tell police? There are other ways to do it.
May I, Your Honor? Yes. Thank you. In the text that we just saw.
I think it's fair. Some of you are saying, I disagree. She's not likable. I think she came across much more likable on direct this time. And if the jury has not turned with the FBI stuff, they might think that he's overdoing it. It's hard to know because I'm not in that vacuum. I know a lot about this case at this point. But no, the prosecution asked for an instruction.
You were colluding with other witnesses.
And the court's allowing it. I am very surprised. I am very surprised. Huh.
May I, Your Honor?
I'm very
Thank
surprised.
you.
It's
In the
not
text
an
that we
appropriate
just
question.
saw,
I'm very surprised
you
he's
were
allowed to go
colluding
there.
with other witnesses, percipient witnesses in this case through those text messages, were you not?
I was not.
You were organizing your statements
Wow.
to the police based on what you overheard and what you heard.
I'm surprised.
during
I'm
Terry
surprised he won that
Roberts'
objection.
Massachusetts State Police, weren't you?
No, I was not.
You were reporting back to other percipient witnesses what you heard and saw during other witnesses' statements to the police.
That's interesting.
To wit, Carrie Roberts, correct?
I was telling them Carrie was speaking with the police.
And you told them she's telling them, quote, everything, correct?
Yes, I told them some of the opinions that she stated.
And when Mr.
Okay, Your Honor.
McCabe said she could write a book, she's going on, in other words, she's going on and on, your statement was, I love it, correct?
Yes,
And you reported that back to other witnesses who were not privy to Ms. Roberts's statements to the police, correct?
to my sister.
I wonder, I really am curious what the prosecution argued at that sidebar. And it might have been, you know what? We just have to allow her to explain. I'm really surprised the judge allowed that. I'm really surprised the judge allowed that question in. Really, really, really surprised. Okay.
And
That-
to my brother-in-law,
wow.
yes.
And then your sister asked for updates when Carrie Roberts was done, correct?
I don't know if it was in regard to updates when she was done or updates like, did they tell us anything? Is there anything new?
I wanna
We
see
were
the-
still all trying to figure out what had happened.
I
The
want to see
four
the
of you were
sidebars too.
discussing the facts surrounding this case, not only with each other, but discussing interviews, formal police interviews that you heard or overheard with another witness, weren't you?
I told them some of the things that Carrie Roberts said, yes.
And you were happy about what she said after you had created this timeline with her, correct?
The timeline had nothing to do with
That's a
it.
good question.
But it was certainly chronologically. Her interview with the police was after this timeline had already
That's a
been
good
created
question.
between you and Carrie Roberts.
Yes, we both put down what had happened so we would remember.
And then once she was interviewed, you were responding to the rest of the group. She's telling them everything, meaning everything we just crafted in this timeline. Right?
No, I meant she was telling them everything. She was telling her personal opinions about misread.
I don't know. I don't read that the way Jackson does. That she's telling him
I want to change
everything.
gears for a second, Miss.
I think that she's telling them everything involves the tea. I just don't know if they're going to ask at this trial.
McCabe, and ask you about that visit that you took to Michael Lank's house.
Oh no, we're moving on.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I just don't want to keep these at the podium.
Yeah, I think 100% they were.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Well, we know that it's not in evidence in this trial yet what the everything is that Carrie was saying. I don't know if it will be. But I read that, oh my God, she's telling them everything as literally she's
Have you
just
and Ms.
spilling
Roberts
all the town
discussed
secrets.
that visit to Michael Lank's house before your testimony, before you testified to it for the first time in May of 2024, about a year ago? Did y'all discuss that at all?
I don't recall.
You testified.
I'm with you, chat. Remind me, if it doesn't come up in redirect, if the what everything is from my perspective based on last trial doesn't come up, I'll tell you what I think. And I think the reason she said, I love it, is because Carrie had some very unflattering things to say about Karen. And I think I agree with you in the chat that said, I think the I love it is about her talking shit about Karen. I think it is too. I think the I love it goes to she's telling them everything and she's literally talking shit about Karen. I agree with you. We'll see how it comes up. But yeah, she was 100% telling the police, oh, and this. We'll get
Testified
there.
under oath.
That's why I
in
think
that
the I love it is like, yeah,
proceeding.
tell them.
That you went, and I want to be very clear about this, that you went from One Meadows, the O'Keefe residence, John O'Keefe's residence, directly to Michael Lank's residence, which is in another neighborhood in the same town, correct?
Yes, we went. Correct.
And you indicated that you were there to drop off one of Carrie's daughters. Is that right?
Yes.
That's how you testified in May of 2024, about a year ago.
Yes.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
You spoke to Lieutenant Tully about this very same visit on May 10th, 2024, before your actual testimony in that other proceeding a year ago, correct?
Yes.
All right, and what y'all talked about was your visit and your travels over to Sergeant Lank's, by the way, Sergeant Michael Lank of Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
The same Michael Lank that we've talked about.
Yes.
You talked to Lieutenant Tully about that trip over to Michael Lank's house, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that in that interview with Lieutenant Tully that you went over to the Lank residence with Carrie Roberts to pick up her daughter at the residence, correct? Not to drop her off, but to pick her up.
She was with us at Meadows, so we dropped her off.
Right. I know that's what your testimony was a couple days ago.
Mm-hmm.
I'm asking, when you talked to Lieutenant Tully on May 10th, 2024, before your testimony last year, did you tell Lieutenant Tully we were actually there to pick up her daughter? That's why we went to Michael Lank's house. That's why you went
Interesting.
to Michael Lank's house.
I went to Michael Lank's to drop her daughter off.
What did you tell Lieutenant Tully?
That I went to drop her off.
So you didn't say pick her up to him.
I don't believe so, no.
So if he said that, that would be another example of an incorrect report.
Sustained.
Do you remember exactly what it was that you told him during that interview?
I know that Lexi was with us at Meadows Ave, and we dropped her off at Mike Lank's. So if he mixed up pick up and drop off,
That sounded like a chair.
that could have happened. But we had Lexi with us, and we dropped her off there.
Okay, so you believe that may have been his mix-up, not yours.
Sustained.
She doesn't know if it's a mix-up. She doesn't know what the report says.
Do you remember exactly what it was that you told?
She doesn't know what the report says.
Lieutenant Tully
She just
during
told you
interview?
that.
I know I said that we dropped her off.
Okay.
Lexi in the
It
chat.
was 11
I feel
days
you.
later that you actually testified, correct?
11 days later from...
After the interview, about 10, 11 days after the interview with
This is
Lieutenant
interesting.
Tully, that you actually testified in court about in a proceeding about
I
this
think
issue.
I think the sustained objections were facts, not in evidence, but also hearsay, because she doesn't know what's in Tully's report. She hasn't seen the report, and she can't. Also, that's another incorrect report could be argumentative as well. So the point's been made, but we'll see what happens. We know that the only reason she spoke to Tully, and the jury doesn't know this, is because it came up on her like Life 360 data. So
Ben, I don't know the exact dates of when I testified.
If you testified, say, May 21st versus May 10th, it's about 11 days.
Yeah.
All right. When you testified
I'm just
in that
turning
other
it down because of the
proceeding,
sirens.
you
I'm
did
sorry.
testify
Killing me.
that you had dropped off Carrie Roberts' daughter, not picked her daughter up. Is that right?
I know I dropped her off, yes.
Did you also talk to Carrie Roberts about her testimony and what she was going to say about dropping off or picking up her daughter?
No.
Okay. You never talked to her about it before you testified or before she testified last year?
We both know what happened, so
I'm just asking if you had a discussion. That's all I'm asking.
I have no idea if we discussed that.
So you might have.
I have no idea.
And in the last year, let's clock it around all the way to now, you've probably discussed it additionally with her, correct?
Probably not that detail, no.
Now, you also indicated, by the way,
So when they found your Life 360 data, you didn't immediately call Carrie and go, Carrie, were we at Mike Lang's house? Because you never mentioned it before that. I'm just curious.
you were, the reason that this subject matter came up with Lieutenant Tully is you were confronted with certain location data records indicating
keep
that
reading.
you were at Michael Lang's house for a period of time, correct?
Sustained, ask it differently.
I turned it down because of the sirens. He's asking, you didn't even bring it up until you were confronted with reports that you were there.
Were you provided any records and asked about records that showed that you were at Michael Lang's house on January 30th, 2022?
I was asked if I had gone to Michael Lang's house, and I had, to be honest, I had completely forgotten because those days were just a complete blur. But then I remembered that after we left Meadows Ave, we did drop her daughter off at Michael Lang's.
All right.
Then
Do
I
you
remembered after you were shown records.
recall ever seeing a document, seeing something that indicated that you were actually a piece of paper, a document, a record, anything indicating that you were seen at Michael Lang's house
don't know
through
why is she
GPS location
fighting
data
this?
forms?
Did I ever see a record of that?
Correct. Did Lieutenant show?
No, he didn't show me a record.
He just asked you about
He
it.
just asked me.
Did he tell you during that
interesting.
course of that interview that he had been provided with GPS data records indicating that you went to Michael Lang's house?
I don't remember the specifics of what he asked, but I know that he did ask me if I had been there.
Did he tell you that he had received those GPS data records from the defense?
Sustained.
Did he tell you anything about receiving any documents from the defense that prompted the question where you were on January 3rd?
I don't recall.
Before that
boy.
interview on May 10th with Lieutenant Tully, this is preceding your testimony last year.
Okay.
Had you ever reported that you went to Michael Lang's house, Sergeant Lang's house, on January 30th to anybody?
No, to be honest, I completely forgot about it.
So it's a no. So that's a no. So that's then a no.
You indicated that during that visit, you sat outside in a car, in Carrie's car, correct?
Yes.
Basically for the entire visit. Is that right?
Yes.
You indicated that you did not go in the house except to use the restroom possibly, correct?
I have a faint memory that I ran in to use the bathroom.
You indicated that you did not see Sergeant Lang at his home, correct?
I don't believe I did, no.
What time of night was this?
I don't know. We had left.
What time was
we
it?
had been at Meadows for a while, and then we left, dropped Lexi off, and then I went home. I don't know a time. Maybe afternoon. I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
Your Honor, I have a 10-page document
Ooh, the reports.
that I'd like to have marked as identification with the court's permission.
Sure, show Mr. Brennan on your way up.
I wonder if these will come into evidence. I think these are the Life 360 reports, but they could be something else. But in the order of this testimony, it would make sense that they're the Life 360 reports. He's showing those to Brennan. I'm going to zoom while he's showing those to Brennan and
Thank you.
approaching to show her. And then she's going to have a chance to look at it.
Do you recognize the document there?
So has it been marked yet?
I'm sorry. I asked that it be marked for identification at this point, just only for identification. Sorry.
So
He asked.
Madam Court Reporter will mark it and give it back. Okay.
Thank you.
He did ask.
For identification. Thank you.
Oh, but he didn't give it to the court.
Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Once you get the document back, I'll ask you a couple of quick questions about it.
Okay.
Well, the court reporter has a ton of shit to do, so we're going to just let the court reporter
You
do
have the
their
document in
job.
front of you?
Yes.
Let's take
In a lot of courts, the clerks are the ones that mark the exhibits. It seems a lot. I don't know why they choose to have the court reporter do it. I don't know if that's all of Massachusetts. It just seems like a lot to ask the court reporter to do because testimony has to stop so the court reporter can mark them and order them, because they can't transcribe and be marking exhibits. It's very odd to me. It throws me off every single time. Like,
Take a look at the
Why?
first page of that document just to orient yourself. Do you see that that appears to be a map, generally?
All right. So I'm just going to ask you to take a look at the document and don't describe it.
Sure.
I don't think this will
Take
be
a look at
in
the first
evidence.
page and tell me if you recognize anything on that page.
I do, yes.
What do you recognize generally about that document?
Object.
I'll see counsel at sidebar. May I have that, please, Ms. McCabe?
Sure.
I'm interested to see how they noodle around this. I'm surprised I haven't taken the morning break yet, but then again, I've paused so much. Who knows where we are in real time other than not close. It's been a really stunning morning. We're gonna
Nice.
zoom. Oop,
You got it.
sidebar.
Thank you.
This is dealing with the Life 360 data. I'm interested to see how this comes in.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Taking a look at that first page, do you recognize a location that's pinpointed on that page?
I do.
Okay, without telling me the address, what do you recognize that as being?
My house.
Okay, and do you see in the call-out box in the middle of the page,
Yes.
do you see a date and time?
Yes.
What is the date and time?
It is January 30th at 12:13.
Take a look at page 2 on what's been marked for identification.
Okay.
Do you see a
Mr. I'll eat your cookies.
location
In the chat.
pinpointed on that page?
Said, how exhausting is it to be a trial or be in trial as prosecutor defense? In a trial like this, the limit does not exist. We can talk about it when we get to questions, but in a trial like this, the limit of exhaustion does not exist. And your brain works so well when you're exhausted. Trials like this are your entire life. You do nothing else while you're in trial, and it is exhausting. You also don't have enough time to sleep, exercise, eat, and the rest of it. It is the most exhausting. I mean, the only thing they don't do to torture you really is just hose you down while you're in the courtroom as well. It is quite a lot.
I do, yes.
What do you recognize
It's
that
exhausting
location
for
as
witnesses and defendants as well.
John O'Keefe's home.
being? Is that what we've talked about on Meadows?
Yes, Meadows.
Do you see a time and date for that location?
Yes, 1/30/2022 at 12:19.
At 12:19 p.m.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. If you could turn to page, 4, skip over page 3 and just go straight to page 4. Do you recognize something that's been pinpointed on that map as well?
Yes.
What is that? Again, don't give me the full address. What is that location that's pinpointed?
That is my house.
Okay, and do you see a date and time for that location?
Yes, that's 1:30 at 5:21.
When you say 1:30, January 30th.
Sorry, January 30th, 2022 at 5:21.
Okay.
PM?
Looking at page
AM?
5, do you see
PM?
a location
Yes.
pinpointed on that map as well?
Yes, I do.
And what's the date and time of that location?
That is also 1/30/2022, and that is at 5:28.
Got it. Taking a look at page 6. Do you see a location pinpointed on that map?
Yes.
What is that again? What is that location?
That is 1/30/2022.
What's the location?
The location, the address?
Oh, I'm sorry. That is Fairview.
Appear to be 34 Fairview?
Yes.
And what's the date and time?
5:36.
Taking a look at page
What's
7.
it? Was it still on
Do
130?
you
I think
see
it was still on
anything
130.
located on that, a pinpoint location on that page?
Yes.
What's the date? I'm sorry, what is that location?
That's Fairview again.
And what's the date and time?
That is 1/30/22 at 5:40.
So just to be clear, the page before was 536, and this page is 540.
Yes.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
we're all
Take
still
a look
on
at page
130.
8. Do you see what's pinpointed on that page?
Yes.
What is that location without giving me the address?
I believe that's Mike Lanks.
What's the date and time?
1/30/2022.
January 30th, 2022. And
Yes.
the time, please?
5:43.
I know all of you in the chat are like,
Is-
and we haven't even gotten to the
You're
Googly
familiar with
searches.
Kenton, obviously.
I know.
Much more than we are. Is
Yes.
I know.
driving time from 34 Fairview to Michael Lank's house consistent with about 3 or 4 minutes?
It could be with they have multiple stop signs,
Okay.
and due to the weather.
Right. Taking a look at page 9,
Yes.
do you see another pinpointed address?
Yes. I believe it's the same one
Okay. The same address on
as Mike
Oakdale?
Lank. As Mike Lank.
Okay. And what's the time? What's the date of that?
1/30/2022, and that is 6:28.
And
Chat.
6:28 is about 45 minutes after.
Chat, Jenny said, I just joined if I
5:43.
missed anything
Give her-
spicy. Jenny, it is all time stamped. Yep. Yep. But for you and for the replay crew, the timestamps with the moments are down below. But yeah, today's been spicy, but it's probably going to get spicy again. So I would just catch up on it in replay crew and hang out. But yep.
Correct.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
Finally, the last page, page 10. Do you see yet another pinpointed address?
I do. Yes.
Is that your address?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what's the date and time of that pinpoint?
That is 1/30/22 as well, and that is at 6:34.
And would it be safe to say that your address from Mike Lank's address, maybe 6 or 7 minute drive?
Yeah, depending. Mhm.
We were talking about what happened when you were at Mike Lank's that evening. By the way, does any of that refresh your recollection about the time that you went to Mike Lank's house?
Yes, I knew it was after Meadows and later in the day. Yes.
Closer to 5:45, 6:30, correct?
Yes.
This is in January in Boston, is that right? The greater Boston area.
Yes.
Gets dark really early.
Yes.
It was a blizzard.
The night before. Yes.
Safe to say that it was
You
dark
said
out.
the roads were hard. Okay.
Yeah, I
Safe to
assume.
say it was cold out.
Yes.
The blizzard was still brewing, correct?
I think it had stopped snowing by then.
Still freezing cold.
Believe so.
I mean,
And your testimony is that you sat outside
cars can be left
in
running.
a car with Carrie Roberts and Michael Lank's wife for 45 minutes.
Yes.
You actually, I'm assuming the car was running.
Yes.
Heat had to be on full blast.
Yes.
You're dressed in winter gear
Yes.
I mean,
because it's freezing out, correct?
Correct.
you're
You actually
talking.
got out of the car and went into the house. to go to
You're talking to a Boston jury. They know what sitting in the car in January is like.
the restroom at one point.
I have a faint memory. I think I did. Yes.
And the three of you didn't just decide, Let's just go in the house.
No,
No.
we didn't.
You actually came out of the restroom.
Oh, 100% no. They wanted to talk without the kids hearing them. That's my speculation. The teens were in the house. They're all driving big old SUVs. They wanted to talk without the kids around. That is my speculation.
Came out of the nice warm house and fought the cold and got back in the car, according to you, correct?
Yes, I went back in the car because Carrie was going to bring me home.
You stated on direct examination that, and you stated again today, that you stopped by Michael Lank's house,
I
Sergeant
think they
Lank's
wanted to
house,
kiki without the kids
directly
around.
from the O'Keefe residence as sort of
not
a,
what
my
we're
word,
doing.
not yours, sort of a pit stop to drop off Carrie Roberts' daughter, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you actually drove from your
Barely.
personal residence to Michael Lank's house as a destination, didn't you?
I don't remember that. This is what this piece of paper says. I remember just leaving Meadows and dropping off Lexi.
In point of fact, it wasn't an errand. It wasn't to drop anybody off. It was a destination that you went to from your house to Sergeant Lank's house on January 30th, 2022, wasn't it?
No, we went to drop off Lexi.
Was Lexi at your house?
She was with us at Meadows, and then we went to drop her off.
Right. She was never with you at your house, was she?
I don't remember going to my house.
So if she wasn't with you at your house, there would be no reason to drop the child off from your house to Michael Lank's house, correct?
Lexi was in the car with us, and we dropped her off at Michael Lank's. That's why we went to Officer Lank's house, yes.
And in point of fact, you actually went from your house and did make a pit stop to 34 Fairview before you went to Michael Lank's house, didn't you?
We drove by and stopped, yes. Slowly stopped, yes.
You went in the house and spoke with someone.
No, I never went in the house.
Why did you come and go by and just stop?
I think Carrie and I just went by to take a look at it. We were still trying to figure everything out.
Stay there for 4 to 6 minutes.
I have to look at the report, but yeah, we were sitting in the car, kind of just like, oh my God, looking.
Didn't go in the house.
We didn't go in the house, no.
Nobody came outside to talk to you.
No,
You didn't speak to Nicole.
I don't believe so.
Possible.
Like I said, Carrie and I just kind of drove by and were looking at the area.
If you're there
that's
for
before
5
you
to
went
6 minutes not catching Pokemon on your phone, you're not just driving by.
To Michael Lank's house, correct?
That was on the way to Michael Lank's.
So in point of fact, you didn't go directly from One Meadows to Michael Lank's house.
I truly thought I had.
But now your memory is refreshed.
My memory is not, this isn't refreshing my memory. I do not remember going by my house before Michael Lank's.
Do you remember testifying a year ago that, well, let me ask it this way. Do you remember denying a year ago that you ever even stopped by 34
The
Fairview?
chat remembers.
I don't remember that now.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your prior testimony?
The chat remembers. To everyone that's playing Pokemon Go right now, I see you. My phone's like, why are you sitting here? I'm like, is there a gym? That's why I'm sitting there. That's why I'm sitting. Why is your car parked here? Because I'm playing Pokemon Go. Let me live. I don't think they're playing Pokemon Go outside of 34 Fairview, though. I don't think that's what they're doing. I'd comment in the chat said all the places I've sat in the car park catching Pokemon Go looks sus. Yep. And back in like the early days, man. Why were you at a golf course at 2 a.m.? Mind your business. It was a really good spawn
On May
spot.
21st of last year, you were asked about this very thing in a prior proceeding, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, you denied altogether ever going by 34
She's like, I didn't
Fairview,
remember
correct?
that.
No, I believe the paper says I never stopped by, but we drove by.
And now you're saying that you
How slow are you driving? How's slow if you're there for 5 to 6 minutes, but you're still driving by? My curfew is midnight. I'm not stopping this car.
did stop.
stopping by and driving by meant something different to me. Stopping by, I look at as like, then you pop in the house. Driving by is you just drive by. So we just drove by slowly and kind of looked at the scene.
And Ms. McCabe, I think you just said that you may have even spoken with Nicole.
I didn't speak with Nicole, no. We were in the car, Carrie and I, and Lexi.
You were denying that you ever spoke with Nicole or any other member of the Albert family or anybody at 34 Fairview as you sit here today.
As I sit here today, I'm telling you that we slowly drove by.
For 5 to 6
So
minutes.
again, last question on this point. You did not, you now admit, drive from One Meadows over to Michael Lank's house directly to drop off Carrie's daughter.
My memory is we did drive from One Meadows. I know what this piece of paper says. I'm telling you that just my memory is we left Meadows and went down Fairview and then went to Michael Lang.
In those days after January 29th, how many times did you drive by Fairview and not go talk to your sister? Did it happen so much that it just doesn't stand out?
Thanks. But this paper is saying we stopped at my house first. I don't remember that. But
And all of
again,
you-
I was in shock.
Sorry.
So a
All of
lot
you-
of things from that day are foggy. Certain things, certain details I may
A lot of
have
things are foggy.
forgotten.
And all of your testimony over the last several days is based on that memory that you just described to these jurors, correct?
There are certain things I'll never forget, correct?
Let's talk about your Googling.
I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. You may, depending upon your answer, depending upon what you just answered, you may or may not remember. Well, let's see.
Okay.
Damn.
Isn't it true that at 12:13 p.m. you left 12 Country Lane on January 30th, 2022?
Yes, according to this, yes.
Isn't it true that at 12:19 you arrived at One Meadows, the O'Keefe residence?
According to this, yes.
Are you asking her regarding?
I'm asking her memory, not according to the document.
My
Your
memory.
Your
I don't
memory.
remember exact times.
Thank you. Isn't it true, Ms. McCabe, that at 5:12 p.m. you left One Meadows, which is the O'Keefe residence? 5:12 in the evening.
That I don't remember the times that I left.
Isn't it true that at 5:21 you arrived back at your address on Country Lane?
I do not remember that.
Isn't it true that at 5:28, 7 minutes later, you actually left your address on Country Lane?
Again, I don't remember going by my house.
Isn't it true that at 5:36 you arrived at 34 Fairview and stayed for at least 4 minutes?
I know we drove by.
Isn't it true that at 5:40, or just thereafter, you left 34 Fairview?
I know we left and went to Mike Lank's.
And isn't it true at 5:43 you arrived on that Oakdale Road address at Sergeant Lank's house?
Not sure of the exact time, but yes, we did go to Sergeant Lank's house.
And isn't it true that at 6:28, almost 45 minutes later, actually a little better than 45 minutes later, you left that address at Michael Lank's house and drove back to your house directly?
After leaving Mike Lank's, I went home, correct?
And you arrived
who
at your
drove
house
you?
at 6:34, correct?
According to the paper.
What about according to your memory?
I don't remember exact times.
Mr. Jackson, is this a good place to take a break?
It is.
Do
I'm
you
about
have
to
a
shift
while
gears.
more? Okay.
Do you have a while more? Fuck yeah, he has a while more. They're taking the morning break. I would remind all of you to make sure you stand up, stretch, check in on your email as we're going to zoom past this extended morning break. Really long morning break. We're going to zoom right past it and get back to the jurors coming back in. It's why we leave ourselves some zoom room.
So, jurors, that break was longer than I told you it would be. We were waiting for some records to be printed.
So it took a while,
It
but we appreciate
was
your
a
patience.
very long morning break this morning. It sounds like whatever the defense is going to get into next, when they bring records in like this, they're going to need a copy for the court or two, a copy for the witness and then themselves.
All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
They were hoping this witness would be done before lunch. I'm saying not a chance.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, I want to shift gears to some phone calls that you had with Trooper Michael Proctor back in January of 2022, moving forward to February and March.
Because we're not even at Google yet.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think we're getting done with this witness before lunch. Because Google. This witness does look exhausted. This is exhausting for everyone involved.
Tell me, Ms. McCabe, if you recognize those documents
Even the experts
that I
look
just handed you.
exhausted when they testify.
Yes, this first one looks like a Verizon record of my phone.
Okay, and what about the second document?
Phone bill. And yes, more records from my phone.
Okay. I want to ask you a couple of questions. Before I do, I'd like to have both of those documents respectively marked just for identification. I don't anticipate entering.
Okay. I think for all, Chad, to be fair, I think for all witnesses, testifying is exhausting. Even for the experts, it's exhausting. It's a lot. Maybe more for some than others, but.
Thank you.
May I continue? Thank you. Ms. McCabe, you had a number of phone calls with Michael Proctor on January 29th, moving into January 30th and on to 31st, correct?
Are you asking her to read the records or?
Not yet. I will in just a
All
second.
right, so turn the records over, see if you can answer the questions.
Without looking. Okay.
You had a number of phone calls with Michael Proctor in the days and hours following the incident, correct?
Yes, I know I had some phone calls, yes.
I'm assuming you don't remember exactly the time and duration of those phone calls as you sit here?
Correct.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at your phone records that you supplied for this time period?
Sure.
There's two different documents, Ms. McCabe. One of them starts with January 29th. Can you grab that document, please?
Sure.
All right.
Okay.
You should see some highlights on that document.
It was time for hand lotion
I do.
over here.
Did you receive a phone call from Michael Proctor at about 10:54 a.m. on January 29th, a couple of minutes in length?
I object to the form.
Okay. So you asked her if this would refresh her recollection. You need to ask her if this refreshes her recollection.
Sure. Do you remember, as you sit here, a phone call
Do
at
you
10:54 a.m.?
remember?
I remember getting
times.
a call. I don't remember the exact time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at the document that you're holding as to the time of that phone call?
She's like,
Time and date?
I mean, the document says it, but I don't know.
I see what the document says, but I just, in my head, if you ask me what time did he call you, I don't remember.
Do you have any quarrel with the accuracy of that document?
No, it looks pretty accurate.
Okay.
It looks right. It looks possible, yeah.
All right. Did you receive, as you sit here, do you recall, does that refresh your recollection that you received a phone
Do you think Verizon doesn't record the time you make a call?
call from Michael Proctor about 10:54 in the morning?
Seems right. Sure.
Does that refresh your memory now?
No.
I know I did receive a phone call from him, yes.
At that time?
I don't know the exact time.
All right, so the answer is no.
Was it mid-morning?
Yes.
Did you receive another phone call on the 29th around?
Without looking, so this is again, you're
right.
being asked questions.
I'm going to go through this with each one of these calls. There's not that many, but a few.
Okay.
Okay. On the 29th, did you receive a phone call at around 12:49?
Can we just put the call log in evidence? Can we just, I mean, can we do it without a custodian of records? Like, does anybody dispute that this is her call log? Does anyone dispute that this is her accurate records from Verizon? Can we just, there is an easier way. Can we just put the phone record in evidence, please? Just to spare us all the back and forth. Someone just
9.
I know I received a phone call. I, again, don't remember the time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at that document, at the next line down, or the next phone call from
No.
with that number?
Yes, I see that there's a call on this record.
Okay. Is your recollection refreshed that you did receive another phone call on the 29th from Michael Proctor?
Is your recollection reflect, do you now remember independently that?
I don't remember the specific times, no, but I do remember that he did call me, yes.
Okay, so there's 2 phone
Make it
calls.
easy.
Excuse me?
I only object in form. I don't object to the record.
There we go. Thanks, Brennan. Even Brennan's like, can we just fucking not? Brennan's like, I don't quarrel with the record. Just stipulate to the record and put it in. It's a very nuanced thing. Does it feel like she's being evasive? Sure. The specific ask is, at looking at that record, do you now go, oh, it must have been 10:30 because the record says it, or because you remember it? And she is saying, I don't remember it. I know there were calls, but if I flip this over, I don't know what time. And Brennan's like, stop it. Just put in the record. She doesn't deny the calls.
The record is fine, but if you're asking it whether she remembers.
She doesn't remember. Brennan's like, just put the record
Well,
in.
then I'll just,
I'm being told that there's no objection
fine.
to the record, just the question where you're incorporating several things from the record.
Fine, then that'll speed things along. I
Is that the
appreciate
nature of
that.
the objection, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, I have no objection to the data coming in.
Why is it important? Because the rules of evidence, though not simple, are finite. So she is saying looking at the record means I still don't remember. I look at the record says a thing. I have no memory of it. So you can tell me that that's what happened. I know there are calls. She's not fighting over the calls. She's not saying we didn't have calls. She's saying, I don't remember what time. And Jackson's like, well, on the record, it says 10:13. She's like, okay, I read that here, but I don't remember that it was at 10:13. We had calls. And Brennan's like, time out. I don't object to the phone records. Can we just put the phone records in? And so they're just going to put the phone records in. So that's the easier way. And that's why Brennan is saying, we'll just put the records in.
Thank you. I'm
And so
just going to
Brennan-
speed things along, and
Brennan's
I appreciate Mr. Brennan's assistance with that.
Brennan streamlined
January
that
29th,
by
you see
just
the
saying,
record
just do it
indicates
fine.
a phone call from Michael Proctor, 10:54 a.m.
Yes,
You also see on that same record a phone call on January 29th coming in from Michael Proctor at 12:49 p.m., correct?
yes,
Moving on down to January 30th, you see a record of a call at 9:51 a.m. from you to
Yeah,
Michael.
Brennan just said, I'm not objecting to these records or the data from the records coming in, which means for Jackson, he can stop going back and forth on, is your memory refreshed? And they can just put the records in and say, the record reflects this. Does that look accurate to you? And just move on. I don't know if Jackson asked Brennan about that before, like, can we just stipulate to this? But Brennan, for his credit, said, look, it's fine. I don't object to these records. It's going to come in. So it's
Michael
fine.
Proctor,
It's
correct?
just is. So it
Yes.
just is.
January 30th, about a minute later, you see a phone call from you to Michael Proctor lasting about 22 minutes, correct?
yes,
January 30th
So,
at
thanks for
approximately
that, Brennan.
4:45 p.m.,
See how
you
much
see a call
smoother?
from Michael Proctor to you,
So much easier.
call lasting about 10 minutes.
Right. Are those
correct.
right?
Going on to the next day, January 31st, you see a phone call from you to Michael Proctor at 11:51 a.m., just before noon.
The point is
lasting
made that it's a
about
lot of
4 minutes,
calls.
correct?
Yes.
Like the points.
Take a look at the second document, if you will. That covers that document, or that time frame.
Okay.
The second document, you should see some highlights, and I'm going to ask you to start where there's a tab at February 14, 2022.
And I get it. I know a lot of you in the chat are saying, I've never seen a witness say my memory's not refreshed. I get it. Their memories are going to vary. And if you show somebody something, especially
Am I
this many years later, and they say, do you now remember it? I think there are some that would look at the paper and be like, well, it says it. I now know it. And it's a real hard thing to say, well, do you know it now because you looked at it, or do you now know it independently? And if you don't now know it independently, technically the answer would be, I don't have an independent recollection of that. but it must be true because I believe that these records are accurate, and that it just is difficult, and it's round and round and round. I think she's definitely been evasive on some things, and I think on some of these points she's trying to be accurate because she's saying I don't remember what time. I think most people would not remember what time this many years later. I also think she doesn't want to get binged on, well, you said it was 10:10 and this says 10:11. Just bring in the records. It's fine. We know there's a fuck ton of calls. The records will say what time they were at. 4 years later, okay. Other things she's being evasive about, yeah. I don't think she actually knows if it was at 10:11 or 10:16. We had calls. I think that's all she remembers.
Looking at the second one or the
On this part.
Yes.
wait, this one? Yes.
I mean, I wouldn't remember. And there's times my husband's like, you told me XYZ. I'm like, I have no fucking clue if I said that. What? And he's like, no, you did. I'm like, did I? I don't think I did.
This one has the February.
But also
14th.
ADHD. So with the calls,
Thank you, Ms. McCabe. Taking a look at that document.
it's frustrating.
And by the way, for the record, which one is that, M or
But-
N?
I don't think this is the
this
most
is
evasive
M.
thing
M as in Mary.
of her
Mary, yes.
testimony.
Thank you. Do you see a record of a phone call on February 14th at about 3:55 p.m., lasting about 17 minutes between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
February 17th at about 5:19 p.m., is there a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor at that time?
Yes.
February 28th at about 12:48 p.m., is there a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
On the same date, February 28th, do you see a call at 4:34 p.m. with you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
March 1st at 10:16 a.m. Do you see a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor lasting 10 minutes?
Yes.
March 1st,
It's a lot of calls.
you should see two calls, one at 4:51 p.m. and one at 5:06 p.m. Do you see those two calls between you and Michael Proctor?
It's a lot of calls. And that's
Yes.
the point of all of this
One was
testimony.
1 minute and the other was 2.
Thank you.
Those-
And staying on that same date,
The point of this is it's a lot of calls.
at 5:50 p.m., do you see a call on March 1st between you and Michael Proctor lasting about 12 minutes?
Yes.
And then finally on March 29th, 2022, do you see a call at about 3:27 p.m. lasting about 4 minutes?
I'm sorry, what was the date?
March 29th?
Oh, okay, yes.
Okay. And that's about a 4-minute call at 3:27 in the afternoon.
Yes.
Okay. And you had
Frank,
in fact,
well done.
That's all I have on those records. Thank you for
Okay.
that, Ms. McCabe.
One of my
You had in
favorites.
fact met Michael Proctor in person on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
He was actually in your home and personally interviewed you, correct?
Yes.
Not only did you have him in your home, it was for the purpose of a formal interview between the two of you in person. Is that right?
Yes.
That was the time that Brian Albert was there
Yes.
in your home as well.
Yes.
And you had at least, I think we went through about 14 phone calls with Michael Proctor in just the next days and weeks, going all the way up through February and March. We've just gone over those, correct?
Yes, there are calls, but you're right about the number of calls, but some of them, I don't even know if they were answered.
And of course, that doesn't, and that may be true, but you're communicating back and forth, certainly,
Yes.
in the weeks and months following.
Yes.
And that doesn't include those records, just for brevity's sake, those records stop in March. But there were more communications in April, May, June, July, August, correct?
I'm not sure about that. I
You're a
don't
talker.
know.
Y'all talked a lot.
I think initially we communicated, but I'm not sure how long it went.
So,
And then I know we started communicating again in the summer of 23, I believe, or April of 23.
so you had spoken with Michael Proctor on the phone many times. We've just gone over those records, correct?
Yes.
You met him in person on the 29th.
Yes, when he came to interview me at my house, correct?
You just took the words out of my mouth.
The summer of 23, like before or after the FBI came knocking at your door? I'm curious.
That was for a formal
curious.
interview with you, correct?
Yes.
And it was in your house that you met him for that formal interview.
Yes.
And that was probably for some time. It wasn't a 2-minute conversation.
No,
Then in September or October of 2023.
Do you remember?
You were
Oh,
interviewed
Emily,
by
you know the
Lieutenant
answer.
Tully, correct?
The 21st day.
I have been
September.
interviewed by Lieutenant Tully. I don't recall the date.
And you indicated just now that you began picking up conversations with Michael Proctor again in the summer of 2023, correct?
Yes.
So there were
After?
many more communications at that time, just before the September-October timeframe of 2023.
Yes, but that was in regards to something different than this case.
Not the subject matter, but you had met him and talked to him more times in the summer of 2023, correct?
I never met with him. I just spoke with him.
Okay. In that interview with Trooper Tully, you were specifically asked about your relationship with Michael Proctor when Trooper Tully sat down with you in that, I think it was a September or maybe it was an October interview, correct?
I don't remember the specifics of the interview.
He asked you specifically whether or not you had met Michael Proctor, whether or not you had any sort of relationship with Michael Proctor. Is that right?
I'm not sure the specifics of the interview.
Isn't it true that you told...
Did the FBI ask you about Proctor? We're just dying to know. I don't know if it's proper evidence in this case. It's probably not a proper question, but we really want to know.
Lieutenant Tully that you had, quote, never met Trooper Proctor prior to September of 2023.
What?
No, because Michael Proctor was in my house in January of 2022.
Exactly.
Did she?
The interview with Trooper Tully. If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll go back to singing. Do you remember? His question was, did you tell Tully that you hadn't met Proctor prior to September of 2023?
The interview with Trooper Tully
I'll
in
get
that
back to
fall
that
of
when he
2023. Where
pauses
did that
again.
take place?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Trooper Tully that you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of Lieutenant Tully's report?
I don't need to see the report because I know I told him that I met him on January 29th when he came to my house.
So again, Trooper Tully wrote, you never met Trooper Proctor before September 2023.
Well, that's asked and answered. That's asked and answered.
Ask for an instruction.
So again, that is sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, I instructed you on previous questions regarding the same type of thing, whether another witness is lying or not. Disregard the question and move on, Mr. Jackson.
If you had told Trooper Proctor...
He must have
I'm
said,
sorry, Trooper...
if, as he was walking away. So if Tully's report says that, then that would be a lie.
Tully, Lieutenant Tully, that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023, would that have been a truthful or an untruthful statement?
I object. I'd like to be seen.
Okay. Come to sidebar, please.
And to sidebar we go over whose report is what. He didn't accuse her of lying. He said, so if Tully's report is different, then Tully's lying. None of that's in evidence yet. That witness hasn't testified yet. The contents of Tully's report are not going to be brought in through this witness. He's been asking that of each police report. He has to do it differently. He's not going to, but the court is going to try to make him. It is, so your memory, my memory doesn't remain this morning. Neither does hers. Your memory is that you told Tully that you had met Proctor when he came to your house in January of 2022. Yes. So Tully's report should reflect that you told him that. Yes. And that's it. And then you have to bring Tully in and say, did Jen McCabe tell you XYZ? Yes or no? And then ask him what his report reflects. It's a two-part thing. It's different this trial because those witnesses haven't testified yet, so it's also not in evidence. VRNIK said, Emily, I'm really curious about how the defense knows about the details of Jen's FBI interaction. Is the FBI in a starting mood? It would have been in a report that was turned over in discovery. That's how they would know, because there would be reports reflecting what she said. So those reports, it seems to me, and this is speculation on my part because we don't know, it seems to me those reports would have been turned over between the two trials. White Ink Design said, will Jackson ever ask, why didn't you
Next
wake
question.
Ryan up
May
when
I?
he pulled up
Did
that night?
Trooper Tully, I'm sorry, did you?
I don't know directly because we've already passed that part of the testimony, but it was implied like he's a first responder. I think we got through some of that questioning. It just got really convoluted. So he might get back to it.
Tell Trooper
the
Tully,
end.
quote, you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023, end quote.
I had never met Elizabeth
That's not my
Proctor
question.
prior. Well, there was a,
Did you tell Trooper Tully, Lieutenant Tully, that quote?
if I can break that quote up because it's two thick parts.
No, you
Nope.
can't.
So
My-
this
my
has
question
been
is my
asked and answered. Move on, Mr. Jackson.
Do you deny, as you sit here,
Oh, boy.
telling Lieutenant Tully that quote that I just read? Do you deny it?
Sustained. Move along. The question's been answered.
Let's talk for a second about your phone calls to John O'Keefe on January 29th, 2022. I'd like to go through those calls with you briefly, if I could.
The prosecutor's also
Your Honor, this has
objecting.
previously been
You
marked
can't
Exhibit
hear Brennan very
26.
well, but there were objections from Brennan in there, and it has been asked and answered. It's also compounded as to two different parts.
Mr. Brennan has a copy, if I may.
Yes.
Thank you.
And part of it's because this witness is going to continue to explain, but it's answered.
You've indicated on direct examination and earlier on cross-examination that you had multiple phone calls to Mr. O'Keefe in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Those phone calls ranged from about 12:14 a.m. until about 12.
We're moving into her calls with John
correct?
O'Keefe. I think the timing of these is really helpful.
There was a call at 12:14 and then at 12:18.
I'm sorry, I'm bracketing it. The calls
I
were between.
apologize.
That's okay. 12:14 all the way to about 12:50, correct?
Are you saying 15?
50,
Oh,
50.
50. Oh, sorry. I apologize.
I think part of the reason it's hard to
Yes.
hear Brennan's objections is because
You called
he stands up
John O'Keefe
and
at
says
12.
objection. He says it pretty quietly, and there's no mic there. So
14 and
I
31
think that's part
seconds,
of it.
lasting about 49 seconds, and that call was answered, correct?
Yes.
And you see that reflected in Exhibit 26, is that right?
Yes.
Going in reverse chronological order on this exhibit, you also see a call at 12:18 and 47 seconds, wherein John O'Keefe calls your phone lasting about 36 seconds, is that right?
Yes.
You know that call was answered, even though it says it says unknown in the document, correct?
It does say unknown. Yes.
That 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth column over. That's where it says unknown.
Yes.
But it also indicates that call lasted 36 seconds, so you know it was answered.
I don't know from this record it was answered, but I know from my memory that I spoke to him a second time. Yes.
You also made a call, moving out to the page before this, starting at the bottom of the page, at 12:29 and 44 seconds. There was a call
I'm very interested
From
in
you to
when
John O'Keefe's
the
phone.
calls stop.
lasting 7 seconds, correct?
That's what it says.
And the record indicates that it was an answered phone call, correct?
According to the record, it was answered, but I never spoke to him.
You deny speaking to John O'Keefe at 12:29 and 44 seconds.
That's
Yes, I never
interesting.
spoke to him after 12:18.
Okay. Moving up, 12:41 and 10 seconds. There was a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone indicating that that was missed.
I'm going to back
You
that
see where
up
it says
with
missed?
the time on that. That's really interesting that there was another call that shows answered, and she was very clear. I don't know times. I never spoke to John after 12:18. I'm going to back that up just a little bit because I want to hear the time on that call again.
And the record indicates that it was an answered phone call, correct?
According to the record, it was answered, but I never spoke to him.
You deny speaking to John O'Keefe at 12:29 and 44 seconds.
Yes, I never spoke to him after 12:18.
Okay. Moving up.
Interesting.
12:41 and 10 seconds. There was a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone
How long was that call?
indicating that that was missed. You see where it says missed?
I do.
12:41 and 59 seconds. There was another call from your phone to John's phone, and that was also indicated as missed. Correct?
Correct.
12:43, 19 seconds. You called John O'Keefe. That was a missed call.
Correct.
12:46 and 16 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
Correct.
12:47 and 52 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
It's a lot of calls.
I'm sorry, which one was that?
12:47 and 52 seconds.
Yes.
At 12:50 and 37 seconds, you called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call as well.
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, there's 7 calls. That you indicate you made to John O'Keefe's phone and that were missed. Is that right?
According to this record, yes, they were
And
calls
that
missed.
comports with your memory, correct? You indicated that you had called
You were
him
calling him?
multiple times that morning and there were missed calls, right?
I called him, but I also think that some of the calls
Are
I
what?
might have done inadvertently.
Well, we're going to get to that in a second. My question is, that comports with your memory that there were several calls, according to the records, there were several calls made to John O'Keefe's phone, including 2 calls that you say you spoke to him, 12:14 and 12:18.
If they're inadvertent, wouldn't it show that voicemail picked up, and wouldn't there be voicemails of like and noise and whatever? Oh, chat, spoilers. We spoiled it. Okay, for those of you watching for the first time, and I know there's a lot of you that are watching this trial for the first time, just wait till we get to the inadvertent calls. We're treading into that realm precipitously.
I spoke to him at 12:14 and 12:18, yes.
But you indicate every single call after that was missed, and you deny making those calls.
I'm not denying it, I just don't remember.
You've previously given explanation for what those calls were, these 7 calls that were missed between about 12:29 and about 12:50. That's 19 minutes. You'll agree, correct?
Yes.
If you divide 19 by 7, that's about every 2.5 minutes or 2.7 minutes, your phone is calling John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
Good math,
You
AJ.
previously explained what you attribute to those phone calls. Is that right?
Yes.
What's your explanation?
I think I was going back and forth to the door. I was texting him. I think I put my phone in my pocket. I think I inadvertently maybe have called him.
What did you call it at the last hearing?
I believe I called it a butt dial.
And it's not just one butt dial, correct?
There could be multiple, yes.
7 butt dials in the course of 19 minutes, less than 20 minutes, correct?
That evening, I wasn't paying attention to butt dials or calls. I was going back and forth, listening to music, being with
It's
family. So if I
raining men.
inadvertently called his phone, I did.
Not inadvertently called him once, 7 times.
There will
Correct?
be voicemails.
According to you.
According to the record.
She did say inadvertent calls.
And we only know about these calls because you're looking at an extraction of John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct, but I also turned over my phone, so you could have gotten all of that off of my phone as well.
And you're well aware that an extraction was done on your phone,
Oh,
and not
boy.
one of those butt dials appears on your.
We're gonna back up for a minute. We're gonna back up for a minute. But I also turned over my phone.
Correct? According to you.
We're gonna doodly
According
do
to
it
the
back
record.
up. We're gonna doodly do it right back.
And we only know about these calls because you're looking at an extraction of John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct, but I also turned over my phone, so you could have gotten all of that off of my phone as well.
And you're well aware that an extraction was done on your phone and not one of those butt dials appears on your phone extraction, correct?
Objection.
Are you aware of that?
I am not aware of that.
Next question.
Weren't you confronted with that at the last hearing a year ago? Whether or not those phone calls actually exist on your phone logs?
Objection.
Do you remember that?
I remember you asking previously, yes.
The court
When
let him
you-
get into it. So what he's saying is, we got John O'Keefe's phone, and John O'Keefe's phone shows all of these missed calls. But your phone extraction, remember, the Verizon records would be different, or T-Mobile or AT&T or whatever. The cell phone carrier records would be different. He says in her phone extraction, these don't show up. I don't remember if we ever circled back round last trial to her phone extraction, but I think we will. I gave you my phone. You could have gotten the information there. And he said, oh, yes, we have your phone. The extraction does not show those calls. This came up a lot in the Murdaugh case. What's in your call log on your phone, the one you can swipe and delete, versus what's in your Verizon records?
When you dial somebody by
She
mistake,
walked right into that too.
it requires several steps, doesn't it?
I'm not sure. A lot of times I just put my phone down, and the next thing I know, I think it's very common to do butt dials.
So you have an iPhone. Is that right?
Only in Canton is it this common. Also, the day my husband was gardening and butt dialed me a million times, they went to voicemail if I did not deny them on the phone. They all went to voicemail. And it was, if you do not deny the call with your hot little finger, voicemail picks up because you are butt dialing.
Right? You had an iPhone.
I do, yes.
And that iPhone required a biometric or a passcode to get into the to even open the phone. Mine's not open right now, right?
It's not open, correct?
And it requires, your phone required some sort of biometric interaction with the phone, otherwise known as Face ID, or you put in a code, correct?
Yes, or I could have been texting, and then after I texted, the phone was open, and I could have accidentally called John. That happens to me all the time.
It also requires you to open the phone app, correct? For instance, if you're texting, you're in the text app. Is that right?
Actually, I'm not. I'd have to sit and look at it
Well, how often?
She doesn't know. She says it just happens to her
every
all the
day.
time.
Every day.
Every day.
Yeah.
Hundreds of times a day, right?
Not hundreds.
Dozens of times a day.
Yeah.
You have to open the phone app to make a phone call. You can't call somebody from the texting app, right?
I mean, you can technically because you can hit their contact info. and
I'm
then
not sure. I don't know
go
what to
round
tell
about
you.
that way.
There's a
But
list of apps at the bottom of the phone.
Yes.
Messages. Phone. Right? Is that yes?
Yes, and maybe I
Maybe?
accidentally hit the last thing, the last call. Like since I had talked to John,
Your Honor, at this point, I would ask the court to instruct the witness to answer my question.
I believe
there
she
we
is.
are. There we are, Your Honor. I would ask the court to instruct the witness to answer because she is just yelling over him and he is just yelling over her. And the court reporter at this point is probably like, I need you both to stop. He's walked away from the mic so far that it's hard. I'm going to try to gain it up just a little bit, but she's yelling over him, maybe I coulda, maybe I coulda.
Times a day, right?
Not hundreds.
Dozens of times a day.
Yeah.
You have to open the phone app to make a phone call. You can't call somebody from the texting app, right? Is that right?
I'm not sure. I don't know what to tell you.
There's a list of apps at the bottom of the phone.
Yes.
Messages, phone, right? Is that yes?
Yes, and maybe
And
I
that's
accidentally hit the last thing, the last call, like since I had talked to John.
Your Honor, at this point, I would ask the court to instruct the witness to answer my question.
I believe she is. Go ahead and finish.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay?
I believe she is. He's like, I don't fucking believe she is. I don't believe she is for a second. Because she wasn't. She was over talking him. He was saying, there are apps on the bottom of your phone and you need to hit the phone app to dial. Also, I am not a tech expert. I'm not a phone expert. I cannot testify to being that in front of anyone. So take everything I say with a grain of salt. But it would seem to me that when it is a butt dial, like after it goes to voicemail, it might just dial again if they are happening that fast. And there were a gap in these. They're going to need to ask one of the tech experts about this. But they're approaching, because Alan's going to be like, she's not answering. And he should. Your Honor, she's not answering my question. I said, are there apps on the bottom of your phone, including the phone app? And she's like, maybe I coulda, maybe I coulda. She has to answer on cross. She can't just keep doing this. So they're going to go to sidebar and he's going to say, you can't just let her keep talking. It's not proper.
Else volitional.
I'm going to back up and see. Because at this point, the court should say, you need to answer what is asked.
The gun.
All right. They're going back on the record. I didn't want to miss that and the blaring horn or whatever. Woo! Buddy!
Ms. McCabe. I'm
Yes.
sorry.
Yeah, let everybody
Jumping the gun.
Let everybody sit back down.
So let me, Ms. McCabe, answer only the question that's being asked of you, okay?
Ms. McCabe, you're aware that
About time.
when you're in the messaging app, you have to do something else volitionally to open the phone app, correct?
Correct?
You have to touch the phone, is that right?
Yes.
That would open a separate app, correct?
Correct.
Then, once that phone app is open, then you have to choose a person to call, correct?
Yes, sometimes the last dialed.
Right.
Yeah.
And if that happens to be the last dial, scroll through, pick a person, make one tap, and that calls the person and initiates the call, correct?
That is one way, yes.
But if you get out of the app, I'm sorry, if you close your phone, hit the lock button after a text message, none of that can happen without you having to open the phone and engage the phone additionally, correct?
If you hit the button to lock it, yes.
Right. So you indicated that these are all missed calls. Is that right?
That's what the records show, yes.
In addition to a missed call, you've had missed calls before. You both received a missed call and you've made calls that were missed. Is that right?
Yes.
When you make a call that's missed, it generally goes to voicemail, does it not?
Bing, bing.
It does, yes.
So then you have to do something additional with that call. Push the end button, correct?
Well, no.
Correct?
Otherwise, voicemails just go on forever.
No.
And actually, they go on for 4 minutes.
They go
Right.
on for a period of time.
I don't know how long voicemails go for.
So if you had missed calls, 7 missed calls, that's at least 14 interactions, double it, because you got to make the call, then you got to end the call. 14 interactions with your phone for a single missed call.
One
I'm sorry,
missed
for
call.
7 missed calls.
What?
It could be, yes.
And your testimony is you don't remember making a single one of those calls to John O'Keefe between 12:29 and 12:50, correct?
I do not remember making those calls, no.
As you sit here, do you deny making those calls between 12:29 and 12:50 to John O'Keefe?
Oh, I'm not denying that, no.
It wasn't intentional, is what she's saying.
I'd like to ask you a few questions.
The jury doesn't know this yet, chat. And for those of you that are new to this trial, you wouldn't know this either because it hasn't come into evidence yet. We're not in the realm of like, is John O'Keefe's voicemail full? Does John O'Keefe not have voicemail set up? We're not in that realm. It's a non-issue. They will be playing other voicemails from John O'Keefe's phone later in this trial. We're just not there yet. So there's no might could around that. There are voicemails that they will play in court later from his phone from the morning of the 29th around 6 a.m. So we will hear some voicemails from John O'Keefe's phone. Whether or so we will hear those. So just if anybody's like, but what about this? But what about this? But what about this? The jury doesn't know yet, but we'll get there. The jury doesn't know yet. So they might be like, but what? They don't know yet, but they'll get there.
It's about
Don't worry.
January 29th, a little further on in the morning after you got home from 34 Fairview. Approximately what time did you get home?
I'm not sure, maybe around 11:30, 12, I'm not sure.
11:30 or 12?
It could be 11. Are you talking about, I'm confused, are you talking about,
Let me rephrase the question.
okay, sorry.
On the night of the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, when you left Fairview,
Oh, I'm sorry,
what time
okay.
did you get home today?
It was after 2, I believe. I'm not positive.
You went upstairs, is that right?
Yes,
You began to engage with your phone at
yes.
that time. What application did you open?
Miguelina, do you want to let the app know that we are moving on to how's long to Google while you're in bed? Hey, Dr. B, how you doing, big guy? Tired? Yeah, me too. We were just taking a quick little pause in our discussion, our very robust discussion of butt dials. I was talking about you butt dialing when you're working in the yard, but everything good? Everything's good. Okay. Croissant time. Thanks, B. You don't need to be concerned. I will caffeinate appropriately. I think it's probably a little late for coffee. It's probably time to move into a more of a pink drink realm. I know. Because the other Emily orders whatever that refresher is. Yes, which is why I had to change my name at my Starbucks so I didn't get the other Emily's order. The last trial we went round and round with the other Emily's order. So, do you want to say hi to the Lawnards? No. He's like, not miss me. I am not. He is like, I am not prepared this morning. Bye, B. Thank you. Dr. B is so tired. We're all a bit tired. So we are now getting into the Googling of it all. I think it's an appropriate time to let the app know that we can come back. Dr. B's like, I'm not camera ready. He's also wearing a hat with my kid's school on it. So that is also something that we are mindful about. So anyway, appreciate y'all. Let's get into the noodly googly. Shall we? Also, you guys can tell me what you do on your phones when you get into bed at 2 a.m. because it's not much for me. It's like I put on my Calm app with a sleep story and go to sleep. But I want to know what y'all are doing at 2 a.m. on your phone. Just you let me know. I'm curious. Let's go. EDB does not feel camera ready this morning either. Trust. Like trust. I'm not feeling it, but we're here. Sometimes Pokemon sleep. Sometimes checking in with the Pokemon Go. We'll see. Oh, for those of you new to the chat, Dr. B is the husband. All right. Let's continue on.
Put up on your phone once you got upstairs.
It could have been Hockamuck Sports.
I'm sorry. I'm backing up foundation.
You're not going to convince me she does not know every single thing she did on Google. Because I know I know that she has been over this as many times as possible. Whether you agree with the Commonwealth's theory of the case that the tab time was 2:27 and then she was Googling it the next day, or whether you think that she was Googling it at 2:27, no matter where you're at with that, there's no way she hasn't been over not only this testimony, but thinking about this so much. She, I'm sure, has this locked in. We'll see if she testifies that way. Also,
It was after 2, I believe.
not regularly Googling
positive.
it too. I would prefer to be in bed then.
You went upstairs, is that right?
Yes.
You began to engage with your phone
Yes.
at that time. What application did you open up on your phone once you got upstairs?
It could have been Hockomock Sports.
I'm sorry, I'm backing up foundationally. What
Okay.
application on the phone? Was it Safari?
Oh, okay, yes. I think, yes.
You use Safari as your browser?
I'm not sure what I used.
You opened up a search engine as well within that browser, did you not?
I just know I Googled Hockomock Sports, I believe. I'm not sure what app I opened or how I went about it.
So Google is a search engine. You use
Okay.
Google.
Possibly. I mean, that's just an expression, but I'm not, if you could show my record, I'm not sure what app I opened.
Well,
or
Ms.
what.
McCabe, you've seen this record many, many times about that search early in the morning hours, correct?
CEG, what I just
You
said.
know that it was a Google search.
It was Google. Okay, it was a Google search.
Okay, so it was a Google search.
I don't know if the jury and I are going to read this the same. And for those of you that did not watch the first trial, I'm sorry. I have no chill with the spoilers at the moment. I don't know if the jury is going to read as like, I just don't know. I open my phone to whatever. And I just like do whatever. I just type it in, whatever. It's real hard for me to believe she doesn't know she was in Safari doing search queries. It's real hard. But if you didn't watch the first trial, we are going to do our best because I don't want to influence how you see the testimony. And this testimony is really hard for me to follow because it's become such a huge issue in this case. So I don't know if the jury's going to be like, I mean, I'm just a girl. I don't know. Did I open Safari?
Using the Safari app.
Okay.
I'm struggling.
You indicated that you were
That's the
Google
loudest
searching
shit ever. What?
Hockomock Sports and something about Ozone?
Yes.
Ozone Sports or
It
Ozone
was
Basketball?
Yes.
What time was it that you did that Google search?
It was when I was home up in bed. I don't have an exact time.
About 2:27 a.m., correct?
I'd have to look at a record. I don't recall
You
off the top
certainly
of my
recall
head.
that time frame, don't you?
What? Ma'am.
It was when I was home up in bed. I don't have an exact time.
About 2:27 a.m., correct?
I'd have to look at a record. I don't recall
You
off the top
certainly
of my
recall
head.
that time frame, don't you?
I know I was home and I Googled that, but I don't remember the exact time.
You do recognize 2:27 a.m.
I do recognize it, but it's not from me remembering it from that night specifically. It's from me learning afterwards.
And what you learned afterwards was there was a Google search at 2:27 a.m. Right? I mean, that's a layup, to use a basketball term, right?
There's a record, I think, of one.
Right. The record is of a Google search at 2:27 a.m. on your phone. Is that right?
I'm not a phone expert, so I don't know. I can't read.
You're well aware. You don't have to be a phone expert.
I'm not a phone expert. I can't read. I am struggling. Chad, I'm sorry. For those of you watching this for the first time, I'm so sorry. we have seen so much about this case. It is so hard with how critical I know this issue is and how much she's been asked about it, that she's like, I can't read. I don't know how this is going to come across to the jury that does not know what a critical issue this is, because it is so difficult to think that she's sitting there going, no, I don't know it's at 227. For the jury sitting there, is it consistent for them that she's like, I don't know times. I don't know times. I don't know times. But again, how that is going to read in court for people who do not know about all of this might be very different from how it reads to me today. And it's very hard for me to distance the information about this particular jury, this particular search, to see how the jury might read this. Could they read this as Jackson just beating up on her, and she's just like, I'm just a sports mom. I don't know. I can't with this line of questioning, because we know it was at 227. We know you know. We know you know. We all know that you know. We know that you know. Oh my God. I'm just backing up and I'm going to try to just let her finish. We know you know. We know you know. Victoria, that's really helpful in the chat. Thank you. Victoria said, hold on, the chat is busy. I'm watching this case for the first time, and in my opinion, the jury may feel like he is bullying the witness. And I think that there is a possibility there, because, and this is why I say that, because of the information the jury has now. The jury may feel differently when more information comes in. But in this moment, the jury may be like, why is he going so hard on her? Because they don't have all the information we have. And there is so much more information to come. A lot of you in the chat are saying, yeah, but her husband's in cyber or works in tech. The jury doesn't know that. The jury doesn't know about Proctor. They don't know about Proctor's texts. They don't know any of that. So they've only heard about the tab and the search times. That's it. The order of the witnesses is coming in means that they have much less information than they did the last time. And so the jury may read this completely differently than we do. So that's my caution with this. The jury may read this differently than we do. So my incredulity at some of this testimony may be completely different than how it's being perceived in court. Just for full clarity. Because the jury's opinion of this witness might change later as more comes in. So I'm going to back it up and try to let her just finish, but I am incredulous based on everything I know. And it is hard to distance from what we know, but her testimony at this part is consistent with, I don't know the times, do you have a record? That's been consistent throughout her testimony. So, okay. We're just going to back it up. We're just going to back it up and let it go.
I know I was home and I Googled that, but I don't remember the exact time.
You do recognize 2:27 a.m.
I do recognize it, but it's not from me remembering it from that night specifically. It's from me learning afterwards.
And what you learned afterwards was there was a Google search at 2:27 a.m., right? I mean, that's a layup, to use a basketball term, right?
There's a record, I think, of one.
Right. The record is of a Google search at 2:27 a.m. on your phone. Is that right?
I'm not a phone expert, so I don't know. I can't read.
You're well aware. You don't have to be a phone expert to know that there was a Google search on your phone recovered at 2:27 in the morning. You know that. You've been told that. You've seen it. You've been asked about it dozens of times, haven't you?
I have been asked about it dozens of times, yes.
So let's set the foundation.
There's the point. I think whether or not, well, depending on how the jury views his questioning of her, I think he asked a great question, making the point. You've been asked about this dozens of times. And I think he needs to highlight that point.
There was a Google search on your phone at 2:27 a.m., correct?
Which Google search are you referring to?
It doesn't matter, Ms. McCabe.
Well, I know I did Ozone and I did Hockamock Sports.
And I didn't ask you
And those
that.
were the only two things that I Googled.
I didn't ask you what you Googled. I haven't gotten there yet. We're going to get there. I've asked you, was there a Google search?
And she knows they're going to get there.
2:27 a.m. on your phone.
If you want to show me a report,
You just said you can't
Okay.
read the reports and that you're not a phone
You don't
expert.
remember, as you sit here, you don't remember that.
I don't.
You have no record. You have nothing in your mind about a Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's what you're testifying to in front of this jury right now.
Are you asking me if I made a Google search at 2:27? I don't know what time I was searching for Hockamock Sports and Ozone. I have no idea what time that was.
You're well aware that your records have been pulled, correct?
Yes, they
You've
have.
been confronted with those records many times, haven't you? Been asked
I've
about
been asked by you, yes.
and by others, right?
Yes.
I mean, the police have asked you about it. You've been interviewed about it.
I've been asked by you.
And Mr. Lally,
Yeah, Mr. Lally asked about it, yes.
Mr.
and
Brennan?
every time you're asked, it's about a Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's all I'm asking.
It is, but it's not one that I remember doing or making or did. It's not one I did. It's just one that is in a record that was misread.
Oh, girl. Oh, girl, no, that's not what he's asking. See, you're reading the intention and not the question. So you're asking about the intention. You've just demonstrated in your answer that you know exactly what he's talking about. And it's not what he's talking about. If you were listening to his question, what you would hear is not that he's asking about house long. He's asking, were you on your phone Googling? And she said, yes, Hockamock. And now she has completely jumped into where she thinks he's going and has demonstrated that she knows exactly what he's talking about. Because she's answering a question that he didn't ask. She's answering the intention. That's a terrible answer for her.
If you want to show me a report,
Sure.
I backed it up. I had to see it again.
You don't remember, as you sit here, you don't remember that.
I don't.
You have no record. You have nothing in your mind about a Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's what you're testifying to in front of this jury right now.
Are you asking me if I made a Google search at 2:27? I don't know what time I was searching for Hockamock Sports and Ozone. I have no idea what time that was.
You're well aware that your records have been pulled, correct?
Yes, they have.
You've been confronted with those records many times, haven't you? Been asked
I've
about
been asked by you, yes.
and by others, right?
Yes.
I mean, the police have asked you about it. You've been interviewed about it.
I've been asked by you.
And Mr. Lally,
Yeah, Mr. Lally asked about it, yes.
and every time you're asked, it's about a Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's all I'm asking.
It is, but it's not one that I remember doing or making or did. It's not one I did. It's just one that is in a record that was misread.
Are you denying that you made a Google search at 2:27 a.m.?
If you could show me this Google search, I'd appreciate it.
He doesn't have to.
Yes.
I don't know what chair that is, but I hate it. Wow. Now, we've gone from the jury might see it as I'm not sure the answer to I know exactly what you're talking about and I don't want to answer that question. We might have shifted that. I'm not going to zoom through this because I am interested to see.
I need a quick minute to find the record that I did not make a reaction.
He's like, Your Honor, I can't believe that she's saying she wasn't using her phone at 2:27. This is so beyond stupid that she's saying she wasn't on her phone at this time that we didn't even have it pulled up because damn. What's happening?
Recess about 5 minutes.
I'll see counsel at sidebar. Well, if Ms. Little wants to keep looking, we'll come to
Because, Your Honor, what is even happening? I'm going to zoom through the sidebar. He's at just full what the fuck mode. Your Honor, I can't even fathom that I'm asking her if she's on her phone at 2:27 and she's saying kinda no because she's jumped ahead to talking about the house long search. I'm going to zoom.
you. Lawyers.
Oh boy.
We're trying not to have you take a recess, so the lawyers are just going to get something done fairly quickly so that we can continue up into the luncheon recess.
I'm going to try to zoom.
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, I don't have a paper copy, but I'm going to ask you to take a look at something that we display on the screen and ask you a couple of questions about that.
All of you who are asking if she is lying on the stand, I will try to get to it at lunch. It is very difficult to pin down a I don't remember because how do you prove that someone does in fact remember? I don't remember is very difficult. And she jumped into talking about the 2:27 Google search of house long, which she denies and has consistently denied making at that time. So it is evasive, but it is not finite.
Can you zoom in?
Oh boy.
I object to the way it's presented here.
Okay.
These records aren't in evidence yet. So I don't know if you can publish them to the jury because no, these may have come into evidence with the cell phone extraction.
Take it down.
The jury hasn't seen this yet. For those of you going, oh my God, what are we doing? This is the Celebrite report. The jury has not seen this report yet,
I object.
which is why Brennan's objecting to the way it's coming in, because this is the Celebrite report. I think this is an evidence already. But you can see that here, we'll go to
The way it's presented.
Will and Big in it. Brennan's objecting, but this shows the 129.22 to 27.40 Safari value, house long to die in cold, parameters, origin, source identifier deleted, yes. But I think the entirety of the Celebrite report came in through the guy who extracted them, whose testimony didn't finish. Whiffen didn't bring these in. He used them, but he did not bring them in, and we didn't see it. So they would have been admitted into evidence with the person who did the download, not with Whiffen. Whiffen didn't bring in the entire Celebrite report. Garino, thank you, chat. So the Celebrite witness was not shown these. He was only using his own report. Garino talked about extracting the phone, but these have not been shown yet. They testified about it, but these have not been shown.
Okay. Take it down. That's not how it appears. You need to get rid of a column. Right?
That's exactly how it appears, Your Honor. That's the
House of
record.
Counsel at sidebar.
Oh boy. And I think that the entirety of the Celebrate record is marked and in evidence. It just hasn't been shown yet. That's part of the issue. I think the defense is probably going to win on this objection because that report's in evidence. We'll see. These did not come in through Whiffen. For all of you asking, and a lot of you have asked, these did not come in through Whiffen because he didn't do the extractions on the phone. He didn't show the Celebrate report either, and the defense did not show him the Celebrate report. He used his own reports that were based on the Celebrate report. So the difference is that the jury did not see this Celebrate report yet. But he had his PowerPoint.
Thank you. Found the paper.
And in the Celebrate report, he made his own timelines.
Thank you for your patience, Your Honor, and Ms. McCabe. May I approach?
Yes.
So they found something else.
Thank you.
They showed the Whiffen report already. They could show it again, but they can use this report. The defense will be allowed to use this report. We'll just see what happens.
May I approach?
Yes.
You indicated you wanted to see a record, Ms. McCabe. Did you see a record that indicated a Google search? Not what the contents of
saw
the
a
Google
record.
search is, but there was a Google search.
I just saw a Celebrate record, yes.
And did you see the time of the Google search?
On that record, yes.
Is it 2:27 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Ultimately, you will agree that there was a Google search done, and now I'm going to ask about the content of Hoslong to Die Cold, correct?
Yep.
That was done in the morning at the request of Miss Reed.
McCabe, I didn't ask you that. I
I knew
asked
that
you a
was
yes
coming.
or no question. Did you understand my question?
Could you repeat it, please?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
Did that record indicate that there was a search at some point done, at some point, for Hoslong to Die Cold?
I object to her reading the record. I'll
So was there a search on that at some point?
On that paper, was there a search that said that? Is that the question?
Let's start with that.
Yes. Yeah, there was.
Okay, now let me ask you a different question. You
Oh,
Google
boy.
searched the phrase Hoslong to Die Cold. Yes or no?
Yes.
On January 29th, correct?
Yes.
So you agree that you were on Google, correct?
Yes.
You agree that there was a search done at 2:27 a.m., correct?
I don't recall doing a search at 2:27. The paper says it. I don't.
Okay. And you also agree that at some point that morning, you plugged into that phone Hoslong to Die Cold. Is that right?
Yes. After we found John O'Keefe.
Now, you claim that that was at 6:23 and at 6:24 in the morning. Two iterations of how long to die in the cold. Hoslong to Die Cold, how long T.I. die in CIKD, correct?
I'm not claiming it. It's the truth is what happened.
You're testifying to that.
Yes, I am.
You also testified that at the time you Google
Oh,
searched
boy.
those phrases, it was Karen Reed screaming and yelling at you, shaking you to Google hypothermia, correct?
She was pulling on my sleeve.
Is that
Yes.
yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You have discussed this Google search and the issue of the hypothermia with Carrie Roberts, correct?
I told her in the days
Yes or
following.
no? You discussed it? Or no?
Yes.
You discussed it in the days following January
Well, we know
29th,
that.
correct?
Yes.
You discussed it before her testimony at the grand jury, correct?
We discussed it after. We don't talk about what we're going to say before testifying or
So
anything like
in
that.
the 3 months between this incident and the testimony by both you and Ms. Roberts, you two did not discuss this hypothermia issue?
It wasn't an issue. It was just something she said, but we don't.
What's so different this trial from last trial is that Carrie was not cross-examined last trial. So the things she said to the grand jury did not come in. So now the jury has heard Carrie saying, well, I thought I heard Karen Reed say it, but it was really Jen that told me that. I didn't hear Karen say that. I think that moment was probably impactful for the jury to hear that what was represented to the grand jury was not, in fact, what had happened. She said she was confused on the question, but the jury didn't know that last trial. And now we have this testimony coming in of Karen Reed was screaming at her to Google. Carrie was right there and didn't hear it and says she didn't hear it. So now the jury has something to check it against. So the jury now has Carrie's testimony and now Jen's testimony about the same point in time where Alan's saying, so she was screaming and yelling at you to Google. Carrie said, I never heard it, but I saw Jen on her phone. Away we go.
Discuss it every day. There's no need to.
I didn't ask you to discuss it every day. I asked you if you ever discussed it.
Originally, yes, we did discuss it in the first days following all of
And
this.
that would have been before either one of you testified at the grand jury, correct?
Yes.
And we know that you were with her during her, just before her testimony at the grand jury.
Boy,
Is
I'm
that
on my
right?
second
Yes.
cup of water.
And you're certainly aware that at the grand jury, that in prior testimony, Carrie Roberts corroborated your statement that Karen Reed demanded to Google hypothermia.
I don't know if she knows that.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Are you aware that Carrie Roberts, well, let me ask it a different way. Have you and Carrie Roberts ever discussed the fact that she corroborated your statement that Karen Reed demanded that you
Interesting.
Google hypothermia?
No.
She never told you that.
No.
Did you ever ask her that?
No.
Did you discuss your statement that Karen Reed was the one that demanded that search?
Karen Reed did ask me to do the search, yes.
Okay, that's not what I asked you. Did you and Carrie Roberts discuss that?
Yes, we've talked about that.
Are you aware that last week Carrie Roberts denied hearing that statement?
Sustained.
Have you been told, have you been updated that last week Carrie Roberts denied ever having heard that statement?
Sustained.
May we approach?
Yes. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Oh boy, the white noise that you hear in the background is so the jury can't hear what is being said at sidebar. If I was a juror, it would be wild to me. The witnesses have a sequestration. This witness should not know any of what other witnesses testified to. The court might need him to break it down because the witnesses shouldn't know that, but I think it's fair to ask it. It just might need to be pieced out a bit.
Just one question on this.
You can't tell him one question on this because she's not going to answer it. He's going to be looking at you going, okay, but she didn't answer.
So just one question on this. Just one question on this, please, Mr. Jackson.
Have you become aware from any source that last week Carrie Roberts denied having heard the statement that was attributable to my client?
No.
You aware of that?
No.
She says she does not know.
You've reviewed the video from the dash cam out at the scene, correct?
I've seen it, yes.
You're aware that there is no video showing my client demanding a Google search anywhere in this case, correct?
I'm not sure what cameras were where.
You're aware that there's no audio of my client demanding a Google search, correct?
Correct.
you're unaware of any witness who can corroborate your statement that my client demanded a Google search. Any witness at all.
It was just the two of us. She had sent Carrie off.
What?
So, of course, Carrie Roberts is not such corroborating witness. Is that right? At least you understand that.
Can you rephrase the question, please?
Carrie Roberts is not a corroborating witness for you. You understand that? You just said that.
Yes, Carrie, I don't believe heard it. She
So
was
it's-
sent off.
So it's
Sent
your
off.
word and your word only, Ms. McCabe, that my client demanded a Google search. Is that right?
Yes, yes,
Ms. McCabe, you were with Carrie Roberts just before her grand jury testimony. Is that right?
yes,
You had been with her to create a timeline of a version of events that occurred, correct?
I wouldn't say a version of events. We each put down what we remembered.
She saw what you put down, you saw what she put down.
You
Yes.
talked about
And
it.
you compared and contrasted those with each other to create that timeline, correct?
No, we didn't compare and contrast. I said she called me, she said this, then Carrie, and someone was writing it down for us.
That would be your sister.
I want to know where the timeline went. Is it a Google Notes app? Is it on a Post-it? Is it on like a legal pad? Where is the written timeline?
Who?
It was my sister, yes.
Which sister?
My sister Denise
What's your last name?
Galvin.
She here?
She is here, yes.
Where is she?
She's sitting over there.
Can you point to her and describe what she's wearing?
Sure, she's over there in the back with the striped shirt on.
Between the gentleman in the purple and the gentleman in the black?
D
Yes.
Nice is in the courtroom. You know that the defense knows that because I would imagine that the defendant knows exactly who Denise is. And D Nice is sitting in the courtroom. Oh my God. Where is the physical timeline? Denise, do you have it in your purse? Oh my God.
So she witnessed this timeline being prepared, correct?
She wrote the timeline, yes.
And then you've spoken to Miss Roberts several times.
Why is Denise
About-
not a witness? Oh, Emily, silly you. You know why Denise isn't a witness. It's all hearsay. And they are not on trial. That's why Denise isn't a witness. You just want to hear all the tea. Yep, that's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. Denise is not a witness because it's all hearsay. But she's sitting in court for this.
This case
Yes.
and about your perceptions of this case, correct?
We talk about what happened and the aftermath of this case. We don't talk about the specific details as much as we talk about the aftermath of everything.
Ms. McCabe, the fact is you instructed Carrie Roberts to say that she heard that Google hypothermia statement from my
Oh,
client
boy.
before she testified at the grand jury, didn't you?
No, absolutely not. I never instructed her to do anything.
You wanted some witness to back up your story about this Google search, correct?
No, absolutely not. I
Ms.
don't need.
McCabe,
It was said. Karen said it. It's that simple.
so you're the only person saying that, though.
Yes, and I stand by that 110%.
And the reason that you wanted another witness to back up that statement is because you knew that that Google search for Hosselong to die in cold points a very uncomfortable finger right toward you, correct?
I never did that search at 227. I never needed to instruct somebody. No, I'm sorry.
There's an apology again. Has someone told you that you need to apologize when there's an uncomfortable question that you don't want to answer?
No,
Have you discussed this with anybody?
no, and that's not an uncomfortable question. I'm fine to answer it.
How many times did you say, I apologize?
She actually is answering these fairly calmly. It's such a different demeanor. And it is really hard to separate what I know about the first trial and what I know about the second trial, because she is answering these much, much more calmly. Oh my goodness. She's like, no, I didn't instruct anyone to say anything. I don't need to. We made a timeline. We made a timeline together. I told her what I heard. She told me what she heard. We heard a timeline. But much calmer in this testimony. And that's going to read differently to the jury than her last testimony. All right. I'm going to back up the answer to that question. It is great questions by him. And she is like, no, I'm just telling you the truth. Sorry. And if the jury is with her at this point, it's going to feel like he is just going after her. If the jury's already like, ma'am, with the FBI, what? Then they're going to be like, ask him the questions. Are you lying? Did you guys corroborate? Did you stop? I'm going to keep going.
Ms. Roberts,
Wild.
several times
Wild.
about this case
Yes.
and about your perceptions of this case, correct?
We talk about what happened and the aftermath of this case. We don't talk about the specific details as much as we talk about the aftermath of everything.
Ms. McCabe, the fact is
That's why I backed
you
up.
instructed Carrie Roberts to say that she heard that Google hypothermia statement from my client before she testified at the grand jury, didn't you?
No, absolutely not. I never instructed her to do anything.
You wanted some witness to back up your story about this Google search, correct?
No, absolutely not. I don't
Ms.
need.
McCabe,
It was said. Karen said it. It's that simple.
so you're the only person saying that, though.
Yes, and I stand by that 110%.
And the reason that you wanted another witness to back up that statement is because you knew that that Google search for Hosselong to die in cold points a very uncomfortable finger right toward you, correct?
I never did that search at 227. I never needed to instruct somebody. No, I'm sorry.
There's that apology again. Has someone told you that you need to apologize when there's an uncomfortable question that you don't want to answer?
No,
Have you discussed this with anybody?
no, and that's not an uncomfortable question. I'm fine to answer it.
How many times
It's a
did
good
you say,
answer.
I apologize yesterday in crossing?
It's a good answer.
I didn't count.
Probably more than 15, right?
I have no idea. I'm just trying to answer the questions and be truthful as I can.
And you're aware that the Celebrite extraction that was done on your phone determined that of the three searches, 2:27 a.m., 6:23 a.m., 6:24 a.m., only one of them was recorded as deleted, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you ever been confronted with having deleted a Google search off your phone? You ever
Yeah.
been asked that?
Yes, by you.
Do you deny that you deleted a Google search off your phone?
I never deleted a Google search off my phone.
So you
I
deny
never did that. I deny it, yes.
that you ever deleted a Google search?
Yes. I never made the search.
I'd like to move back
You did
to
make the search.
the time of about 6:03 in the morning.
I never made the search
Ms.
isn't
McCabe,
accurate.
when you, along with Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed,
The time of the search is in question. But again, Alan Jackson, I think, did a good job of intimating to the jury that every time she's saying, I'm sorry, she's saying, I'm sorry because it's an uncomfortable question. I think she did a good job of saying, no, there's nothing uncomfortable. I'm just trying to answer the best I can. I think she starts saying, I'm sorry, and this is my read on it. I think she keeps saying, I'm sorry to make him look like he's being an asshole. Like the more he pokes, the more she's like, I'm sorry. I just remember what I remember. Oh boy.
approached 34 Fairview. This is Exhibit 4. It's been previously entered into evidence, and I think you've seen part of this exhibit. Do you recall...
She's going to get a lot further than being combative with
Do
him.
you recall my client when the first officer on scene, do you know his name, by the way?
I believe it was Officer Seraph.
When Officer Seraph approached, he asked the question, what happened? Something like that. Open-ended question. Do you remember that?
I don't remember what he specifically said.
Do you remember my client a few seconds later saying, my boyfriend, I left him, he never came home?
Oh, I'm interested to
I
see
don't
if we're gonna
remember the
hear that.
specifics of what was said.
Your Honor, if we could,
Oh, play
I would
it.
ask that we queue up Exhibit 4 for the jurors at runtime
That's
420.
a good use. That's a good use of that video. I
Before
think
we
that's a
play
really
this-
good use of that video.
I'm going to play just a second of it and ask if you can hear the volume.
Okay.
We could, Mr. Wolf? Could you hear anything?
Oh, I can hear. Yes. Sorry.
Okay. I don't know how loud it's going to be, quite frankly.
Okay.
One never knows.
Ms. McCabe, will you please pay attention to the audio portion of this video as this is played? Could you hear that?
I heard something.
I
Did you
heard
hear my
voice.
client? Does it sound like Ms. Reed?
It sounded like a female.
Did it sound like Ms. Reed, female?
I'm not sure. Could I listen to it again?
With the court information one more time?
One more time.
Could you hear it?
I could hear it. Yes.
What did she say?
I have no idea.
Did she say, my boyfriend, I left him, and he never came home?
I could not make that out.
You testified on direct examination that you were basically a passenger along in this ride on the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, that you were not the person in charge, correct?
I was in the passenger seat and Miss Roberts was driving.
It's a bad question on my part. Let me see if I can reframe that. You testified that it was...
If Jackson starts saying to her, I'm sorry, that was a bad question on my part. Let me refrain. The jury will have all of this evidence when they eventually go to deliberate. I imagine what they will do is look for that timestamp, put it in, and see what they can hear themselves. Because I think it's hard. I find it really hard to hear. I don't know if it's easier to hear in the courtroom or not, but they will have the ability to sit down in the jury room and play it themselves.
It was Carrie Roberts, who was basically the take charge person in the scenario between and among the three of you, Ms. Reed and Ms. Roberts.
Yes. Yes.
Not you, correct?
No.
You were just sort of along for the ride, assisting how you could, correct?
I was trying to help Miss Reed and find John O'Keefe.
If we could play a clip starting at, and I'm going to ask you, Ms. McCabe, to take a look at several clips. The first one starting at 6:21 runtime to 7:41. It's just over a minute. With the court's permission?
Christina, the defense asked that she have headphones, and the court denied it and said she can come up to sidebar. She has the right to hear what's going on. And so she chose to go up to the sidebars. I think it's probably hard for counsel to let her know what's happened at sidebar, and significant things can happen at sidebar. With how small and close this courtroom is and how close everyone is sitting to the defense table. So I think the solution for that is her going up to sidebar. So they asked to do it a different way and the court said no. So that's the option. But she has a right to hear what's happening in sidebars can be significant. All right, let's see what he wants her to watch.
Can you pause this? Do you recognize the three individuals in the foreground of this video?
I do, yes.
Can you start from left to right and describe for the jurors who we're looking at?
I believe that's me in the black coat. To the right of me is Miss Roberts, and on the other side of the car is Miss Reed.
Miss Roberts has, just to distinguish, Miss Roberts seemed to have fur on her hood where you did not.
Yes.
If you could go ahead and play that, please. pause it, please? Can you see who it appears you're talking to at that point?
I don't know who that is, no.
Go ahead and play it.
Whichever officer that is will identify themselves when they testify.
Pause it. Does it appear that you're engaged in conversation with that person while Miss Roberts is attending to something in the truck and Miss Reed is running back and forth?
Yes, I was speaking to whoever that was.
Do you believe that was a police officer?
I believe, yes.
Go ahead and play it. Mr. Wolk, if you'll stop it at 7:41, please.
Woof.
Could you see what was depicted in the video for about that minute and 10-second runtime?
Yes.
Did it appear that you were engaged in conversation with that other person?
Yes.
When that other person walked away, could you see his jacket?
I couldn't make it out, no.
Did it appear to be he was a police officer?
I'm going to assume it was a police officer, yes.
Okay.
From
In that
Richard,
video,
thank you.
who
I appreciate that.
looks most like she is taking charge, you or Carrie Roberts?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does it appear in that video that you're the one controlling the narrative, at least with law enforcement at that point?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does it appear in that video that you're the one engaging in conversation with law enforcement while Carrie Roberts and Miss Reed are otherwise occupied?
I am speaking with law enforcement, yes.
Can we move to runtime 8:56?
I don't know if it's a problem that the cooler head this day was Carrie trying to figure things out. It doesn't change what happens afterwards. But we'll see.
Pause it. Can you see yourself in that video?
I can, yes.
Which person are you?
I'm in the far right.
Speaking to someone?
Yes.
Who is that you're speaking to?
I can't make it out, but it looks like a police officer, possibly.
And Miss Roberts is directly in the middle of the screen, is that right?
I thought that was Miss Reed, but I could be wrong.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it. And at 9:26, you'll stop, please. In that video clip, who among the three of you appear to be most engaged with law enforcement at that time?
Objection.
Can you tell? Can you answer that, Ms. Reed?
Again, Your
I mean,
Honor?
Can
You
an-
called Miss McCabe Miss Reed yesterday. Damn.
So that, Ms. McCabe.
Yes, I can. I was speaking to police officers. Yes, I was trying to help them.
Okay. Can we go to runtime 10:49? This will be from 10:49 to 11:55, Mr. Wolk.
Oh, boy.
And pause it. Who is it that's just gesticulating in the video?
That is me.
Can we go ahead and play it?
I'm interested to see where he goes with this, but Carrie was driving and was, I don't know, asking people to do stuff with CPR. Jen called 911. It doesn't surprise me that Jen is then the one talking to law enforcement. She's the one that called 911. So, we'll see. There's no way this witness is done before lunch. There's just not a chance. couple of you in the chat asked what time is this video. It looks like the timestamp on it is 6:17. We're now at 50 seconds.
Did you see yourself in that video, that clip, about a minute-long clip?
Yes, I did.
Who among the three of you appeared to be most engaged with law enforcement in that clip?
I was.
Right.
Runtime 2022, Mr. Wolk.
A couple of you in the chat asked about body cam. Nope.
Stop it.
No body
Do
cam.
you see yourself in that video?
I do, yes.
You just walked in from frame right?
Yes.
From frame right going left?
Yes, behind Miss Roberts.
Okay.
Yes.
And that's you right in the middle of the screen?
Yes, it is.
And Miss Roberts had already run through, went to her SUV, correct?
Yes.
So we're now at
Okay, go ahead and play. This is about a 2-minute
6:26.
clip for the court's edification.
We're now at 6:26 a.m.
And this is the last of them. Mr. Wolk, can you pause it? Can you tell who you're speaking to there?
I think it's Mike Lang.
Go ahead and play it.
Interesting. Very interesting. Yes, Lank did testify the last trial. I imagine he'll testify again this trial. And yes, the jury can also use this video to determine conditions for themselves and their opinion on relative conditions, visibility, etc. They absolutely can. We're now at 6:28. That's loud.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
The timestamps on those was small, which is why I was reading them out as I saw them. But the timestamps on the top of those videos is pretty small. Again, the jury, once these are in evidence, once they deliberate, they have the ability to
who was
rewatch
most
these if they want
engaged
to.
in that clip with law enforcement? Between
I was.
them, you and Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed.
I was.
Okay.
You noticed when Mr. O'Keefe was placed on the gurney in a prior clip and moved past you, correct?
Yes.
Did you notice what your reaction was when that gurney passed you?
Oh, I didn't.
I didn't know.
Did you see that you turned your back completely,
What?
Mr. O'Keefe, as he passed by?
If that happened, it wasn't on purpose.
Ms. McCabe, when you got to the scene, we can take that down. When you got to the scene at 6:03 in the morning, you immediately recognized, did you not, that this was an emergency situation? High-intensity emergency situation, correct?
I knew it was an emergency situation, yes.
As a matter of fact, a man's life was in grave danger. You knew that.
Yes, I did.
And
She
this
knew
is
that.
someone that was a friend of yours, correct?
Yes, he was a dear friend.
Not just a friend, but a police officer who was laying.
They've seen the guy texts, though. They've seen the guy texts, though. A dear friend. You know. The guy. And I don't live in Massachusetts. I don't know. Do you refer to your dear friend as the guy or dude or bro or by their name post-mortem? And does it change? Because those texts were after they all knew that he had passed.
As far as you knew, dying in the snow. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that you needed to get immediate medical attention, emergency medical attention to him.
Oh, I know where we're going with this, I hope. This line of questioning I've been waiting for. How long have I been waiting for this line of questioning? For 2 days.
As quickly as you possibly.
Let me back up. I'm going to step right on the point. I've been waiting for these. I've been waiting for these. This is the line of questioning I've been waiting for. Chat, who's been waiting for this? You guys know where it's going. Who's been waiting for this? Chat. Are you ready, chat? This line of questioning I've been waiting for. I'm going to try to show.
When you got to the scene,
I might fail.
take that down. When you got to the scene at 6:03 in the morning, you immediately recognized, did you not, that this was an emergency situation? High intensity emergency situation, correct?
I knew it was an emergency situation, yes.
As a matter of fact, a man's life was in grave danger. You knew that.
Yes, I did.
And this is someone that was a friend of yours, correct?
Yes, he was a dear friend.
Not just a friend, but a police officer who was laying, as far as you knew, dying in the snow. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that you needed to get immediate medical attention, emergency medical attention to him as quickly as you possibly could. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that minutes counted, right?
Yes.
You knew that seconds counted, correct?
Correct.
This man was grasping, as far as you knew, grasping and clinging to life at that moment. Is that right?
Yes.
That's why you called 911, to get emergency personnel who are trained in CPR and life-saving measures to the scene, to the gentleman, to Mr. O'Keefe, as quickly as you possibly could, correct?
Yes.
You called 911 at about 6:03 and 35 seconds. Is that right? I don't expect you to know down to the second, but it was about a couple of minutes after 6.
Right after, yeah, we found him, yes.
And you're aware from the dash cam that Officer Seraph got there about 6:10, almost on the nose, right?
I didn't pay
that's
attention to
strong.
the time.
You'll agree with me that there was about 6.5 minutes.
You called 911 at 6:03. That's time-stamped. Seraph arrived at around 6:10. That's time-stamped.
Or so between the time you called 911 and the time Officer Seraph got there. Is that right?
If that's what the dash cam says, yes.
On that 911 call, you referred to John O'Keefe as a man passed out in the snow.
Yes.
You didn't say, this is my friend.
My dear friend.
I needed to get, like you said, emergency there. So
Did
I
you
wasn't
say,
going
"This
to
is
give
my
a I wasn't going to give a description and say my friend is in the snow. I was going to give them the information that I thought was the most important at the time.
Did
And
you say his name?
I just said a man because that was the most important identifying.
You didn't say John.
Eventually in the 911, I do say his name.
She does.
You didn't initially say O'Keefe, correct?
No, none of that matters. It was a man in the snow, and I
you
wanted
didn't say,
help there.
And you didn't say he's a Boston police officer or an off-duty police officer.
So you determined what mattered? None of that matters. How do you are you a dispatcher at this point, ma'am? I thought you were just a mom. None of that matters.
Going to give them the information that I thought was the most important
Nothing
at the time.
else matters,
Did
y'all.
you say his
Nothing.
name?
I just said a man because that was the most important identifying.
You didn't say John.
Eventually in the 911, I do say his name.
You didn't initially say O'Keefe, correct?
No, none of that matters. It was a man in the snow, and I
you
wanted
didn't say,
help there.
And you didn't say he's a Boston police officer or an off-duty police officer.
Again, a man needed help.
Yes or no? Did you
No,
say that?
I didn't.
Do you think that might, yes or no? Do you think that might have sped things up if they knew, if the 911 operator knew that this was a fallen officer, a fellow officer?
I mean, not in the
I think
snow.
911 comes to everyone equally. I don't think they would have.
Do you think that might have been something important to relay to the 911 officials?
I don't know.
You were even asked by the 911 operator, does
I
anybody know
quibble with that.
CPR? And your answer was no, correct?
Bless.
I'd have to listen to it to remember my
I quibble less with his job. I quibble more with these points that are coming up. So I'm less bothered that she didn't give his occupation. When 911 asked, does anyone know CPR? This line of questioning, I think, is going to go to, well, we know someone who maybe is a first responder that knows CPR. But I get not giving his profession.
I don't know.
You even asked by the 911 operator, does anybody know CPR? And your answer was no, correct?
I'd have to listen to it to remember my exact answers.
But it was basically in the negative. No, we're not professionals. We're just out here doing the best we can, correct?
I wouldn't say that, no.
Mom,
You didn't believe Karen Reed knew CPR?
I didn't know. I don't think I answered that question. I don't think it
You
was
didn't-
asked.
You didn't know if Carrie Roberts knew CPR, correct?
I didn't know if they knew CPR, correct?
And none of you were paramedics?
No,
None of you were first responders?
no,
None of you were trained in emergency life-saving techniques in any way, correct?
correct.
I have a question, Miss McCabe.
yeah, me too. I got this
On
one.
all of Fairview, the entire road between Chapman and Cedar Crest, can you think of any person on that road who might have had life-saving techniques trained into them? First responder, someone who knew how to deal with someone in distress.
I know.
Someone with high skill level training. Do you think of anyone on Fairview who had that kind of
I
training?
can.
Can I now or did I then? Which are you asking?
Did you then?
No, then my focus was on John O'Keefe.
Okay, let me narrow the focus. How about on the property? How about at 34 Fairview? Could you think of anyone that was a first responder who would have life-saving training, life-saving technique training under his belt?
Yes, my brother-in-law, Brian Albert.
Doesn't the chief of
And you
police
didn't
also
go in the
like live
house.
across the fucking street? I mean, aren't there multiple cops on this street though? Also, but yeah, does anyone know CPR? No. You call Brian to come to all your interviews. The FBI comes knocking, and you call Brian Albert. Law enforcement wants to come to your house and interview you later this day, and you want Brian Albert there with you. But when you're all standing around in the snow,
One that was a first responder who would have life-saving training, life-saving technique training under his belt.
Yes, my brother-in-law, Brian Albert.
And you didn't go in the house, did you?
No, I did not.
When you arrived at the scene, you didn't go in? Not until much later, correct?
Our focus was John.
You knew that Brian Albert was inside the house. You'd just been with him hours earlier, correct?
Yes,
You knew that his window was 30 feet away. You were staring at it. You could look at it if you wanted to, correct?
it's off to an angle.
And you didn't go in the house then either.
I did not know.
You knew that John O'Keefe was clinging to life during those precious minutes and seconds. Is that right?
I did, yes.
And you also knew that Brian Albert, your brother-in-law, was a first responder trained to deal with people in that kind of distress, correct?
In that moment, my only thoughts were John and everything we could do for John.
And you knew that there were warm blankets inside the house. Is that
everything
right?
we could do.
I did, yes. There were warm blankets in the house.
And you
Those
still
weren't-
never went in, did you?
No, I went and attended to John because once I finished calling 911, I went over to John and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over compressions. So I felt like that was more important and 911 was on the way. I never thought about going in the house. I just thought, how can I help John?
You never thought about going in the house, but you did pull out your cell phone and make 2 phone calls, didn't you?
After I
What?
called 911, I tried calling my sister, yes.
While John was out in the cold, clinging to life, you weren't doing...
What now? What now? More phone calls? There's more phone calls? There's more phone calls. This seems new. My sole focus was doing everything I could for John while standing on my brother-in-law's lawn. It was whiteout
John.
It was a whiteout condition blizzard. You don't think 911 will be a little delayed? It might take them a minute to get there. 911 was in its bedroom upstairs.
You never thought about going in the house, but
Who'd
you
you
did
call?
pull out your cell phone and make 2 phone calls, didn't you?
After I called 911, I tried calling my sister, yes.
While John was out in the cold, clinging to life, you weren't doing chest compressions at 6:07 and 6:08, were you?
Which sister?
I was walking over when I was calling.
You were calling your sister on the phone, weren't you, Mr. McCabe?
I was calling them to see if they would come out, but I was going right over to work on him.
And you could have walked with 25 feet to the front door, walked in the house, and screamed for Brian Albert to come out and help you in those precious seconds and minutes, couldn't you?
That would have taken me away from helping John, getting Kerry blankets, giving him compressions.
And making those 2 very important phone calls at 6:07 and 6:08 that you say were not answered. Correct?
They were not important phone calls. I tried to call my sister, and then I focused on John.
They were not important phone calls, but they were important enough for you to make while John is clinging to life right there in front of you, right?
Well, to be fair to her, she did tell 911, I think he's gone. That's not her testimony now. Her testimony's not, I thought he was gone. I just needed 911 to get there. That's not her testimony. Because she did tell 911, I think he's gone. So AJ is characterizing it as he is clinging to life for all you know. That's not what she told 911. But she didn't testify, I thought he was already gone. She's testifying, we were doing everything we can to save him. Interesting.
As I was walking over, I called to see if she would answer.
And she didn't answer. Let's talk about that. She didn't answer according to you.
So if we're going to talk about it, we're beyond the luncheon break.
Your Honor, I have 2 more questions,
Okay.
and I'll wrap it.
Okay.
Let's talk about that
Buddy.
real quick.
Sure.
She
We're
didn't
not
answer
done.
the phone, did she?
No, she didn't.
So you have a situation where a man is laying dead or dying in the front yard of your sister's house. You see nothing in terms of life inside the house. Lights aren't coming on. They're not getting up. They're certainly not coming outside, right?
They were sound asleep
They weren't coming outside, were they?
because they were asleep.
You didn't know if they were asleep. All you knew was there was a severely injured man on the front lawn of their house, and your sister didn't answer the phone, not once, but twice, correct?
Correct, she didn't answer the phone.
Did you think your sister might have been in peril? Did you think to go
I don't
inside
think
the
she
house
did.
and check that they're okay?
I had no reason to think that they weren't okay.
You had no reason to believe they weren't okay. A man was dead or dying on their lawn, and your sister's not answering the phone. And nobody is coming out to the chaos of Karen Reed screaming on the front lawn. You didn't think there was some reason to believe they could have been in peril?
I didn't, because your client was screaming she hit him. She had a cracked taillight. She was crying she hit him. I didn't, but my focus... Can I finish, please?
You had solved the crime right then and there. You solved the whole
boy.
case.
No, I didn't. I knew John never came in the house, so I had no concern for anyone's safety inside the house.
The reason you didn't go inside the house is because you knew better. You knew better. You knew she wasn't in peril. You knew that Brian Albert wasn't in peril. You weren't worried at all about them, were you?
I was not worried at all because something happened on the front lawn that had nothing to do with anything inside that house.
You weren't worried about them at all because you knew what really happened, didn't you?
There it is.
At that moment, I didn't know that he was hit by a vehicle and there was taillight found next to him.
All right. Jurors,
Wow.
luncheon break. Let's take 40 to 45. Okay. Then follow up behind.
Jurors, please follow me.
Yeah, I understand this one.
And how long is it?
I think that's the end of cross. Well, the court's going to lunch. We are well behind today, so we are going to come back very, very quickly because Dr. B brought me food, so I'm going to eat with y'all. I'm going to take just a real quick bathroom break. Let's try to summarize this morning. We're not going to go far. I'm going to take like 5 minutes to run to the restroom because Dr. B brought food. So I'm going to eat. If y'all don't mind, we're just going to snicky snack together. We're just going to snacky snack. But the court was dismissing the jury as we were leaving to lunch and said we're going to be about 45 minutes. And we are at the lunch break of day 8 of the Karen Reed case. Jen McCabe was under cross-examination all morning. I think we might be at the end of cross-examination. And the court said we are at the lunch hour. And Alan Jackson was like, I've got like 2 more questions. It was more than 2, but he was right at kind of the pinnacle of his cross-examination. And I appreciate that the court did let him finish. And I think he did finish his cross-examination. As we got to the very end of cross-examination, Alan Jackson brought in the dash cam video from the first responding car, Seraph's car, and was asking Jen McCabe about where she was and who she was corresponding with, and then nailed down the timeline of you called 911 at 6:03 a.m. And then Officer Seraph arrived at 6:10 a.m. and really highlighted, and you thought that this was an emergency situation, that a man was clinging to life in perilous condition. And 911 asked if anyone knew CPR. Can you think of anyone on the whole of Fairview that might have known CPR? And she goes, at that time or now? And he backed up. He said, do you know anyone on the property that would have known CPR? She said, yes, my brother-in-law, Brian Albert. But I was focused on helping John. And then Alan Jackson broke that down as well and said, but you made 2 other phone calls, which I had completely forgotten if they came in the first trial. You made 2 phone calls after 911 to your sister. And she said, yes, I made 2 phone calls. She didn't pick up. And he goes, but you didn't go knock on the door to get your sister. You missed 2 phone calls. And there's Karen Reed running around screaming, and you didn't go knock on the door. You didn't go get blankets. You didn't go get the first responder that would have known CPR. You didn't go to the house and then brought in a line of questioning. And you don't know what happened to John O'Keefe on the lawn. Aren't you worried about your sister and brother-in-law in the house, that they might be in distress? And she said, no, I had no reason to worry for them because I knew John O'Keefe never came in the house that night. And I didn't know what happened to him. But she added in, but Karen's running around saying, I hit him. And I didn't know that he had been hit by a car. And Jackson brought it back around and said, you didn't know what happened to John O'Keefe on the lawn. And you weren't even concerned about whether or not your sister and brother-in-law inside the house at 34 Fairview were in peril because you knew what happened. And she said to the effect of, I knew that Karen Reed had a cracked taillight and was going around saying, I hit him. And in her very last answer, she threw in, Karen Reed was saying, I hit him, had a cracked taillight, and there was taillight found next to John O'Keefe's body. She did not know that then and was adding in, I didn't go into the house because I had no reason to believe that they were in peril. I had no reason to believe that there was anything wrong. And she couched it as because John O'Keefe never went into the house. So I was not worried about what was going on in the house. But she also didn't go look for help in the house. And that is where we ended cross-examination. There was also quite a lot of cross-examination, of course, about the Google searches and the back and forth about the Google searches, about her talking to Carrie Roberts about those same Google searches and whether she was trying to get Carrie Roberts on side to give supportive testimony. At one point, when they were going through the group text messages, and this is the first time the jury is seeing these group text messages with her, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and her husband, you know, the ones where her husband says, tell them the guy never came in the house. And oh my God, Carrie's telling them everything. Those group text messages. Alan Jackson asked, isn't this a textbook example of witnesses colluding? Which drew a prompt objection. The judge instructed the jury. Then they went to sidebar, and then the judge allowed it differently. Not this is a textbook example of witnesses colluding, but were you and these other witnesses colluding? Were you coordinating? To which she answered no. It was a fiery morning of cross-examination. There were points where she was incredibly evasive. There were points where Alan Jackson was pushing on things that maybe aren't the biggest deal. And then there were things that were a very big deal. It is hard to separate the first trial from the second trial at this point because we know so much about this witness's testimony. So when we got to the point of her saying, I don't know if I was Googling at 2:27 a.m., I was having a hard time following the testimony. I'm like, ma'am, what? And I think Jackson did a very good job of bringing up how frequently she was questioned about those Google searches. And she jumped the track at one point because he was asking her, were you Googling anything at 2:27 a.m.? And she's like, I didn't make that search at that time. He wasn't asking about the house long search, and he hadn't asked about it yet. And she was jumping to answer different questions or insinuations that he was not putting out there yet. Because she knew exactly where he was going, because she remembers exactly what the questions are going to be about 2:27 a.m. Will it come across to the jury this way? And it's hard trying to look at this case fresh in light of some of this testimony, because the jurors don't have law enforcement witnesses yet. They have a much smaller picture of this case at this point. When Jen McCabe testified last time, there was much more in evidence than there is now. We're going to get to redirect. I'm very curious what the redirect is going to be on all of that. But it seems that Jen McCabe is going to stick with, I don't remember times. My focus was my very good friend, John O'Keefe, and giving him aid. I didn't even think to go into the house to wake up my brother and sister-in-law. I called them, but I didn't think about it. And we'll see if the prosecution comes back round to the, 7 missed calls from John O'Keefe's phone. Alan Jackson said, we saw that there were 7 missed calls from your phone to John O'Keefe's phone after 12:20 in the morning. And she was saying those weren't intentional. Those were inadvertent. They were, in fact, possibly butt dials. That's a really common thing, she testified. And Alan Jackson asked her, but you're aware that on your phone extraction, those missed calls do not show up. She was like, I'm not aware of that. When we get back to some of the cell phone evidence, I imagine it will come back around that on John O'Keefe's cell phone extraction, those missed calls are there. On Jen McCabe's cell phone extraction, they're not. And then on her call records from the cell phone carrier, they are. It's going to be very interesting to see how the evidence continues to come in and what order the prosecution is going to go in. Because that was a very fiery cross-examination. And as many of you in the chat have pointed out, one of the things that first responders do and others do is tell civilians to go get help, to go get additional help. And the defense is going to make much of, but you didn't go to the house and ask for help. You called, and you didn't go ask for help. Why didn't you want to go to 34 Fairview? In the time between calling 911 and law enforcement getting there, you said it was whiteout conditions. You know it's going to take law enforcement time to get there. But your brother-in-law is in the house. Isn't it faster for him to put on shoes and clothes and get downstairs than it is to wait for people to drive through the terrible whiteout condition driving, the defense is going to use that fact very much in their arguments. And I have to imagine that the jurors are sitting there wondering, why didn't you ask? If you're calling the house and Carrie's saying do compressions, tell Carrie to do compressions, or tell Karen and say, I'm going to get help. She also said on 911, I think he's gone. She's saying, I was just following Carrie's instructions. We'll see. But when law enforcement went to question Jen McCabe, she called Brian Albert to come with her. When the FBI came knocking, she called Brian Albert and then didn't tell the FBI she called him. She's calling him for help at all these other points in time. But when your very good friend is on the lawn in the snow to the point that Carrie had to brush the snow off of his face, that's when you don't ask your brother-in-law for help? I don't know if they're going to redirect on that after lunch. We're going to find out together. Law nerds, I am going to take 5 minutes to go to the bathroom because we are going to have to get to redirect. And I do not want to miss a minute, especially if I have weather come in. Thankfully, we have a generator at this point and I can see it. Colleen asked EDB, how is Alan maintaining? Is it the adrenaline? Oh, there's so much adrenaline in trial. And then there's the whole adrenaline like pitfall after trial. There's so much adrenaline. And caffeine and sugar. Maybe not for Alan, who knows? But for me, I did not have a very, very healthy trial habits. I hope I would have established them later in my career, but the health issues got the better of me before that happened. Loch Nessie, thank you for the gifted memberships. What did you guys think of Cross? I think there were points of Cross that the point got lost, but I think the ending was incredibly strong. And I think it leaves the jury with the question, yeah, why wouldn't you just go ask him? It leaves them questioning what Jen's doing and why. Yeah, why wouldn't? Yeah, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you go ask? And I think it is a very good place to leave after watching all of the dash cam. I really do. A really good end to Cross. A really good end to Cross. Okay. Alan's going to be like, I did the damage I needed to do. We're going to get to that at some point. All right. Where are we? What time is it? 5 minutes. Oh, it's 1:24. I'm going to be quick. 5 minutes, y'all. I'm putting on real quickly our lunch break video. I'm going to run to the restroom and then I'm going to be back. Like literally 5. Miguelina, will you let the app know that I'm taking a 5-minute break and I will be back at 1:30? I mean, maybe it'll be 6 minutes. I will be back by 1:30 because I want to get back into the rest of this, y'all. I'm riveted, but I also very much have to pee. Law nerds, moderators, hydrate. Trial days are long days. Get some snacks. Remember, court's going to end local time around 3:30, 3:45. So there's not much left of the court day today. So buckle up because it's been a lot and it's going to continue to be a lot. Let's just go. Let's get to the bathroom and let's get back to court. Yeah. Don't forget to get the Law Nerd app if you don't have it already and do the likey, subscribey things. If you're new, welcome. We're taking lunch. Get your snacks. Hey, Law Nerd, court is still on break, but don't forget to download the Law Nerd app so you know exactly when we're back from break, and you can get a notification from us when witnesses take the stand that you've been waiting for, when something unexpected happens in court, and during verdict watch. The Law Nerd app has all of your live court notifications to keep you in the loop. LawNerdApp.com, free for iOS and Android. And while we're on break, don't forget to hydrate, get up and stretch, and take care of yourself. Trial days are long days. Hello, Law Nerds. Are you guys ready to get back to court? One question. Do you think Jen McCabe feels like she pulled the shortest straw? I couldn't help it. I think she does. I think she does. The Metallica memes will not end today, but eventually today in court will, because the court said they are going to end a little bit early, but it's a full court day. So we have probably another hour and a half. Where does Brennan start with the redirect? Ms. McCabe, this was traumatic for you. You found your dear friend in the yard. Does he just lean into... Did that make it hard to remember some things? Is that where we go? I don't know. But we also, any thunder, lightning, heavy rain, or what have you is probably on my end, because we have a pretty good thunderstorm just starting to roll through here. So as the light changes in my office, it's because the light is changing outside. And if I just jump suddenly, it's because thunder has scared the crap out of me. So that's what's going on over where I'm at. All right. As the thunder rolls, not to quote a different song, but it's actually time to ride the lightning. But you know what? This storm was supposed to come through more last night, which would have been a disaster for my concert plans. So I'm real glad that the lightning is bringing it today, not yesterday. It's going to make things much, much easier. So let's get back to court. I'm ready. I'm dying to see where Brennan goes with this. I'm so curious as to where he starts first with the rest of it. So let's see. I see a couple of you asking what kind of generator I would have to ask Dr. B. Dr. B says things like, I think we need a generator. I'm going to get one. And I say, okay, just tell me what you need from me. Just fine. So I have no idea.
Now open and name seated.
It mostly runs the office. Like the whole point of the generator was because we're pretty good, but the generator should keep us online without, even if power goes out, if streaming. That was the purpose for the generator. He handled it, but the purpose was to make sure the office stays up and running. We don't have a weather house like Ryan Hall, but the stream center here needed to stay up and running because if my electricity blinked and we lost stream, I would lose my mind. It's happened to me once or twice, so we're not doing that again. All right.
So counsel's 10 minutes late. As I was walking out here, was
Counsel's 10 minutes late.
told that the Commonwealth needs to see me.
Okay.
Oh, hold on, Ms. Reed's not here.
Counsel's 10 minutes late. I was told the Commonwealth needs to see me. Hold on, Miss Reed's not here. Ways to piss off a judge that Emily is well familiar with. Be late. I had a judge that would, when I would walk in, would stop what he was doing on the record and say, "Lost time, Miss Baker. Lost time." The only correct answer to that for this court was, "Is never found, Your Honor." There are few things that will tick off a judge quickly. Not obeying their orders, talking over them, being late. Being late will always do it. And as someone who is very ADHD and time blind, it didn't go well. Also, running in with another attorney and saying, "Your Honor, we're handling one issue," would help with that. This judge is very mindful of the jurors. Whatever you think of her demeanor, she's
All right, so
mindful
counsel
of the
wanted to
jurors.
see me here or at sidebar?
I
Here,
have no preference.
here.
All right, if it's something to be done in open court, go right ahead.
So we had mentioned earlier at the end of Ms. McCabe's testimony, I have clips that I would like to play. There is a dispute regarding 2 of them. And I've given previous notice to the defense. They've would like different content in than I would. And I would hope to have a court's ruling before I played them.
All right, so I received an envelope, court copy, clip 17 was the only one I was given that was in,
That's a new one. The other one was
dispute.
previously turned over to the court.
okay?
The ones we have a dispute on are clip 13 and clip 15.
Okay. So I viewed the other clips. There's an objection to 13 and 15? There's an objection to them? All right. Let's play them. They're quick, right?
Yes, they are.
Play them very
Yes!
quickly.
Woohoo! Let's play them. The important questions in the chat from Kimberly and others. What if you have to poop real bad? No, there's no time. There is no time. There is no time. I'll tell some of those stories later. We'll talk about the practical tactical things of being a trial lawyer later. We will. I want to see these clips.
She didn't finish her answer, so we're just asking that it be extended so she can actually complete it. So we produced alternative clips. So there's 2 for each. 13.
That's fair of Miss Little to ask.
All right, so the Commonwealth gets to play.
Miss Little said, they're not complete answers. We would ask that she be allowed to complete her answers.
What they want, and then you can play yours at some point too.
Well,
I haven't seen-
Then, if we don't have time, I can wait to have a hearing on this. I don't think the defense can play in self-serving statements because they think it's
Okay.
Dr.
No, but they can ask for completeness. I didn't interpret that the same way you did, Brennan. I interpret the court saying, you play your clip, they play their clip, and then I'll decide. That's how I interpreted it. The defense cannot introduce their own clips in this trial. They can ask for completeness, and I think that's what they're asking for.
I haven't seen it. All right. I saw clip 17. I have no problem with clip 17 coming in.
I don't think they have an objection to 17. The ones that are objectionable,
13
I know
and
were
15.
pressed on a Friday. I can hold them till next week.
No!
Until the dispute becomes more clear for the court.
Okay.
It sounds like this is going to take more time than I thought.
All right. So I need what you have, Miss Little. I need that to review this weekend. All right.
That's
Anything
fair.
else?
The second issue is I should approach the side.
Okay.
For those of you asking what is completeness, as they go to sidebar, let's cover this real quick, and then I'll zoom. Karen Reed, the defendant, has given out-of-court statements to media. Those have been recorded in various fashions. The prosecution can seek to bring those in as admissions of a party opponent. That doesn't mean admitting to a crime, it's just statements of a party opponent. Because they are the opposing party to her. The defense cannot bring in any of her out-of-court statements. The defense can't be like, oh, we're introducing clip 27 if the prosecution's not introduced it. Because those are statements of their own client, not a party opponent. If they want to hear Karen Reed's statement, she can get on the stand, be under oath, and be cross-examined. She can't bring in out-of-court statements of her. However, if she is giving an answer in an interview and they clip off the answer or they clip off the complete question, the defense can say, yes, you can bring that in, but we need to expand the amount of time you're showing because you have clipped it unfairly. We can't clip, like you can't clip it so that the answer is not complete, because those statements can be a double-edged sword for the prosecution. If you want to bring in her answer, you need to bring in her whole answer in that segment or the whole question of the interviewer. You can't just clip out the context to make it seem different or to leave something out. Now, if Karen Reed's giving an answer and then goes on to a different topic, you can clip that. So there needs to be, so the rule of completeness means you can't just Franken edit like a Bravo editor with a wink and a nod about what somebody said in court. The difficulty is if they don't have all of the raw interview, sometimes the way interviews clip things can be misleading or can be more sensationalized, or it's like leaving you on a cliffhanger before they go to a break. And that can play against the defendant too. So they are not allowed to cherry pick within the confines of a given statement. And now Brennan wanted to approach sidebar. Do we know what they're asking about? Something he wants to ask about at sidebar. The jury is not present. The witness is not back on the stand. This is after lunch. So an extended after lunch sidebar conversation. I had never heard the term Danita Frankenedit until I covered the Jen Shaw case. And it was in one of the books about Bravo, talking about how conversations can be Franken-edited out of order in reality TV. It was a phrase I had not heard, and now I'm living. So let's see. The audio did not come back up. I'm assuming they're bringing the jury, but this will go up to the fan when they bring the jury in. Okay.
Session, please be seated.
Now the jury should be in.
Jurors, I know I said
There
it
we
was a
go.
45-minute lunch. I apologize. No one intended to waste your time like this, particularly when we don't have much time left. Ms. McCabe, please.
No one intended to waste your time like this, especially when we don't have much time left. Oh boy. So we should be getting to redirect right now.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, we are on redirect with the
Good
prosecution.
afternoon, Mrs. McCabe.
Good afternoon.
I want you to briefly tell us your memory of the weather when you first arrived at Fairview, when you left at Fairview, and when you returned the next morning
They
a
have
little
the
after
dash
6
cam
a.m.
video.
Okay.
What's the weather?
When I arrived at Fairview on the early hours of the 29th, the snow was
Proctor,
falling,
was it
just
snowing?
starting to fall, starting to stick to the street and onto the windshields.
What, if any, snow was there, Miss McCabe?
When I left Fairview, it had, accumulated more where my husband had to wipe the windows. And then the following morning, when we were driving there, it was dark and the snow was like coming at the car. Like, it was very hard to see.
When you returned the next morning, we've seen video from the dash cam.
Okay.
The elements, the visibility, is that fairly depicted in that dash cam?
Yes. Obviously it was lit more because of the lighting and the spotlights,
That's
etc.
fair.
From the moment that you first saw John until you went into your sister's home, is it fair to say a number of different first responders arrived?
Yes.
When the first responders arrived, did you see a number of different vehicles arrive?
I did, yes.
Did any of them have their sirens on?
Not that I recall.
Ambulance, fire truck, police cars? Do you remember ever any siren on at all?
Nobody was
Not
running
that I
code 3.
recall, no.
And your sister and brother-in-law, you described how you went in the house and woke them up. They never came out before you woke them up?
No, they didn't.
There was a house right next to where you found John before 34. Do you know what
Nobody else came out
address
either.
that is?
I would assume it's 32.
Did you ever see anybody come out of 32 Fairview and come over to John in the scene to help out?
No.
Across the street, there's a house that's in between 32 and 34 if you cross the street.
Yes.
Did you ever see anybody come out of that house and offer assistance to help?
No.
There's a house right across the street from 34 Fairview, isn't
I wonder if he'll ask law enforcement about this. I wonder if the reason most of them weren't sirens is because the weather was such that there was just no one else on the road. And they were just lights, no sirens. We'll see. I'm curious.
there?
Yes.
And did anybody ever come out of that house and come over to assist?
No.
When you were trying to help John that moment, have you ever been trained in emergency aid?
Probably 25, 30 years ago.
Your state of mind. Best describe how you were feeling at that moment as far as your focus and what was going through your mind.
I was shocked, confused, nervous, scared, anxious. My friend was lying there on the ground. I had no idea what happened. All I wanted to do was to get help for John, and as fast as I could.
You saw on the dash cam you spoke to a number of different people in law enforcement.
Yes.
In fact, during that day, a number of different people from law enforcement, did they call you?
I'll allow that. Move along to Mr. Brennan.
Did a number of people call you from law enforcement that day?
On the day of the 29th,
Yes.
Michael Proctor called me.
Okay. Did you speak to law enforcement after that day?
Yes.
Were you asked to engage in interviews?
Yes.
Were you asked to testify in front of grand juries?
Yes.
Were you asked to come to court and testify?
Yes.
Did you ever once refuse to speak to the police?
No.
Did you ever once refuse to
Well-
testify?
No.
Well,
When you were speaking to the police on that dash cam, it's depicted on the dash cam,
she did speak to the FBI and then cut off the interview. I imagine that's going to come up and recross immediately.
why were you speaking to the police?
Well, each officer that arrived had a set of questions of who it was, what happened, etc. So I was answering all the questions because my main focus was John.
Did you ever try to be evasive with the police?
No, I told them everything I knew.
Did you ever try to avoid speaking to them?
Ma'am, those,
Did you
Those
ever
calls,
hold
though.
anything back from the police when you spoke to them?
I'll
yep,
allow that, and then let's move on, Mr. Brennan.
the calls.
No, I didn't.
When you interviewed with many different law enforcement and people involved in this case, were you ever given an opportunity to review somebody else's report after it was written and provide edits or your input?
I'll allow it.
No.
That's a fair question, especially after how much
When
Jackson
you
asked about it.
testified, are you testifying from what somebody wrote? They interpreted what you said months or years ago, or are you
That's fair
testifying
follow-up for
from
him.
your own memory?
I'll allow it.
That's fair
I'm
follow-up.
testifying from my own memory.
You called 911?
Yes.
And that morning when you called 911, well, let me ask you, do you wear an Apple Watch?
I do have one, yes.
When you were speaking to 911 that morning and during that event, how did you feel?
Extremely nervous, anxious, scared, uncertain,
Do you think
panicked.
do you think your heartbeat was up?
Yes.
At 2:27 the night before or around that time when you were looking up Hawkham,
Are they going to bring in all of her Apple Watch data? Because they haven't yet. I feel like we could end up down a completely different rabbit hole about this.
before you went to bed, were you of the same state of mind of fear and panic, or were you in a very different state of mind?
Strike the fear and panic part. You can answer that, though. Were you of the same mind or different?
Different.
What was your state of mind at that time?
I was relaxed, just playing on my phone, looking up things before I went to bed.
Do you think your heartbeat was as elevated that evening as it was the next morning?
Sustained.
When you made a search for how long to die in the cold or how long to die in cold, is that something that you thought of for yourself?
I'll allow it.
No.
Why did you do it?
Miss Reed asked me to Google it.
And when was that?
That was in the morning after we found him.
And had you ever attempted either of those searches before Miss Reed asked you to do that?
No, I didn't.
The difference between her direct and cross-examination, I think, is more notable after the length of her cross-examination.
You were asked questions about the next day when you visited the O'Keefe home, and you read some records. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
Do you remember going to the O'Keefe home?
I do, yes.
You went with who?
With Carrie and our 2 daughters.
Do you remember how many hours you spent with the O'Keefe family?
I don't remember how many hours, say a few.
Was it over 3 or 4?
Could have been, I'm not sure.
What is the reason that you spend so much time at the O'Keefe home the next day?
We went over to offer support, love, comfort, to be with them.
You weren't avoiding them, were you?
No.
Sustained.
After you left the O'Keefe home and reading the records,
It's the
I don't
leading
know if this is your
questions.
memory, it was suggested it was 5:12. Do you remember going to Fairview?
I remember driving by Fairview on the way to Mike Lank's.
When you went to Fairview, you asked questions about when you stopped by, whether that meant you went in or were outside. Do you remember whether you went in or were outside?
We never went in.
Have you seen your phone records that there are no calls to your sister when you went by Fairview at that time?
I'll allow it.
I haven't, no.
And when you went by, you were asked about that. In fact, you had been asked about that before, hadn't you? Whether
Yeah.
you stopped by.
Yes.
And Attorney Jackson showed you part of that statement.
Yes.
Did
Part.
you, when you were saying that's part of the statement, did you read the whole statement to yourself?
I did.
And to put that in completeness, had you, under oath, talked about the fact that you went by that day?
I'm confused by your question.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
Well, that's fair. I was, to be perfectly blunt, expecting her to just be like, oh, yes, it's this, blah, 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 blah. I'm actually surprised. She's like, no, can I see it?
You were shown page 181 and then 182?
Yes.
And so when you were asked about that before, had you in fact offered under oath that you did go by Fairview?
Yes.
That's a real quick remembrance.
When you stopped by Fairview, according to the questions you were asked, or the records you were asked to read, it was 4 minutes you stopped by Fairview. Does that sound like your memory?
No, I know we drove by, slowed down, and we were looking outside.
Why did you want to go back to the very scene that you had seen that morning?
I think Carrie and I I'm not really sure. I think we just drove down and
All right, so your answer is not really sure.
okay.
Next question.
And then according to the records that were read to you, you went to
Wow.
Detective
Wow.
Blank's house,
Yes.
and you were at that address for about 40 minutes, 50 minutes?
Yes.
You were read or shown certain text messages between you and some of your family.
Yes.
Was that a complete listing of the text messages in order that were on your phone?
I had a lot of text messages with them on my phone, yes.
Were some missing from what you were shown?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You were asked about your state of mind. I'm going to ask you about some of those text
Interesting.
messages in a minute. You were asked about calls and text messages to John O'Keefe.
Yes.
Have you ever inadvertently called anybody before on your iPhone?
I'll allow it.
Yes, many times.
And you were asked whether or not you remembered or knew that those calls were made to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Did you purposely make those calls?
No, I do not believe so.
If you inadvertently called on purpose, it wouldn't be inadvertent, would it?
True.
Did John ever answer any of your calls after that 1218 call?
No, he didn't.
And when you were reaching out to him, did you reach out to him the next morning after you heard from the defendant?
I did, yes.
What?
Next question, Mr. Brennan.
Why were you reaching out to him?
Because I was trying to get in
Really?
touch with
The answer was that she called John the next morning after Karen Reed called her.
him. Because I did, yes.
What?
Next question, Mr. Brennan.
Why were you reaching out to him?
Because I was trying to get in touch with him. Because Miss Reed said he didn't come home.
Interesting.
You were asked about your state of mind over the next couple days,
Yes.
and I'd like to ask you about some of the text messages reflecting your full state of mind over the next couple days.
Oh, this has to be really brief.
And they are going to sidebar with the court saying this has to be really brief. We will see, but the defense asked about, you calling John O'Keefe, when you called John O'Keefe, was it inadvertent, what she did in the morning. That makes these questions fair game. So we will see where this line of questioning goes after this sidebar, which is not exactly brief at this point. Let's see.
Personal.
All right. I'm curious to see where this goes. And I accidentally paused when I was just trying to make sure we were right on time, which is more difficult at the moment. There we go. Are we back on the record yet? No. There we go.
All right,
Lord.
jurors, you're about to hear some evidence. And remember, I told you this morning that before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or created or sent, transmitted this communication was in fact the person alleged to have done so. If you do not find it is more likely true than not that the person alleged to have transmitted, created these messages, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding this case. And remember, what you're about to hear, you're not to use for the truth of the statement. It goes simply to the state of mind of Ms. McCabe at the time of the message. All right.
I like
Go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank
that
you.
the
May I
court
approach
gives
the
that
clock for the
instruction
witness?
before the messages come in. Not all courts do that. I like that they remind the jury this is coming in for this. I think it's helpful. I'm curious to see what text we're going to get into, though. Like, I'm dead curious.
When law
at this point.
enforcement asks for your phone, was there any requirement you give that to them?
That calls for
Sustained.
legal conclusion.
Did you voluntarily consent to give your entire phone to law enforcement?
I'll allow that.
Yes, I did.
I handed you a document that reflects your text messages from that morning and the next day. You were asked about some of them on the screen. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked how that affected your state of mind and the decisions that you were making. Correct?
I wonder if on recross, Jackson's going to ask, did you have time to delete anything from your phone before you gave it to law enforcement?
Yes.
I want to read along, and I'll indicate if you look at the number on the left, and then I'll read it, and you can let me know if I read it accurately.
Okay.
Why don't you just let her read it?
Starting at number 17, there's a phone call
Just let.
saying, please answer. Who are you calling?
That's not a call, then that's a text.
I'm sorry, where does it
May I
say?
approach?
Yes.
Oh, that's the number right
This
there.
will be the number. This will be the calling. This will
Okay.
be-
Okay, so it's John O'Keefe. Okay. Thanks, sorry.
Number 17, phone call, please answer. Who are you calling?
John O'Keefe.
How can that be a
Do you
phone
know
call?
at that point where he is?
How can we have the text of a phone call that says, please answer? It can't be a phone call. It has to be a text.
No.
459-49, number 18. Karen is worried. We need to find you.
John O'Keefe.
504-40, number 19. Please answer so I know you're okay. Who are you calling?
John O'Keefe.
Texting. The fuck, Brennan? Are those voicemails or are those texts?
Number 26, 515-41, 129.
He didn't say they were voicemails. He keeps saying they're calls.
49, number 18. Karen is worried. We need to find you.
John O'Keefe.
So I backed up a bit.
504-40, number 19. Please answer so I know you're okay. Who are you calling?
John O'Keefe.
Number 26, 515-41, 129. Okay, I'm trying to call people. I will be in touch soon. Do you know who you're calling?
I don't recognize the number.
What are you thinking at this point?
I'm trying to find people. I'm trying to call people so that I can try to find John.
Number 31, 522-57, 129. Okay, I tried to Beatty. Okay, I just talked to her. What are you referring to?
What is this?
I don't know whose number this is.
Okay. At this point in the morning, you're making these phone calls. Do you know where John is?
No, I have no idea where he is.
Turn to number 48, 129-22 at 8:44. You're texting any update. What is your state of mind?
Which number is this?
Number 48.
48. I believe that may be to Kerry Roberts, and I'm trying to get an update from the hospital.
You were asked about your relationship with Kerry Roberts. At that time, before that night, how many times had you met her?
Once.
And you said in the moment, did that relationship change?
Yes, instantly.
Was it for collusion?
No.
That's why he's asking these
Let me
questions.
ask you, number 160. This is 129 at 2 in that.
He's asking these questions because she is frantic. That's not what I meant to do. She is, it seems, calling and texting, and the jurors will have the records, calling and texting John saying, please pick up. Where are you? What are we doing? Karen's trying to find you. Please answer so I know you're okay. And the prosecution's going to argue the same thing the defense is arguing on the other side with Karen's information, is that she didn't know where he was. She didn't know what happened to him. She was also trying to find him. So the defense is going to argue all of that as to Karen's information, and the prosecution is going to argue all of that to Jen's information. So showing that her state of mind was not, we were all trying to cover our stories. It's we were trying to find where John is because I don't know. If you know where John is, are these the texts that you're sending? And the prosecution is going to argue the opposite side of that as to Karen's info. Both sides are arguing the opposite thing on similar information.
Afternoon. You have 160?
Sorry.
It's okay.
Okay, I'm here.
160. Do you see that? Mm-hmm. Okay. I can't stop seeing him in the snow. Jen, this is awful. Who's that from?
Carrie.
Is your state of mind collusion?
No.
I'll allow it. Don't ask it again, please, Mr. Brennan.
168. $129.22 at 2:04:32. You're calling Miss Roberts. Every time I close my eyes, it's all I see. I feel like I'm going to vomit. I just can't even. I know how close you two were. Can't imagine how hard the situation is for you. Does this reflect your state of mind that day?
Yeah.
I'll allow it. Objections noted. Next question.
You need to approach on this particular text.
Come to sidebar. Oh, sidebar.
Oh boy. Every time I close my eyes, I just can't even. I know you're close. I'm interested to see what they do here, but I think the defense opened up a lot of this questioning by saying you all were talking because you were colluding. It opens it up for the prosecution to say you were in distress. Okay. They were at sidebar. Let's see where we go with this.
This number's, I won't read it. This number on top, whose number is that?
That is 9.
And the bottom number is who it's going to?
Yes.
So this text message, is this what you wrote
Yes, it is.
to Carrie?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
So
I won't read that last text message again. However, it is correct that that text message was from you
that
to
was
Ms.
the
Roberts,
issue.
number 168.
Yes, it was.
And the response in this text message, number 169, from Ms. Roberts
it
to you.
seems like that's what the issue
You were-
the issue was on that. Was that a text from her to Carrie or from Carrie to her? These he is using towards a state of mind, present sense impression. That's why they are coming in. They are being offered to go to her state of mind because of how the defense questioned about you were all covering a story. You were all colluding. You didn't go into your sister's house because you already knew what happened to John. That's why these texts are coming up and coming in. I don't know how much of these came in last time. I do not remember.
Also, this is awful, Jen. I'm in shock.
Yes.
Number 170. And this one is from Miss Roberts to you. 129.22 at 2:05:45.
And I know you guys are asking, how can Carrie's come in? The same way that Matt McCabe's text, tell them the guy never came in. It's same on both sides. So the same way he read Matt McCabe's texts and he read in the defense read in Matt McCabe's text and read in the other Nicole, not Nicole Albert, the other Albert. No, it might have been Nicole Albert. That text thread, the same rules of evidence that apply to allow those texts, including tell them the guy never came in. It's the same rules of evidence that allow him to read Carrie's texts. They're allowed to bring in, the defense is allowed to do it. The prosecution's allowed to do it.
I literally am having wine. I don't know what to do. Calm down.
Yes.
171 at 206:35 on 129:22. From you to Ms. Roberts, I know I am definitely in shock and it keeps hitting me. I just feel so sick. Is that accurate?
Yes.
I'm going to read one more. 172. And this is
This is a
from Ms.
good
Roberts
redirect.
to you at 213:41 on 129:22. I don't know what to even do. I'm so sorry for both of us.
My criticism of the way he's doing this is I think he should have her read these in. I don't remember these from the last trial. I think he should let her read them in instead of him reading them in.
Is that accurate?
Yes.
It's a good redirect.
Number 175. Again to Ms. Roberts, 214:15, 129:22. Do you text, I talked to Peggy, I am devastated for them?
Yes.
And did you follow up seconds later at 214:56 on 129:22? I am so sick to my stomach.
Yes.
That day, did you have to speak to your children about what happened?
I did, yes.
Was that part of your state of mind that day?
Yes.
I'll allow that.
Number 208 or 207. You receive a text from this number. I don't want to say it out loud, but if you could read it, 207. Do you know who that's from?
I don't.
Okay, we'll move to the next one then. 208, 129:22, 342:06. I've never felt so sick. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Number 210, 433:40, 129:22. You text messaging somebody?
Yes.
You know who that is?
I don't, just off of the number.
Okay. And this text message, is this from you to somebody?
Yes.
My mind is racing. I have that awful feeling in my gut like I am about...
I'll allow it. Sent by this witness, allegedly.
My mind is racing. I have that awful feeling in my gut like I am about to puke. Besides seeing the awful image, trying to wrap my head around what happened to him. Is that accurate?
Yes.
.213. This is on 129:22 at 438:20. Do you know who was texting you?
Yes.
Who?
My friend.
Once things settle, you need to talk to someone and process the trauma. And then 214, you respond, 129:22, 440:38. I have been shaking since this a.m. I feel so sick. Everything started to be a blur and all run into each other.
Yes.
And this is at 440:38 at 129:22.
Yes.
And during that day, you've spoken to law enforcement
Yes.
and the days that follow.
Yes.
I'm going to move to 12922, 752. If you look at number 289, please.
Okay.
At 289, is this a text from your sister, Nicole?
Yes.
Any update? Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And you were shown this text at 292,
292. Line 292.
Yes.
and you texted your sister, Kerry talked to cops, kept it simple?
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
I mean, the cops had gone to her house, but she had a long day and been drinking some wine, so she said she just made it quick.
And you were sharing that with your sister?
Yes.
And was your sister part of many of these texts as part of your support group?
Yes.
Did anybody tell you that you shouldn't rely on your family and have a conversation about what you went through?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No.
No one did.
Law enforcement never told her not to talk to anyone else, which is 100% on them.
And during that text time, the one I just read to you was at 7:54:38. She turned to 296, 129:22 at 7:56:50. Did your sister text you, okay, try get some sleep, talk tomorrow?
Yes.
And did you text back at 7:57? Yes, but don't feel pressure?
Yes.
And the next one, 298 at 7:57:07, was your sister asking you for any updates?
Yes.
And at 7:57:13, did she text you, I love you, don't beat yourself up, you did the best you could?
Yes.
And just a few minutes later, one at number 308, please, 129:22 at 8:01 p.m. Did your sister again write to you, okay, text me in the AM if you hear anything later?
Yes.
And you continued texting with her?
Yes.
You were asked about timeline?
Yes.
If you turn to number 761, please.
I've seen a couple of you ask if he's trying to draw emotion out of her. I think if he was trying to do that, he would have her reading her own texts. Him walking her through the text is a bit more detached, and she is not responding to it in a forced way. I think that it is a very good
761.
761,
redirect
please.
What
for
page
Brennan.
is that on?
248?
I'm missing page 248.
You don't have a two-page 48?
No, it stops at 212 and picks up at 253.
Yes, stand with the witness, Your Honor.
Looking at
Can you remind us who asked you to put together a timeline?
Peggy.
looking at this which is difficult to do without the last trial. The defense brought in, you're talking to all these individuals because you're getting your story straight, you're colluding. Brennan is trying to show the other side of this, saying, no, you are looking for support and having all of these other texts, because the texts that the defense put in are very cold. These are not. So it is now going to what she was thinking, what she was feeling, and what she was doing, and what her intention was, because the defense brought up, well, you were colluding. And he's saying, what is your state of mind with all of this? I also think it can be effective to say, so in your interviews, do you remember exactly everything you said? No? Okay, well, here are text messages in real time with you saying everything's blurring together. I think it is going to be more impactful to the jury than it will be to those who have seen her other testimony. And I think there will be a disconnect on that. And I understand where that is. But I think the redirect so far has been very helpful, because that's the impression the jury's going to be left with. Better than hammering on about and reiterating the Google searches. This is bringing in something completely new and that we have not seen, of her saying how distressed she was as they go through her state of mind in real time. And if I'm a juror and all of those pages are in, I want to sit down and read them all. I want to sit down and read them all. So we will see.
Peggy? Okay.
Yes.
2 days later, January 31st, 2022, and this is at 10:26:29 a.m. Are you texting Ms. Roberts?
I am.
I have spent the AM trying to process that he is really gone and try to piece together all the events. Is that part of the process of the timeline?
Yes.
At some point on the 31st, was something happening around Fairview Road that you learned?
I believe there was police presence.
Was there any presence from the media, the press?
Oh, yes, there was.
Was that causing any concern?
I believe I talked to Peggy, and she was.
Objection.
So on January 31st, 2022, we're at number 864. You're receiving information. Do you know who this number is that's calling you?
That's my sister,
Which one?
Nicole.
And she's texting you, news people came by and knocked on the door again. They're all leaving now, Peggy and them left about 15 minutes ago.
Yes.
And then at 1 o'clock, 18 seconds on 1:32:22, you text back, did you answer the door?
Correct.
Was this part of your state of mind on the 31st, what was going on around the house?
Yes.
The reason he's still up at the podium is because her binder was missing that page. That's why he's still standing at the podium.
In trying to recount for people who asked you that morning and over the next couple days, some of what's reflected in those text messages, was that part of your state of mind?
Yes.
Was it in any way affecting the way you were remembering and thinking about what had happened?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes.
Your Honor, subject to redactions, I would seek to introduce all of Ms. McCabe's text messages.
Oh, do
We'll
it.
deal with that. Wait. Is there an objection?
Do it.
We'll deal with
Do it. Do
Thank
it.
you. I have no further questions.
Wow. That, Chad, I'm sure you'll disagree with me. I think that was an incredibly impactful and effective redirect as to how the jury views Jen McCabe. There's still a long way to go in this trial, but it brings in a lot more context. And I think it was a good redirect. It humanizes her. He kept it short. He didn't bang on about the Google searches. The tech experts are going to fight about that. The jury will decide what they decide. And it will be what it will be. But if Brennan is sitting there in cross reading the jury, if the jury is feeling that Jackson went on too much, I'm not surprised that he kept it very calm, very quiet, very short. That redirect is all about whether or not there was collusion, is one of the words the defense used. Whether Jen McCabe knew what happened inside the house with John O'Keefe. And I think it is a much better redirect than we've seen in really anything else with this case. Text that we haven't heard before. Does it change the calls with the FBI? No, but does it leave the jury with maybe a more full picture of what was going on? Maybe. There's a lot more evidence to get to. And we haven't gotten to all the engineers yet. But do I think that was a very, very effective redirect? I do. I think it will be a very effective redirect. But again, there are still the questions of, but you left a lot out. And she wasn't fighting Brennan on anything at all. And I think they're going to let in all of her text messages. And then if you're the jury, they get to sit there and decide. And it's going to be easier for them to decide because they get to decide if they believe her testimony, don't believe her testimony, or believe only parts of her testimony. Both things are true also. That she could be very upset in the wake of all of this, and the behavior can still be suspicious. Things can still be left out. And he really pointed out, you've never cut off testimony with law enforcement. Well, we know that she did, though. So we'll see. I'm interested to see what the recross is going to be like. Let's get to recross. Let's get to recross. And a lot of you think it looks bad.
McCabe, a couple of follow-up questions.
A lot of you think it looks bad about how starkly different her demeanor is with Brennan than with Jackson. I don't disagree with you. It's all going to come down to how the jury reads Jackson. If the jury is with him, they're going to be like, girl, what? If the jury thinks that he has been too hard on this witness, then they're going to be like, well, of course she is. It really just depends on where they are. It really just depends on where they are.
Indicated on redirect examination that there were no sirens that you heard that morning.
All right,
with
recross.
The approach of the first responders. Is that right?
I don't believe there was.
But they did have their lights on.
I saw a spotlight, yes, and I do believe they had lights on, yes.
Flashing red and blue lights or red lights, some combination thereof.
The lights are flashing in the video.
Correct.
That was cruisers, police cruisers, correct?
Yes.
There were fire SUVs, in other words, a captain of a fire department.
Possibly.
There were fire trucks and fire engines. You know the difference?
No.
Fire engine, big one with a ladder on it.
Yes.
There was an ambulance, correct?
Yes.
And all of them had their emergency lights on.
Most likely, yes.
All of them had their motors running.
I'm not sure if they were all running. They could have been, yes.
Certainly, you would agree that there was
get
a
their motor
cacophony
running?
of diesel
Or did they
engines
say,
and gasoline
"Give me
engines
fuel"?
and internal combustion engines that were running
Give me
right
fire.
outside of 34 Fairview, although no sirens, correct?
I wouldn't exactly say right outside of 34 Fairview. I'd say there were some right outside of 34 Fairview, but the first vehicle pulled up kind of right just on the right end, and most of the vehicles with the lights on were to the left, so they were actually more in front of 32 Fairview. But there were vehicles. There was Miss Roberts' vehicle, and then I believe another vehicle pulled up. I think I remember from seeing the dash cam.
And Sarah's cruiser, correct?
Yes.
And Mulaney's cruiser, just on the other side of Terry Roberts' vehicle, correct?
Yes, I don't believe lights were on. His lights were on.
And there was an ambulance just to the left and behind Sarah's vehicle, correct?
Yes, which would have been in front of 32 Fairview.
Lights on that as well?
Yes.
All facing in the direction of 34 Fairview, correct?
Facing, but out front of 32.
So is there a reason that you're so resistant to admit that there was a cacophony of sound and noise outside of 34 Fairview?
No.
Okay, so there was, correct?
No.
Outside on the front lawn, yes, side lawn.
And there was also some people yelling and screaming at a high pitch, right?
Yes.
One person.
Both Miss Reed, who was yelling and screaming, correct?
Correct.
And Miss Roberts, who at least at some point told her to shut the fuck up, correct?
Correct.
The marked tone switch between Brennan's almost coddling redirect and Jackson getting up there in front of the jury and being like, remember who we're talking about. There is a cacophony of sound in front of 32 Fairview. To be fair, in the parts of the cruiser videos we have seen, they're all from Seraph's vehicle so far, and the rest of the paramedics and stuff haven't shown up yet. But we see Seraph's video, and then even when they go to leave, they go over to the side across the street and behind the car. We don't see anyone park in front of Carrie's SUV, to my memory, in what we've seen yet.
You were asked about
Yeah, cacophony might end up being our word of the day. I don't know if we're going to get anything else.
on the way to Sergeant Lang's house on redirect examination by Mr. Brennan just now, correct?
I was, yes.
He showed you a couple of pages of your transcript from that question and answer, correct?
I believe he showed me a page, yes.
Yeah, I think
you
the
noted
ambulance was there
That this was from,
when they went to load him in. Again, the jury has those videos, and I think he made the point, you're hesitant to say anything was directly in front of 34 Fairview. In the video we saw today, there was not an ambulance in front of it. And I don't remember if they showed her any other cruiser video that had any of the ambulance's stuff in front of it. But she said she believed or remembered that morning well. The jury will have
this
the
was
videos.
a question and answer from a hearing last year in this courtroom.
Yes.
And you admitted that you stopped.
Nefarious might be the word of the day.
Actually, let me rephrase that. You were confronted with the fact that you stopped at 34 Fairview on the way to Officer Lang's house, Sergeant Lang's house, by me on cross-examination, correct?
Yes, you asked me.
You also indicated that you have never refused to speak to the police, any law enforcement officer in this case.
Ding, 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 ding.
I've spoken when but asked to, yes.
But in point of fact, when you were approached by the two law enforcement agents who were not connected to Massachusetts State Police or to Canton PD, you suspended that interview and refused to answer further questions, correct?
I welcomed them in my house, sat with them, and then I stopped, and then I met with them a few times after, and I answered all their questions that they asked. I helped clear up some misconceptions that they had been told, and as you know, I know they're no longer investigating. So I
What?
think I helped them well.
And
Well, ma'am, it doesn't really matter what Brennan did on redirect now, does it? Because it all just went. Boom! Just Brennan was trying to help you out. Brennan was trying to help you out. It was a really good redirect. Brennan, you're not going to undo this. Okay. I think I helped them well. Let's back that up and watch the boom goes the dynamite one more time, because when Brennan said, and you've never refused an interview with law enforcement, we knew these questions were coming. I just didn't know how she was going to answer them. It just couldn't just answer it. The digs just have to come, just sliding right on in there. We're gonna back that up, because there you go. There you go. I think that if the jury was just sitting there going, yeah, you know what? She's been through a lot. Like, those texts are hard. You get to this and you're just like, oh, my bad. The lunch hour, I was feeling some kind of way, and now we've just spiraled right back down. Oh boy.
Admit that there was a cacophony of sound and noise.
Oh, I went way too
outside of
far.
24
Okay.
Fairview.
Beyond the cacophony.
Okay. So there was, correct?
Oh, beyond the cacophony of sound.
Sergeant Lang's house on redirect examination.
Leave Lang's house alone. I want to hear
I
this
was,
again.
yes.
He showed you a couple of pages of your transcript from that question and answer.
I went back too far. I got overly clicky.
When you were approached by the two law enforcement agents who were not connected to Massachusetts State Police or to Canton PD, you suspended that interview and refused to answer further questions, correct?
I welcomed them in my house, sat with them, and then I stopped, and then I met with them a few times after, and I answered all their questions that they asked. I helped clear up some misconceptions that they had been told, and as you know, I know they're no longer investigating, so I think I helped them well.
And you're obviously well aware.
I don't think you did what you think you did with that answer. I'm backing it up again. I think she's real happy with that answer. I don't think that's going to land the way you think it lands. I don't think she's looking at Brennan. I think she's looking over at her sister and Ms. O'Keefe in the audience.
Or to Canton PD, you suspended that interview and refused to answer further questions, correct?
I welcomed them in my house, sat with them, and then I stopped, and then I met with them a few times after, and I answered all their questions that they asked. I helped clear up some misconceptions that they had been told, and as you know, I know they're no longer investigating, so I think I helped them well.
And you're obviously well aware that in that first interview, you stopped the interview cold and refused to answer further questions, correct?
I said I'm going to stop and I'm going to seek some counsel, yes.
The text messages.
It's interesting to me that
You
he
just
left it
read
there
a series of text messages.
because she just said, yeah, I stopped the interview and asked for a lawyer. That should not be perceived as an issue. If law enforcement wants to talk to you, it's fair to get a lawyer. I don't know if in this context that grace is going to be extended by the jury. Because tell me if I'm wrong. Tell me if I'm reading too much into it. I know a lot about this case. The impression it leaves me with, and it is hard because of everything I know, the impression it leaves me with is, and then they stopped the investigation. Boo-boo, were they investigating you then? I think I helped them well. I cleared up some misconceptions. And they stopped investigating. Were they investigating you? Because I stopped and got counsel. It's hard to know what impression that leaves if you have less information about this witness. And I wonder if that's why Jackson just left it alone and was like, don't let her explain anymore. Don't let her explain anymore. Don't do it. I stopped that interview and got counsel. What did they ask you? I cleared up some misconceptions from what they were told. About who? Told about you? Told about you? Oh, boy.
Well, yes.
You're allowed to have counsel. I just don't think
The text
it
messages.
gets read that way.
You just read a series of text messages that Mr. Brennan actually read for you, and you
Yes, he
agreed
did.
with, correct?
Correct.
Or any of the text messages.
No, Brennan,
just read.
a lot of you are like, Brennan probably just vomited. No. Brennan is probably sitting there going, well, I did what I could do.
In the group chat that I showed you in cross-examination.
I don't believe so. I don't believe so.
And that group chat included you, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And that was a private chat among the four of you. Is that right?
That's just a chat with them, yes.
Okay.
You read some text messages to and from Carrie Roberts.
You're mad
correct?
at the word private
Yes.
then?
You had just.
Everybody should work really hard to make sure.
That was the feed. That's not on you. We are behind real time and the feed jumped. Apologies for that. Let's see if we can get back to where we were. Which means court's over for the day.
Yes.
All right.
Four.
Brennan.
Is that right?
That's just a chat with them.
Oh, we're going to take a minute. We're going to applaud that. Right back to where it was. Right back to where it was. Streaming is dynamic. Streaming is dynamic, but look at us. But look at us. But look at us. Look at us. Huh? We did it. She's almost done for the day.
Yes.
You read some text messages to and from Carrie Roberts, correct?
Yes.
You had just met Carrie Roberts. Isn't that right?
Yes.
She's not a McCabe. Is that right?
Correct.
She's not an Albert, correct?
Correct.
You even read some text messages with your minor children, correct?
Just now?
Yeah.
I don't believe any with my children.
Mr. Brennan asked you about a couple of text messages, or at least one text message, with your children.
I don't think he did.
No, he didn't.
Objection.
I don't think he did
She
either.
can answer that question. Is that what happened?
Did I misunderstand?
No, I honestly didn't read anything from my children. I think one, I said a friend, another time I didn't know who it was, but I do know my children's phone numbers, and no, it was
Okay.
none of my kids.
Obviously,
Brennan's question that I remember was, and you had to talk to your children about this, did that play into your state of mind? I don't think he read text between her and the kids, but we'll see.
the kids are not on that group chat, that private group chat that we went over, correct?
Oh, yes, correct. They're not.
Well, let's talk about those unidentified numbers. You said this is a number I don't recognize, and Mr. Brennan read to you a text to that person, correct?
Yes.
Whoever that is, that person's not a McCabe, correct?
They're not, correct.
And that person's not an Albert.
They could be, again, it could have been Christelle, but Julie, I don't, one of the numbers I didn't recognize, because I have everybody in my phone with the name, so I don't recognize every number.
I mean,
And that
same.
person certainly was not in that group chat
I wouldn't.
with you, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe,
Correct.
And then there was a friend. You said this is a friend, and I don't need you to identify the friend. But whoever this unidentified friend is, that friend is not a McCabe and is not an Albert, correct?
Correct.
And that friend was also not in that group chat that we went over in cross-examination. Is that right?
Correct.
These are all people outside of that group, among whom you engaged in the chat that we saw, correct?
Correct.
And that includes Carrie Roberts. She was not included in that group chat where you talked about the case and talked about what she was and wasn't doing with law enforcement, right?
Correct. It was just my sister, my brother-in-law, and husband.
Now, just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
There was a lot of information added to the questions from the defense, not a lot of info added to the questions from the Commonwealth. Lot of exposition about the
All right.
unspecified
Mr. McCabe, you are all
federal
set.
agents.
Thank you very much.
And we are done. We are done with the testimony of Jen McCabe. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy.
All right.
I'd like to play a couple of clips, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'd ask you to just wait 10 seconds.
I'm sorry.
All right, you can play them now.
All right, let's see what clips they're going to
May I
play.
proceed?
Yes.
I'd like to play clip 12, please.
These should be the clips that weren't discussed during the sidebar after lunch, which were, let's see, there were 2 clips that were in controversy. I think there were 13 and 15 or 14 and 15 or 15 and 16, something like that. So those he said he was going to wait on. Oh, the clips are in dispute 13 and 15. So he's going to play the ones that are not in dispute. Thank you, Law Nerds, for remembering. Let's see what clips they're going to play. I'm very interested. I think the prosecution has done a good job of timing these clips into the evidence as they move along with where in time we are. But that didn't show. Normally it shows what interview it's from. I don't see that here.
There was a woman who was a mother to kids that were close to John's kids, who lived very close to the outlets. In fact, when Jen was navigating John to the outlets when I was driving, she said it's near Ashley's house. Ashley and John were hooked up prior to John and I dating.
Ashley being the Bella child's mother, I would suppose. And apparently Ashley and John hooked up before she and John started dating. Well, that answered that question.
There was a woman.
Hold on. Hold on before you play it
We've
again.
already played that one. We don't need to play it again.
Okay.
12A, please.
This is from ID, June 15th, 2024. Some of this corroborates Jen McCabe's testimony. Jen said, I said it was near this house. And now you have an interview of Karen saying, no, Jen said it was near this house. Some of it is corroboration. And it's also the defendant's own words with the nature of the relationship, because I think the prosecution's going to say the mention of Ashley's house is part of the voicemails that the jury has not yet heard left from Karen to John. And that's going to come up later. So these are building blocks to their arguments for the voicemails later.
Two things. Either he's hurt himself and is incapacitated. He could be passed out.
This is so hard to hear. I'm going to back it up and try to gain up. This one's really quiet. The other one was pretty loud. This one's really quiet. There we go.
12A, please.
Two things. Either he's hurt himself and is incapacitated. He could be passed out on someone's couch, which is just weird. We're not on a campus. Everyone lives in their own home with children, or he's sleeping with someone. And there were multiple women in the neighborhood of Fairview that John had been with. And one of them very recently, before I started dating John.
Clip 16, please.
This is context for those voicemails we'll see later.
We'll backtrack later. Let's start at 34:30. So, who are you with? And pull up and what is it?
I'm with Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts, and Carrie Roberts is Ford Explorer. And I'm in the back, leaning over the front 2 seats. Carrie's driving and Jen's in the passenger seat. And I describe this to everyone. so you've probably heard this before, but John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. And the fear of what I was going to see is the worst feeling I've ever experienced. The anticipation of what is awaiting me was as extreme a feeling. I wouldn't say it was as extreme a feeling as the grief of realizing what happened to him.
Well, that interview is not going to go
Finally,
well. I'm going to back that one up again. I don't know where I don't know why the screen just disappeared. That's odd. I'm backing this one up one more time because that interview, and I have said these interviews were a bad idea. This one might prove to be the one of the bad ideas. Let's play it again. So doodly doot, I wanted to play it again.
We'll backtrack later. Let's start at 34 Fairview. So who are you with?
I'm with Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts, and Carrie Roberts is Ford Explorer. And I'm in the back, leaning over the front two seats. Carrie's driving and Jen's in the passenger seat. And I describe this to everyone, so you've probably heard this before, but John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. And the fear of what I was going to see is the worst feeling I've ever experienced. The anticipation of what is awaiting me was as extreme a feeling. I wouldn't say it was as extreme a feeling as the grief of realizing what happened to him.
And finally, clip 17, please.
The jury's in the courtroom listening to these, yes.
We need to see the court before this one's going.
All right, hold that, please.
Well, at the moment, I think they are asking to discuss whatever this next clip is. The prosecutor had said he was going to hold off on clips that were in dispute.
Your Honor, call Ms. Hannah Knowles to the stand.
Well, I guess whatever clip they were going to play is going to wait, and Lally is up with the next witness. Okay. I see a lot of you saying you don't think that those interviews are going to be damning. A lot of you saying you do think those interviews are going to be damning. The jury doesn't have any other context for those yet. So the jury is going to have her words of, I was expecting to find him on the side of the road, ruminating with them until they get to other evidence. They're also going to hear her refer to him as a buffalo and a weird shaped lump and saying that I was expecting to find him. The Commonwealth is going to argue that as because she knew she left him there. And that can be the impression that's left at this point with the jurors. We will get to other evidence later, but it is leaving the jury with these interviews of her talking about expecting him to be by the side of the road. I don't know if the jury will even remember the testimony at this point of her asking maybe once or twice, Could he have been hit by a plow? But as she's rolling up to 34 Fairview, she's saying, could I have hit him? Could I have hit him? I'm expecting to find him by the side of the road. And that's where the jury is left with that at this point. Let's see who this next witness is. Witness number 13 for the Commonwealth. I don't think the jury will give those comments as much grace, given that we are in trial. I don't think it will overcome some of the Proctor stuff. So we will see.
Remain standing, face the clerk, raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the
This
truth?
has not gotten very loud, so I'm going to gain that back down. Hopefully it won't ruin everyone's ears. The Discovery ID series, particularly, Katie asked in the chat.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Did she go to these interviews with the approval of her counsel? Yes. The defense reached out to Discovery ID. The jury won't know this, but the defense reached out to Discovery ID and asked them to do the series. She had counsel with her for some of the interviews, not all, but yes, her counsel knew she was doing these. So Prosecutor Adam Lally is going to be questioning this witness. I imagine this is, well, we'll see. It's probably scientific in nature.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court?
Certainly. My name is Hannah Knowles. My last name is spelled Knowles.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a forensic scientist at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
Interesting.
And prior to working at the lab, where did you go to school?
I have a Bachelor of Science from Simmons University in Boston and a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from the George Washington University.
And how long have you worked at the State Police Lab?
Since October of 2006.
And in what capacity do you work there now?
I'm currently a Forensic Scientist 4 in the Toxicology Unit.
Now, when you joined the State Police Lab, what was your position and title that you were initially hired for?
I was initially hired as a Chemist 1 in the Drug Identification or Narcotics Unit. After about a year in that position, I was promoted to a Chemist 2 position. After about a year, there was a position available in the Toxicology Unit, so I applied for that available position, transferred to the Tox Unit
Toxicology
in about August of 2007, and have been in the Toxicology Unit ever since.
Okay. Into Tox.
And Ms. Knowles, briefly, if you could describe sort of what is the difference between a Chemist 1 and a Chemist 2?
At the time, the job series for folks that worked at the crime lab was the Chemist series. A Chemist 1 was an entry-level or trainee type position where the individual was responsible for progressing through the training program, assisting with casework as they are authorized on different modules. Chemist 2 was a bench-level analyst, someone who had completed training or had a significant amount of authorizations and could work on casework and worked independently from that point forward.
And similarly, what is sort of the difference between a Chemist 2 and a Chemist 3?
The Chemist 3 series that was in place prior to 2014 was a first-level supervisory role. It was somebody who oversaw the day-to-day operations and the work of Forensic Scientists 1 and 2, or Chemists 1 and 2.
And what are your current duties and responsibilities at the State Police Lab?
In 2014, those chemist classifications that I was describing got changed to forensic scientists. Forensic Scientists 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 is the series. Currently, I'm a Forensic Scientist 4, and so my role is overseeing training and validation for the Toxicology Unit.
Is there a continuing educational component to your work at the lab?
Yes, there is.
And can you describe that for the jury, please?
I think this is the Tox supervisor because the other witness was unavailable. That sometimes happens when I covered day 4 in delay. We talked about the fact that supervisors who do the validation of reports can come in and testify to those reports, even if they did not run them. If the other scientist is unavailable, that's not uncommon in cases. So we will see if they get to the end of talks. It's a smart place to put this witness right after Jen McCabe, kind of finish out the end of the day, late on a Friday, and it's information that they'll argue in closing, but isn't going to be the most, the most contested of all of the information. All right.
Accreditation, analysts are required to participate in continuing education at least once per year as they continue to work in their role. Continuing education can consist of participating in workshops or webinars,
today,
attending conferences or meetings,
they don't have a lot of time,
or documenting ongoing literature review of new journal articles as they're published.
What is proficiency testing?
Proficiency testing is something that we utilize in the laboratory to assess processes and competencies of an individual, as well as the processes that are in place for a particular unit or department or scope of testing. Proficiency testing is also an accreditation requirement. Individuals are required by our internal processes to participate in proficiency testing at least once per year as sort of an ongoing assessment. And what a proficiency test is materials that are purchased by the laboratory from a third-party vendor. Those materials are analyzed as if they were casework, but there are expected results or known results for those samples. Once the laboratory processes those samples, just like their casework, we submit the results to the external vendor that we purchase the materials from. The results are compared to the expected results, and we have to have our results meet those expected results in order for the proficiency test to be considered successful.
Now, over the course of your years at the lab, have you undergone proficiency testing?
Yes,
probably.
I have.
And have you passed each of those respective proficiency tests that you've taken?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Now, is the State Police Lab accredited?
Yes, it is.
And by whom?
The Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab is currently accredited by the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board.
As well. I'm doing both.
And what does that accreditation process consist
multitasking.
of?
The accreditation process consists of on-site assessments as well
Lally's
as
questioning is much more
remote
smooth.
or virtual assessments to evaluate our policies and procedures, our personnel, our management, as well as our facilities to ensure that we are meeting established accreditation standards. The standards that we're currently accredited to is an international standard 17025 with additional requirements for forensic testing laboratories. And so there are folks that come from that organization, ANAB, that come to evaluate all of those different aspects of our processes to ensure that we are meeting the standards set out in their requirements.
And the State Police Lab, in particular, the toxicology unit within that lab, is that accreditation up to date at this point?
Yes, we're currently accredited to that standard.
Now, just in general terms, Ms. Knowles, if you could explain to the jury, what is forensic science?
Forensic science generally is the application of science to questions of law.
And just again, in sort of general terms, if you could explain to the jury, what is toxicology?
Toxicology generally is a study of chemicals and other substances and how they impact a living organism or a person.
Now, asking a little more specifically, what is forensic toxicology?
Forensic toxicology is generally looking at drugs and alcohol in the human body and how it affects the individual and applying chemistry and other disciplines to measure the concentration or determine the presence or absence of relevant substances.
Are there different types of alcohol?
Yes, there are.
Okay. And what are those types?
Generally, alcohols are a family or a group of drugs or chemicals that have a specific functional group or a specific structure. The types of alcohols that are analyzed in the laboratory that I work include methanol, ethanol, and isopropanol.
And what are the differences between those different types?
They
Look at
all
these good
have
questions. It's just
similar
really
but slightly
succinct,
different structures.
direct questions.
Methanol is a
It's
solvent. Sometimes it's called wood grain alcohol. Isopropanol is rubbing alcohol or 2-propanol, and that is typically used as a disinfectant. And ethanol is the type of alcohol that we typically are referring to when we talk about alcoholic beverages. It's what's present in those types of liquids.
Now, Ms. Knowles, through your training and experience, are you familiar with a term known as a central nervous system depressant?
Yes, I am.
And can you explain that term to the jury?
Sure. A central nervous system depressant is a drug or a substance that works to slow down the reactions of nerves in your body. It makes nerve cells slower or less likely to respond to stimulus.
Do you know what else slows down my nerve
Now,
cells?
is alcohol a central nervous system
Lack of
depressant?
sleep.
Yes, it is.
It's where
And
we're
how
at
would
today.
that central nervous system depressant affect the human body?
The effects depend on the concentration or the amount that's present in the body. Effects range
Just wake me up
depending on that concentration.
when we get to the end of the background training experience.
From
Just
slowing reaction time, reducing heart rate or respiration rate in an
testimony.
individual. That
It's foundational
slower
testimony.
respiration rate can also result
The
in
jury's just like-
drowsiness or unconsciousness.
Okay.
Slower reaction time and more limited muscle control can also.
The jury's already seen video clips of Karen Reed talking about drunk driving. So a lot of this testimony, I wonder if for them it's just like, wah, 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 wah. Because they're just like, okay, we get it. But it's testimony that needs to come
The
in.
result in outward appearances like a staggering gait or
I'm just
slurred
like,
speech.
okay.
It can impair balance and motor coordination because nerves are responding more slowly.
Yep.
Alcohol can also, or ethanol specifically, can impact your brain's ability to form new memories. It can impact your body's ability to perceive and apply critical thinking.
Yep.
Again, all of those effects that I just described, they can be present depending on the concentration and the individual and how they're responding to that particular concentration of ethanol at any particular time.
Now, how was work assigned within the state police lab, specifically within the toxicology unit?
Generally, supervisors will come up with a monthly schedule or rotation where the different types of work in the unit are divided amongst authorized analysts. And then casework is assigned according to that rotation. If an individual has previously been assigned work for that case or has previously issued a report for that case.
Ma'am, I'm
then,
sure your job
sometimes
is
you go-
very interesting. I bet it's going to be more interesting at 1.25 speed. Yep. I appreciate Lally's questions are good. Her testimony is needed. It is legally relevant. Is the jury going to be like, just tell me what her BAC was and can we move along? Yes. Can they just do that in trial? No. They have to lay all of the foundation for all of the things. They can't just get to the point without the foundation. But
go off rotation.
We can 1.25. Background training experience. You work at the lab training, forensic science, toxicology. Good.
And assign a case according
Good,
to that previous involvement.
Cases get
or
assigned on a
previous report
schedule.
that was
Good,
issued for
good.
the case.
Good.
Now, at some point, were you assigned to perform some work on a lab case number 22-06576 pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes, I was.
And what is it that you were asked to do?
I was asked to prepare a serum conversion report and a retrograde extrapolation report relative to this case.
Now, how many serum conversions have you conducted during your years at the lab?
I've prepared over 100 serum conversion reports since I was authorized in 2008.
And how many retrograde analyses have you conducted during your years at the lab?
I would say approximately 15.
Now, starting with the serum conversion.
Kiwi in the chat said, ma'am, were they crapulous? Please remind me who the judge was. Judge Celia, may he rest in peace, with the vocabulary and which video that was. I think crapulous came up in the missing juror video. But yes, crapulous might be our word of the day, even though no one said it in court, which means substantially inebriated. The way that crapulous came about in a first district decision is a fantastic story. We will link it down below if you haven't seen the missing juror stream. The story of how that happened is magical. But yes, crapulous, fantastic, fantastic word.
Can you please explain to the jury what a serum conversion is and how it is that it's conducted?
Certainly. A serum conversion is a service that the laboratory offers when a serum ethanol concentration has been determined, and it would be helpful or relevant for us to approximate what a corresponding whole blood alcohol concentration would be.
Yes, heavy metal is the type of fuel we need.
We're talking about blood alcohol concentrations or blood ethanol concentrations and serum ethanol concentrations. Serum ethanol concentrations are always higher than a blood alcohol concentration. If you had a blood and a serum sample that were collected from the same person at the same time, you would always expect the serum alcohol to be between 13 and 19% higher than the whole blood. So for that reason, that difference.
I'm going to put this down to regular speed. I think this is helpful information. There were a lot of questions about this when I covered day 4, talking about the difference between the serum testing and the whole blood testing.
Concentrations or blood ethanol concentrations and serum ethanol concentrations. Serum ethanol concentrations are always higher than a blood alcohol concentration. If you had a blood and a serum sample that were collected from the same person at the same time, you would always expect the serum alcohol to be between 13 and 19% higher than the whole blood. So for that reason, that difference between the two, this service that we offer can assist to approximate what a corresponding whole blood ethanol concentration would be based on testing on a serum ethanol concentration.
So they do the conversion.
And did you have occasion to perform a serum conversion with respect to this defendant?
Yes, I did.
And what materials or documents did you receive in order to perform that analysis?
For the serum conversion, I referred to medical records that were provided with a request.
May I approach and retrieve what's been previously marked as Exhibit 37?
Seek and destroy. Sorry. Approach and retrieve. Yep.
Showing
No.
you a document. Do you recognize that document?
Kim, crapulous didn't come from the Sarah Boone case. It came from, I think it was after Sarah Boone that we talked about the missing juror case. It came from Judge Celia.
Turning your attention to a previously tabbed portion of those records.
Thank you for the succinct questioning,
records, do you recognize that?
Attorney Lally. We appreciate.
Yes, the flagged page is consistent with the portion of the medical records that I had reviewed in preparation for doing the serum conversion calculations for this report.
And those medical records pertain to a Miss Karen Reed from the Good Samaritan Medical Center. Is that correct?
Yes, they do.
And in those records on that 52nd page, what was reported as the defendant's ethanol level?
The results are recorded as an alcohol result with a value of 93 milligrams per deciliter.
And pursuant to those records, at what time was that sample taken from the defendant at the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
The collection time listed on the medical records is January 29th, 2022 at 9:08 a.m.
Now, that recording and a measurement of milligrams per deciliter, is that typical for how you see ethanol measured by hospital labs?
Yes.
And did you conduct the serum conversion for this defendant's reading consistently with how you do in every case that's assigned to you?
Yes.
Now, please explain to the jury how you're able to convert that serum level reading to a blood alcohol concentration.
So the way that the calculation is performed is kind of in two steps. So the results are listed in milligrams per deciliter, which is common in clinical testing. And to convert it to the type of units that are typically used for blood alcohol concentrations, we just divide by 1,000 to get that into the right units. So 93 milligrams per deciliter converts to 0.093 grams per cent. And then to perform the serum conversion, or to get this serum ethanol concentration into what we would estimate to be a blood alcohol concentration, we apply two conversion factors, a low and a high conversion factor, to account for the range that we see in the typical population. I'd mentioned earlier that serum is usually between 13 to 19% higher, so we divide that 0.093 by 1.13 and by 1.19 to get a low and a high blood alcohol concentration for that range.
And those conversion factors that you just mentioned, where do those come from?
So they convert it, then they range it, and then they're going to do a retrograde extrapolation back in time.
Conversion factors come from literature where they've performed experiments similar to how I described. They have individuals that have ingested ethanol. They collect samples from them.
Oh, yes, folks. When they say, how do they come up with the ranges? They do testing where they put a whole bunch of people in a room. People can volunteer to do this, depending on the jurisdiction. They put a whole bunch of people in the room together and give them different types of alcohol, depending on who the person is. So some people will be doing just shots of like vodka. Some people will be doing a serving portion of beer. Some people will do a serving portion of wine. They will do breathalyzers on them at different points. They will do field sobriety tests on them at different points. They will draw blood on them at different points. And so they will do studies with volunteers, and they will also do studies. Different local police departments will do studies with different volunteers to be like 1 drink per hour or multiple drinks per hour. It's a whole thing. Like, it's a whole thing. Anyway, she's going to get into the different ranges, it sounds like. So we're going to go into those ranges. And remember, you can buy a breathalyzer if you're curious on Amazon. I do not suggest you do this as a drinking game, but I'm just saying. But yes, they do that and have people run through different field sobriety tests and what have you.
And test their whole blood and test their serum.
And so she's talking about
alcohol concentrations.
Having people drink and then doing the different studies.
Compare them and see what the ratio is between them. The current ratios that are used by the laboratory, the 13 and 19%, those are also consistent with consensus body documents or sort of industry standards that we utilize and base our protocols upon.
Now, that 13 and 19%, how long have those conversion factors been in place?
There was a consensus body document published in 2024, and so we adjusted the serum conversion factors that had previously been in use to those new published, or those new recommendations in September of 2024.
Now,
so they shifted the conversion high-low in 2024. The expert that testified on day 4 had given a slightly different range, maybe 11 to 18, and they bumped it up to 13 and 19 in 2024. So the range had been a bit lower on the lower end at 11. It's interesting to know that that changed in 2024. Again, that's why they brought in somebody from the forensic lab, not just relying on the doctor from the hospital.
Change in conversion factors recently adopted by your lab, does that benefit the patient or the person for whom you're converting the ethanol to blood alcohol concentration?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Does it?
Yeah, the previous factors we used between 12 and 18%. And so when you perform that conversion, it typically ends up with a equivalent or lower blood alcohol concentration. And so it could be interpreted as being favorable to a defendant.
Now, because the threshold's
why
higher.
are they presented in a range?
The threshold's higher now is the point.
We don't use just one conversion factor because in the studies that we base our procedures on, it demonstrates that the general population does not have one consistent conversion factor or ratio between their whole blood and their serum alcohol concentrations. And so to ensure that the conversion that we're utilizing applies to most of the general population, we use sort of the extremes of what we see in that literature, like a high and a low, to make sure that our approximation falls, that the true value would fall somewhere in between that low and that high value.
And what did you calculate as a low and a high range for this defendant's blood alcohol concentration from that alcohol reading from the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
Okay.
So the 93 milligrams per deciliter serum ethanol concentration would convert to between 0.078 and 0.092% or grams percent.
And again, Ms. Knowles, that's at the time that the blood is drawn at approximately 9:08 a.m. on January 29th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now,
so that
turn your
is
attention to
that is the BAC range at the time the blood was drawn at 9:08 a.m. between a 0.078 and a 0.092.
Retrograde
and then they retrograde
extrapolation. Can you explain to the jury what a retrograde extrapolation is?
Sure. A retrograde extrapolation is another service that the laboratory offers where it's a calculation that we can perform when we have a alcohol concentration that was measured at a particular time, and it would be helpful or relevant to know what that person's blood alcohol concentration was at some point prior to that sample having been collected. What we're doing with this calculation is taking what we know about how quickly the human body is capable of breaking down alcohol and applying that rate of elimination to the time interval between when the sample was collected and tested and when there might be a particular time of interest, a car accident or some interaction where that person's blood alcohol concentration might be relevant.
And how is that done?
Similar to the range of conversion factors that we were looking at with the serum conversion.
I think she's actually explaining this pretty well to the jury. It's late on a Friday.
Varies from person to person.
She's broken it down pretty easy.
And so based on studies where they're looking at rates of elimination in large groups of people, we know that alcohol can break down at a rate of between 0.010 and 0.025% per hour. And so we take when we're looking at a serum conversion and then being combined with a retrograde, we take the smaller of the serum conversion range and we add that to the slowest elimination rate multiplied by a time interval. And then we also take the larger of the serum conversion values, and then we add that to the fastest elimination rate multiplied by the time interval. We use a smaller time interval for that sort of minimum calculation to account for the fact that we don't want to overshoot that estimate of blood alcohol concentration. If there was some unabsorbed alcohol, we don't necessarily always know when we perform these calculations the drinking history or like when the person had stopped drinking that day. And so we usually subtract 2 hours from the time interval when we're doing that minimum calculation to have a more conservative estimate. So we're applying the time interval, the rates of elimination, and looking at what we have for blood alcohol concentrations all to be considered when we're performing the calculation.
Now, what categories of information do you need in order to perform a retrograde analysis?
We need to know what the blood alcohol concentration was at the time that the sample was collected. We need to know the time the sample was collected, and we need to know the incident time or the time of interest that we're sort of calculating back to. There's a couple of requirements to be able to perform this calculation that we have to ensure. We have to make sure that there's at least been 2 hours in that time interval between the time of collection and the time of interest that we're looking at. We can't calculate backwards with that very narrow window because we can't be sure that the person is entirely in the elimination phase, that their body has reached a maximum blood alcohol concentration and they're just breaking down alcohol at that point. And we also know that this simple rate of elimination calculation can't be accurately modeled once we get down below between 0.02 and 0.03. So we have to make sure that the starting blood alcohol concentration is at least an 0.03 or higher in order to be able to apply that math.
Now, how is it that alcohol is metabolized within the body?
Oh boy.
Generally, after someone stops drinking alcohol, their body reaches a maximum blood alcohol concentration. And then after that maximum is reached, for most folks, that's between 30 and 90 minutes after they stop drinking. And then the body breaks the alcohol down over time in a very predictable, linear fashion. Down until it gets down into about 0.02 and 0.03. The mechanism that the body uses to metabolize, some alcohol is excreted in urine, some alcohol is evaporated and removed from the body through your breath, but the vast majority is broken down with enzymes in your body that convert the ethanol structure into water and carbon dioxide.
Okay.
What are the phases of metabolism for alcohol in the body?
As we get to the phases of alcohol metabolism, I'm going to put this at 1.25 because we know they're going to do the retrograde extrapolation, and we'll get there. They are going to use Karen Reed's statements to police, which haven't come into evidence yet, about when she fell asleep. So that interview with Karen Reed the morning, I think it's the afternoon of the 29th, is what they are going to use. So they are going to use the time when she said she was asleep and her interviews about that. All right, let's continue.
So alcohol, once it's ingested, moves through the body in a couple of different phases. Initially, the body is absorbing alcohol. Then the alcohol is distributed throughout the body where it can have its effects. There's the metabolism phase and then elimination. Most drugs and alcohol all kind of follow that same pattern in these different phases. And so I'd mentioned elimination phase earlier. That's after you've reached a maximum blood alcohol concentration and your body is no longer absorbing, it's fully distributed in your body, and then you're just breaking it down and your body's removing the alcohol or the ethanol from your system.
Now, in a retrograde analysis, are you calculating for a single number or something else?
So because we don't know an individual's particular rate of elimination, we use a maximum and a minimum, a fast and a slow elimination rate. And so our results for this calculation are always expressed in a range to ensure that that individual's actual blood alcohol concentration lies somewhere between the range that we provide.
And can you please explain sort of that range in the size of it for the jury? The range that's provided as part of these calculations, the size of the range depends on the facts of the case and the amount of time that's passed between the time of the incident and the time of the sample collection. The more time that's elapsed, there's a greater difference between the faster and the slower rates of elimination, the 0.01 per hour and the 0.025 per hour. And what do those minimum and maximum blood alcohol concentration numbers signify?
They signify the smallest and the largest concentration that could be reasonably expected based.
All right, I'm going to slow her back down as she gets into what her findings are for the retrograde extrapolation and not explaining how alcohol is eliminated from the body.
On the blood alcohol concentration and the rates of elimination that are being applied in the calculation.
Now, were you able to perform a retrograde analysis from this defendant's alcohol blood testing from the Good Samaritan?
Yes, I was.
And similarly, did you perform that in conformity with how you performed prior retrograde extrapolation analyses in other cases?
Yes.
Yes, I did.
And what time was utilized in your analysis
That's
as the time
very
of,
helpful
of
information.
vehicle operation or of incident?
12:45 a.m., January 29th, 2022.
And do you know where that time came from?
I believe it was the time specified in the request from the district attorney's office.
Interesting.
And why is time of operation or time of incident important?
Because the time interval that we use in the calculation depends on the starting and the ending point of that calculation. So the time of incident is important because that's what we're basing the math on.
And what was the resulting minimum and maximum numbers that you calculated for the defendant's blood alcohol concentration from her blood testing reading from the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
That based on the 93 milligrams per deciliter
Converted and then extrapolated backwards.
value that was obtained at Good Samaritan, that the blood alcohol concentration for that individual at 12:45 a.m. Could be between 0.14 and 0.28 grams per cent.
And so you calculated the defendant's blood alcohol concentration to be between 0.14 and 0.28 at 12:45 a.m. on January 29th, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
May I
That's
approach this
correct.
to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yes, Lally's doing the direct, not Brennan. So that is what they calculated the retrograde extrapolation to be between a 0.14 and a 0.28 at 12:45
Thank you, ma'am. I have
a.m.
no further questions.
That's the time that they are using.
At this point, I'm only going to give you about 5 minutes.
I was going to ask the court to cut me off so that
Okay.
nobody's late today.
Thank you.
He said you can cut me off so that nobody's late today. There's going to be, I think, more than 5 minutes of
Good afternoon,
cross-examination on this.
Good afternoon.
The Mass State Police Crime Lab you mentioned is an accredited forensic lab, correct?
That's correct.
That means that your lab has met specific internationally recognized standards for both quality and competence, correct?
There are aspects of quality and analyst competence that are addressed in the accreditation standards, yes.
It also means that your lab has demonstrated a commitment to best practices and to ensuring the reliability and accuracy of its forensic work, correct?
Yes.
And there are several requirements in order to become accredited, right?
Yes.
One of the most important requirements is an independent external review of your lab's quality management system, correct?
Yes, that's definitely one important component of the accreditation process.
That independent external review also evaluates your lab's technical systems, correct?
Yes.
And its procedures.
Yes.
And an external review means that experts from outside your lab come into your lab to review your work, right?
Yes, the review includes the procedures and the operating protocols, and there is some element of case file and specific work review.
Within your lab.
Correct.
And they make sure that you're following established and proper protocols, correct?
Yes.
Now, as a forensic scientist 4, is one of your responsibilities to ensure compliance with the lab's administrative policies, quality assurance, and control requirements to make sure that you're complying with accreditation standards?
Yes.
And you take pride in your lab's accreditation status, correct?
Yes, it's an achievement that's obtained by the hard work of a lot of folks at the lab working together.
you make sure,
it doesn't go
or you
so
do
well if
your
you're
best
not
to make sure
accredited.
that the lab is in compliance because you don't want to lose that accreditation status, correct?
Correct. It's important to ensure confidence in our results, to maintain the quality and maintain the accreditation.
Okay. In contrast to the accreditation standards for a forensic lab like yours, the standards for a hospital lab may be different, correct?
Yep.
Correct. Typically, accrediting bodies for clinical chemistry or hospital systems are different accrediting bodies or different standards than forensic standards.
Exactly.
Okay. And a forensic lab exists for a different purpose than a hospital lab, is that right?
Correct. They have different customers and sort of different scope or intention for the use of their results.
Sure. A hospital lab tests and analyzes blood for its use in diagnosing medical illnesses and for medical purposes, correct?
That's consistent with my understanding, yes.
Sure. And it's not for meeting court admissibility standards like your lab, right?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Your lab follows strict procedures that an expert from your lab can have confidence in the lab results when they come to testify in court like you're doing today, correct?
Yes.
As you testify here today, you have no information that the lab at Good Samaritan Hospital is an accredited lab, correct?
Correct.
And in addition, Good Samaritan Hospital is an external party in terms of its relationship to your lab, right?
Yes, and for that reason, the type of calculations that we performed based on medical records from Good Samaritan are outside of the scope of accreditation in the crime laboratory system.
Right. It has no relationship to your crime lab, the Good Samaritan lab, right?
Correct. The same policies and procedures are applied when our laboratory analyzes serum, or if we needed to do a retrograde extrapolation on testing that was performed internally that's covered by the scope of accreditation. But as you're mentioning, the testing was not performed in my laboratory. Right. I don't have any direct knowledge or understanding of their QC procedures, of their accreditation requirements, or their testing procedures at all.
You anticipated my next question. So
our results, garbage in, garbage out, is what she's saying. Our results can't account for what happened on the blood draw end. So if the blood draw was done outside of procedures, or if the blood draw was done and not documented properly, or if their testing machines are off or not properly calibrated, ours would be off if theirs is off, because we can only account for what's in the medical records, but we cannot account for how they did what they did. So that's basically the sum of that answer is, and that's why you saw the defense saying to the other doctor, right, but your lab isn't a forensic lab, you're a medical lab. And he's like, it's still important for us to be accurate. And the defense is like, but for different purposes.
Cannot personally vouch for the ethanol testing that was performed.
She's like, no, if they send us shit, we can only do what we can do.
That's accurate. The reliability of the results that my calculations were based on, my calculations are only as good as the numbers that I was provided. And like I said, the same math that I did here, I would do to my own internal standard or my own internal testing, anything that I performed testing on in the lab myself. But the results that I started from, I don't have any direct knowledge on their accuracy or reliability.
Right.
Ms. Giannetti, we can bring Ms. Knowles back on Monday if you want. I don't want to cut you short. That was the time frame.
And I'm perfectly fine with that, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. All right. And Mr. Lally, you're done? Okay. Ms. Knowles, thank you very much. You're all set. You can step down. Ms. Giannetti, I think everybody appreciates it. So.
Tara, no, they didn't get a blood sample at the forensic lab.
Jurors, that's it for us for this week.
The week is done.
I'll have to give you those cautions in a minute. I can tell you that it looks like next week we're full days every day. We don't expect as long a gap in between as we've had.
All day, every day.
Everybody should work really hard to make sure that doesn't happen. The cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Please be very careful with your social media use, and we'll see you on Monday. Have a good week.
Thanks, Your Honor. Jury out.
And I will see counsel at sidebar.
She will see counsel at sidebar. It sounds like we've got a full week next week, and she's looking at the prosecution like, we're not going to have any gaps again, right? She will be back on the witness stand to finish cross-examination on Monday, it sounds like. Let's see if they put anything on the record after that sidebar, because we are almost at the very, very end of this very long Friday, or at least it feels that way to me, because nope, it looks like there is nothing put back on the record on this end because this feed ends. I am tired, y'all. I gotta be tired, y'all. Tired. Let's try to summarize the end of the day, shall we? Shall we summarize at the end of the day? Let's do our best. Let's do our best. At the end of day 8, they finished with Jen McCabe's testimony and brought in the forensic technician who did the retrograde extrapolation and the conversion to blood alcohol from Karen Reed's blood serum. We are just at the beginning of cross-examination on that. Karen Reed blood was drawn at Good Samaritan Hospital when she was subject to the Section 12 hold. They did medical testing on the blood that included a blood serum level of alcohol in the blood, different than the way they typically do whole blood testing at a lab if that blood is being taken subject to a DUI arrest or search warrant. She was not having her blood taken subject to a DUI arrest or a search warrant. It was being taken for medical purposes and is now being used for these purposes. That was litigated way earlier on in this case. I have been asked quite a lot, if she had not been Section 12, would they have had her blood or any level of BAC or anything from Karen Reed? No, they would not have. They weren't treating this like a really driving related incident at that time. They took Karen Reed's car because of the taillight, but they weren't arresting her until numerous days later. And by then it would have been too late. So they didn't treat it that way. So that would not have been done close in time if she hadn't been Section 12. So in those conversions, the witness from the lab converted Karen Reed's serum blood alcohol to, at the time that the blood was drawn at 9:08 a.m. on January 29th, 2022, the conversion from serum to whole blood BAC, she said, was ranged between a 0.078 and a 0.092. The legal limit for driving is a 0.08. They are not trying to connect whether or not Karen Reed was DUI when she was driving around looking for John O'Keefe. What they are trying to connect is the retrograde extrapolation to earlier in the day on January 29th, earlier being after midnight. So then they did the retrograde extrapolation. She explained that. The district attorney, when they asked the lab to perform these mathematical conversions, they're not doing this from a sample, they're doing this from medical records. The DA's office gave the lab the time of 12:45 a.m. That will be relevant later. That's not relevant to the jury yet. It will be relevant to the jury later as we get into the timing of where everybody was, and when. But the information that the lab was given from the district attorney's office was at 12:45 a.m. And their retrograde, their retrograde extrapolation came up with a blood alcohol of 0.14 to 0.28. That is the testimony as we have it. We are going to get into more of cross-examination. The very beginning of cross-examination was, yours is a forensic lab. Good Samaritan Hospital is medical. They treat things differently. So your results are only as good as the original work Good Samaritan did, and you can't vouch for that work. You can't confirm how well their numbers were done. So if the Good Samaritan results are off, then it's possible that these numbers are off because you can only do the extrapolations with the medical records that you have. And that's where we're going to see the cross-examination of this go. Your numbers are only as accurate as what was done at Good Samaritan. So that's the BAC that they are looking at for around the time of 12:45 a.m. We will see if any of this matters, given that in this trial, they have numerous clips of Karen Reed saying that she was drinking and driving. They are not prosecuting her for just a driving under the influence case. They are in count 2 prosecuting her for numerous different types of the count and lesser included that are under the influence with different types of outcomes, including causing death or injury. So those counts all have 2 different parts, one for driving under the influence and one for driving above a 0.08. So if they prove that she is above a 0.08 at the time that they are alleging she hit John O'Keefe, it makes count 2 easier. However, the jury can also find under the influence without finding that she was over a 0.08. So there is DUI in this case, but it is not just a driving under the influence. It involves the injury as well to John O'Keefe. So we will get in. Today is not the day I am going to try to get into all of the complexities of count 2, but that's why it matters. Though Karen Reed is on video saying, I was drinking and then I drove. So could the jury just say, based on Karen Reed's own words, she had been drinking and drove and was under the influence? They could, especially given the testimony from the next day that she says, I thought I left him at the waterfall, and then everyone filled in the gaps on her memory and the statements that she gave. So I think we will see how that goes. Is what her BAC is on a retrograde extrapolation going to be the most impactful evidence to the jury, or is it going to be Karen Reed's own words? Because I think you get to the DUI, and when they get into count 2, we'll see how the Commonwealth explains that count, because that count is not just a DUI. There is more to that. But could they prove the DUI on Karen Reed's own testimony and everything else that we've seen so far and what is known to come? Yes. But is she just charged with a simple DUI? No. So will this be the end all be all about whether or not Karen Reed was drinking and driving? I don't think so. But I think it gives context, and it was in fact tested. So with all of that, we are at the end of day 8. The court has said it's going to be a full week next week. I anticipate that it will be. I'm going to Metallica this weekend, so that's where I'll be. Members, as we're getting to the end of Q&A, I'm going to answer some questions, and then I am going to go rest, and I'm not quite sure when I'll be recording the podcast yet, but I will let all of you know when I am going to record the podcast so that you can join me. It should be earlier in the day tomorrow. That is my goal, but we will see. There's a lot of prep work I need to do, and it depends on how the brain holds up today because I am tired. We are very tired. I am going to do a Q&A. It is going to be on the briefer side because, well, we've been streaming for 7 hours and I'm tired and it is very stormy. Hungry Ghost in the chat said they are trying to get that count 2 to stick. They did not talk about that count 2 very much in the last trial at all, but we know if the prosecution paid attention to what jurors said after the trial, it looked like they had 7 or 8 jurors that were jurors leaning towards guilt on count 2 when the jury was unable to reach a verdict. So it looked like that even with count 2 not being explained well, in the last trial, there were jurors that were looking at count 2 as being a count that she was guilty on. So yes, I think they're going to talk about count 2 a lot more this time. A lot more this time. I'm going to answer again, as many questions as I can. Matt said, I just bought the matte black tumbler. Can't wait. Matt, I love the matte black tumbler, which is this one. I don't know if they're sold out yet. I know we didn't have very many of them left earlier in the day. I love my Lawnard tumblers. We have some of them left if you are curious. Some of you are saying, EDB, you're going to see Metallica again this weekend. Well, they took a day in between. It is a 2-night show, and it is a no repeats show, which is very much the style that I go see Dave Matthews in as well. I go to 2-night shows. The set lists are always different. So it is really like, I went to night 1 and now we're going to night 2. It's a 2-night. It's like a series. It's a two-parter. For those of you that are out of the US, yes, shipping these out of the US had gotten to the point where it was so expensive that they are only available in the US this round, just because the shipping there was nothing we could do to make it easier to sell these outside of the US. So it's one of those things where we're like, we can't even look at this with how expensive those would be, which has caused problems in the past. So this group of tumblers, until we can wrangle that, this group of tumblers is US only, which is rare that we have stuff that's US only, but it needed to be with these tumblers. My father's alibi gifted 50 memberships. That's incredibly generous. Thank you. And thank you to everyone who gifted memberships today. It is so incredibly generous. And well, our chat moves so fast, just so fast, because we have so many members, and I appreciate it. I'm going to try to get just to questions. I know we had a lot of comments. I was reading them as they were coming in, and didn't get to answer all of them. So I'm going to try to get there. Mellow DC asked, could Proctor have been Jen's victim's advocate? No. I read policemen can be victim's advocate and they have confidentiality. No. We know it was a victim's advocate hired with the DA's office and working with the DA's office in this case. And there are boundaries to that. That's a whole miasma, but there's a boundary to that. But no, there is a victim's advocate that worked with the witnesses in this case through the DA's office, and that's not uncommon. I think we saw that discussed a lot in the Brooks case when the family members of victims and witnesses spoke at sentencing about the Brooks case and how difficult it was. All of them thanked the victim witness advocate and the victim witness advocate pupper. So it was really nice to see. Good victim witness advocates are so needed and make a huge difference. So, but no, it's not Proctor at all in this. It's not Proctor at all in this case. Getting to Proctor in this case is going to be real interesting. Real interesting. Quinta asks, are butt dial deletions a thing, chat? Help me out here. We're going to get into her phone records more, I suspect, with other witnesses, but that is the information that the jury was left with, that those inadvertent dials were not in her forensic download of her phone. So, and then Miguelina, I know I summarized her testimony earlier. I don't know if I summarized her redirect. Chat, I can't even remember. I thought the redirect of Jen McCabe was really effective. I thought it was restrained, and it looks like the Commonwealth is admitting all of her text messages with a few redactions, so the jury can just read through everything Jen McCabe texted. But then when we got to the recross, all the work that I think Brennan did in the redirect kind of exploded, because Alan Jackson started asking Jen McCabe, you said that you gave not truthful testimony. You said you gave complete interviews to law enforcement and you spoke willingly with law enforcement every time they asked, but you suspended your interview with those law enforcement from not Massachusetts State Police, not Canton. And she said, yes, I did. And then I met with them later and asked to have counsel. She also explained, I met with them later and I gave them information and cleared up misperceptions or misconceptions from what they had been told. And I think I was very helpful because, as you know, she says to Alan Jackson, as you know, that investigation is now closed. It was very interesting seeing how much explanation we got in the recross about that suspended interview with federal agents that we all believe are from the FBI, because we know about that. The jury doesn't have all of that information. So that's where we ended up on the end of the recross, because there was no redirect for Jen McCabe. Oh, and it was a lot. It was a lot. Allison said, OMG, I got my gold gavel, made it over a year. Congratulations. Congratulations. Anna B asked, why isn't this considered lying under oath? There were a lot of questions about that with Jen McCabe. It is very hard to prove when someone says they don't remember that that is not the truth. How do you prove that with evidence? It has to go beyond, come on, are you fucking kidding me? It would have to get to the point of she tells someone, oh no, I remember everything. I'm just saying I don't remember because I don't want to answer. The implication was made by Alan Jackson in his questioning, but it is very hard to pin down I don't remember that, I don't remember this. It doesn't mean it doesn't look evasive to the jury. But when we're talking about, is it lying under oath that might have an impact on whether somebody can be prosecuted or something like that, that's where things become more tenuous. But the jury can look at it and be like, that doesn't even logic properly. And if the jury determines that she is not being forthcoming, they can disregard her testimony or any part of it. So, Luke Smith asked, can the defense bring her back more than once? I think they would have a hard time bringing Jen McCabe back as a witness because they covered so much. Something specific would have to happen to allow Jen McCabe to be brought back in to answer questions, because there was so much time to do her cross-examination. So that is why. That is the answer. Could it happen in theory? Is it difficult? Yes, it is. Let's see. We are, Melanie said, the harder she tries to clean it up, the dirtier it sounds. I think that is a good summary of a lot of the evasiveness. And we're just at the tip of the iceberg with butt dials and the rest of it. So I think this trial, Jen McCabe's testimony, actually might be perceived better by the jury than perhaps her last testimony, because we haven't gotten into all of the other witnesses yet. The jury hasn't gotten a litany of butt dials and missing phones and rehomed dogs and the rest of it. So that might benefit her testimony. I think the FBI stuff is pretty significant. But that's, to me, sitting here with the benefit of an entire other trial and all these pretrial motions. Will it be as significant to the jury? We'll see. Do I think the redirect was sympathetic? Of course I do. Did a lot of that get blown up with the recross? I think so. But juries can also say two things are true at the same time. Why is that behavior? That doesn't make sense. The behavior doesn't make sense. But they might also look at her text and be like, well, her behavior doesn't make sense because she was so rattled. We'll see. But the tell them the guy didn't come in the house is I think they are tough text messages. But could a jury look at that and say, well, they're saying tell them the guy didn't come in the house because John didn't go into the house? Or is a jury going to look at that and say, tell them the guy didn't come in the house? What are they trying to say? Why is it so important to highlight it? Again, so much in this case can be interpreted multiple ways. I think the easiest thing to wrap your head around in this case will be the scientific evidence and the digital evidence timelines. And we're not even into the thick of those yet. So we'll get to the thick of it. Holly said, I worry because the first jury said they found her credible, and they might this time as well. She completely is playing victim now, and it's infuriating. And I think the jury will think she's being bullied. They very well may. The jury very well may think that Alan Jackson is going too hard on Jen McCabe. They well may. The FBI stuff, though, is new. And that's some hard stuff to get around, man. Oh, weird. You left out those 3 calls. But then again, I am looking at it through the lens of, well, all of the other trials. And then I have now heard how often she's calling Brian Albert multiple times. So I'm seeing it through that lens. But I can see how a jury might find her sympathetic and might think that some of the stuff with Jackson was tripping her up and she wasn't being evasive, that he was being combative. It read to me like evasive. I can see it being read differently. And at the end of the day, you don't have to find that Jen McCabe's not a credible witness to also find that the Commonwealth hasn't proven their case. The jury can very well say, you know what? I understand where Jen McCabe is coming from. I believe that that search happened in the morning. I find that all to be credible, but also I still don't think the Commonwealth has proven that Karen Reed has hit him with a car. Both of those things can absolutely be true. Can absolutely be true in this case. And I think the defense opening, narrowing down on the investigation, puts them in a stronger position to argue, look at all of this stuff that was happening. Look at all of these witnesses talking to each other, and law enforcement didn't investigate it at all. And when an agency with people she didn't know came knocking at the door, she calls her brother-in-law and doesn't tell them. She calls the DA's office and doesn't tell them. She calls the victim's mother and doesn't tell them. And then she suspends the interview until she has counsel. And law enforcement never asked. I think you can take her testimony and say, look at all these witnesses talking, and they never investigated it. We'll see if that's what they argue. That is a very different argument than this is all a cover-up and the people in that house did more. They did not state that directly in opening. And so they are not as married to it. I think the defense has a lot of room to argue, look at all the fuckery that was going on. And law enforcement never even asked. You've got witnesses making fucking timelines together. No one even asked. And that's doubt. I think there's a lot of room for those arguments. We will see. Thank you, everyone, for the gift of memberships. You law nerds have been so incredibly generous today. Let's see. Quintessence, I hope I pronounced that properly, but the brain is real tired at this time of day. Am I the only one who's followed both trials who just realized I've been confusing Jackson and Yannetti the entire time? I feel like Jackson looks more like a Yannetti and vice versa. Maybe? I mean, it's fair. I don't know how much they would mind. Let's see. TJM said Carrie testified she was in the car when it happened. She did say she thought she was in the car when they were all in the car together, and she saw Jen on her phone and never heard anything. She did. Liz said, first time watcher, and I'm seeing an attorney getting frustrated with a difficult witness. She's dodgy and I don't like it. I can only imagine the jury getting just as frustrated with her. They might, because there were definitely games afoot. And you could feel the fighting back and forth. Quintessence, this is incredibly helpful. Said, y'all, Brennan's supposedly is a real world. Who knew? Supposedly equals allegedly and supposedly equals convincingly. I didn't know that. No, I had no idea. I'm gonna have to look it up because I am so confused. Is nefarious and nefarious two different words too? I need to know. I just need to know. Maybe they are. Maybe they're not. Let's see. Snowy weather people, is this whiteout conditions? Smurf Anna, I think the video, and that's what's nice about and necessary about a local jury, they get to decide if when law enforcement showed up, that was whiteout conditions or not. We will see. Let's see. Elena, good to see you. Said every time you say, "Are you ready, Chad?" I can't help but saying, "Aye, aye, Captain," and I hear the SpongeBob theme in my head. I do too. I do too. I do too. Though today it's been a lot more of like Master of Puppets going on in my head. And Jessica Lopez said, "And we're off to Never Neverland." Off to Never. I am so ready for another night of Metallica. I'm so ready. I'm so ready. I think that says burp snarts, but I do not know. As an EMT, I've asked bystanders for help with CPR and lifting. This includes going inside businesses and asking people to come outside and help. Yep. And at one point in the 911 call, she's saying, "Oh, it's the Albert residents." I don't know if 911 dispatch had any idea who the Alberts are or not, but does anyone there know CPR? No. She said she wasn't even thinking of her brother-in-law. We'll see what the jury finds. So let's see. I'm going to do a few more questions and then I've got to prep a podcast or it's definitely not going to get done this week. And that would be a problem. How many hours before Brennan submits a motion to exclude Arca? He made an oral motion. I don't think he will make another one because the court already ruled. Melanie said not trial related, but I really appreciate the downtime music instead of Shut Down Them Part 2. Oh, thank you, Melanie. I do too. We used to split up the streams into morning and afternoon. And this trial, A, we haven't had more than a few minutes in between lunch because I like having the Zoom room. And B, my computer can handle it, which during the first few trials I was streaming, once we got past about 5 hours, everything was awful. And we had to break up the streaming trial days into smaller chunks. So that, let's see. There are a few questions, and then a lot of comments. Look, I'm trying, Your Honor, was a definite moment today. We got to a Jackson, like, I'm trying, Your Honor. I'm trying. And again, Jen McCabe was being an incredibly difficult witness with him. When Elaine Bredehoff said, "I'm trying, Your Honor," it was with her own client. It was a whole different thing. I see some of you saying, "I want to see the autopsy." It's going to take a minute to get there. The last time they put that in pretty far at the end, and the jury still doesn't have that information yet. So it's quite a lot and quite a long way to go with it. But again, it's hard to read things how a jury might read it when you have so much information about the case. It makes it hard. AC said, "EDB, the MVP for bouncing back." I did not bounce back. I am exhausted. I am exhausted, but I appreciate being here with you guys to go over this trial because we need to talk about all of it together. We're not talking about this alone. Good Lord, it's too much. It's too much. We need 40,000 of us in the chat to be like, girl, you don't know that. You don't know 227 is the time you were Googling at this point. Come on. We all know you know. The chat screamed when on cross-examination, Jackson was like, "Here's the transcript of all your grand jury testimony." Show me in there where it says, you said, Karen Reed said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Show me where it says, you said, she said that. Your Honor, it's 227 pages long. You can't make that up. Your Honor, it's 227 pages long. Come on now. Trials are dynamic. Trials are dynamic. Trials are dynamic. Trials are dynamic. 227 pages. Where does it say that you said that? It doesn't. Because all of her testimony was, could I have hit him? Did I have hit him? Could I have hit him? Hello Awesome says, it felt like it was 227 years this week. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. And I have seen this rumor on the internet. I cannot confirm nor deny, but I've seen it circulating that she took the stand at 2:27 p.m. I can't confirm nor deny. I was not in the courtroom, but I have seen that she was sworn in at 2:27 to take the stand. But the 227 pages, that I can confirm. That we can confirm. I can also confirm that when my kiddo was born, they were like, it's 3:32. And I'm like, could it be 3:33? Like, I like the 3:33 better. Can we just do that? And they're like, what? No. And I was like, God damn it. It would have been funnier. It would have been funnier. So I don't know exactly what time she took the stand. I've seen that rumbling around. It was definitely in the afternoon. But the 227 pages of the testimony is, she said it over and over and over again. And so did the court. The court said, Mr. Jackson, it's 227 pages. She's not going through it. So anyway, Chad, it's probably 2:27 a.m. in my brain right now, because I am just exhausted. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a law nerd. Thank you for all your questions in chat. Thank you for chatting with me. We're going to get into the blood alcohol first thing Monday morning. And then I'm interested to see if we will be getting into law enforcement, others that were at the waterfall. There's going to be some argument over the video clips because they're going to go over that in the weekend. So that's probably where we'll actually start on Monday, is with the video clips. And then where does the Commonwealth go from here? Now, do we start bringing in law enforcement? Do we go to Matt McCabe next? And then Brian Albert? Which I'm curious to see where they choose to put their witnesses in from here. Because Carrie and Jen were some of the bigger witnesses for the Commonwealth. But law enforcement, some of them are not good witnesses for the Commonwealth. So where do you put those witnesses? Do you put them at the very end, leading into the defense case in chief? Or do you try to squish them in the middle and then put other testimony in? Very interested to see. Very interested to see. Law nerds, thank you again. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. Law Nerd Lounge, I have some stuff. I have some pictures to share with y'all. I will keep you posted when I am going to record the podcast. I am not sure yet. It will depend on how much prep I get done, but I'll keep you guys in the member spaces on notice. You can grab your Law Nerd tumblers, grab the Law Nerd app so you don't miss a moment of court. This week was 84 years long. Are you guys ready for next week? Have a weekend, get some rest, and I will see you soon. Thanks for joining me on this stream. If you don't want to miss a moment in court, you need the Law Nerd app at lawnerdapp.com. It's a free download on iOS and Android where I can keep you in the loop with everything happening in court and, of course, when the jury has a verdict. So if you don't want to miss a moment of this trial coverage, make sure you get the Law Nerd app. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being a Law Nerd.